And then Jack began to cry again, and he wished he had never married, and that he had never been born, but he had never thought, when he wed Mary, that it would come to this. I have often cried over it, said Jack. Now when Joe heard this, he told me that he had cursed and damned the factories, and the masters, and the government, with all the curses that he had learned while he was in the factory from a child. Can anyone imagine a more insane state of things than that described in this letter? And yet this condition, which unsexes the man and takes from the woman all womanliness without being able to bestow upon the man true womanliness, or the woman true manliness, this condition which degrades, in the most shameful way, both sexes, and, through them, humanity, is the last result of our much praised civilization, the final achievement of all the efforts and struggles of hundreds of generations to improve their own situation and that of their posterity. We must either despair of mankind, and its aims and efforts, when we see all our labor and toil result in such a mockery, or we must admit that human society has hitherto sought salvation in a false direction. We must admit that so total a reversal of the position of the sexes can have come to pass only because the sexes have been placed in a false position from the beginning. If the reign of the wife over the husband, as inevitably brought about by the factory system, is inhuman, the pristine rule of the husband over the wife must have been inhuman too. If the wife can now base her supremacy upon the fact that she supplies the greater part, nay, the whole of the common possession, the necessary inference is that this community of possession is no true and rational one, since one member of the family boasts offensively of contributing the greater share. If the family of our present society is being thus dissolved, this dissolution merely shows that, at bottom, the binding tie of this family was not family affection, but private interest lurking under the cloak of a pretended community of possessions. LXXV The same relation exists on the part of those children who support unemployed parents when they do not directly pay board as already referred to. Dr. Hawkins testified in the Factories Inquiry Commission's report that this relation is common enough, and in Manchester it is notorious. In this case the children are the masters in the house, as the wife was in the former case, and Lord Ashley gives an example of this in his speech. A man berated his two daughters for going to the public house, and they answered that they were tired of being ordered about, saying, "Damn you, we have to keep you." Determined to keep the proceeds of their work for themselves, they left the family dwelling, and abandoned their parents to their fate. The unmarried women, who have grown up in mills, are no better off than the married ones. It is self-evident that a girl who has worked in a mill from her 9th year is in no position to understand domestic work, whence it follows that female operatives prove wholly inexperienced and unfit as housekeepers. They cannot knit or sew, cook or wash, are unacquainted with the most ordinary duties of a housekeeper, and when they have young children to take care of, have not the vaguest idea how to set about it. The Factories Inquiry Commission's report gives dozens of examples of this, and Dr. Hawkins, Commissioner for Lancashire, expresses his opinion as follows. A girl marries early and recklessly, she has had no time, no means, no opportunities of learning the common duties of domestic life, and even if she had acquired the knowledge she has still no time to practice them. There is the young mother absent from her child above 12 hours daily. Who has the charge of the infant in her absence? Usually some little girl or aged woman, who is hired for a trifle and whose services are equivalent to the reward. Too often the dwelling of the factory family is no home, it sometimes is a cellar, which includes no cooking, no washing, no making, no mending, no decencies of life, no invitations to the fireside. I cannot help on these and on other grounds, especially for the better preservation of infant life, expressing my hope that a period may arrive when married women shall be rarely employed in a factory. But that is the least of the evil. The moral consequences of the employment of women in factories are even worse. The collecting of persons of both sexes and all ages in a single workroom, the inevitable contact, the crowding into a small space of people, to whom neither mental nor moral education has been given, is not calculated for the favorable development of the female character. The manufacturer, if he pays any attention to the matter, can interfere only when something scandalous actually happens. The permanent, less conspicuous influence of persons of dissolute character upon the more moral, and especially upon the younger ones, he cannot ascertain, and consequently cannot prevent. But precisely this influence is the injurious. The language used in the mills is characterized by many witnesses in the report of 1833, as indecent, bad, filthy, etc. It is the same process upon a small scale which we have already witnessed upon a large one in the great cities. The centralization of population has the same influence upon the same persons, whether it affects them in a great city or a small factory. The smaller the mill, the closer the packing, and the more unavoidable the contact, and the consequences are not wanting. A witness in Leicester said that he would rather let his daughter beg than go into a factory, that they are perfect gates of hell, that most of the prostitutes of the town had their employment in the mills to thank for their present situation. Another, in Manchester, did not hesitate to assert that 3/4 of the young factory employees, from 14 to 20 years of age, were unchanged. Commissioner Cowell expresses it as his opinion, that the morality of the factory operatives is somewhat below the average of that of the working class in general. And Dr. Hawkins says, an estimate of sexual morality is scarcely possible to be reduced into figures, but if I may trust my own observations, and the general opinion of those with whom I have conversed, and the spirit of our evidence, then a most discouraging view of the influence of the factory life upon the morality of female youth obtrudes itself. It is, besides, a matter of course that factory servitude, like any other, and to an even higher degree, confers the jus primi noctis upon the master. In this respect also the employer is sovereign over the persons and charms of his employees. The threat of discharge suffices to overcome all resistance in 9 cases out of 10, if not in 99 out of 100, in girls who, in any case, have no strong inducements to chastity. If the master is mean enough, and the official report mentions several such cases, his mill is also his harem, and the fact that not all manufacturers use their power, does not in the least change the position of the girls. In the beginning of manufacturing industry, when most of the employers were upstarts without education or consideration for the hypocrisy of society, they let nothing interfere with the exercise of their vested rights. To form a correct judgment of the influence of factory work upon the health of the female sex, it is necessary first to consider the work of children, and then the nature of the work itself. From the beginning of manufacturing industry, children have been employed in mills, at first almost exclusively by reason of the smallness of the machines, which were later enlarged. Even children from the workhouses were employed in multitudes, being rented out for a number of years to the manufacturers as apprentices. They were lodged, fed, and clothed in common, and were, of course, completely the slaves of their masters, by whom they were treated with the utmost recklessness and barbarity. As early as 1796, the public objection to this revolting system found such vigorous expression through Dr. Percival and Sir Robert Peel, father of the cabinet minister, and himself a cotton manufacturer, that in 1802 Parliament passed an Apprentices' Bill, by which the most crying evils were removed. Gradually the increasing competition of free work people crowded out the whole apprentice system, factories were built in cities, machinery was constructed on a larger scale, and workrooms were made more airy and wholesome. Gradually, too, more work was found for adults and young persons. The number of children in the mills diminished somewhat, and the age at which they began to work rose a little. Few children under 8 or 9 years were now employed. Later, as we shall see, the power of the state intervened several times to protect them from the money greed of the bourgeoisie. The great mortality among children of the working class, and especially among those of the factory operatives, is proof enough of the unwholesome conditions under which they pass their first years. These influences are at work, of course, among the children who survive, but not quite so powerfully as upon those who succumb. The result in the most favorable case is a tendency to disease, or some check in development, and consequent less than normal vigor of the constitution. A 9-year-old child of a factory operative that has grown up in want, privation, and changing conditions, in cold and damp, with insufficient clothing and unwholesome dwellings, is far from having the working force of a child brought up under healthier conditions. At 9 years of age it is sent into the mill to work 6½ hours, formerly 8, earlier still, 12 to 14, even 16 hours, daily, until the 13th year, then 12 hours until the 18th year. The old enfeebling influences continue, while the work is added to them. It is not to be denied that a child of 9 years, even an operative's child, can hold out through 6½ hours daily work, without anyone being able to trace visible bad results in its development directly to this cause, but in no case can its presence in the damp, heavy air of the factory, often at once warm and wet, contribute to good health, and, in any case, it is unpardonable to sacrifice to the greed of an unfeeling bourgeoisie the time of children which should be devoted solely to their physical and mental development, withdraw them from school and the fresh air, in order to wear them for the benefit of the manufacturers. The bourgeoisie says, if we do not employ the children in the mills, they only remain under conditions unfavorable to their development, and this is true on the whole. But what does this mean if it is not a confession that the bourgeoisie first places the children of the working class under unfavorable conditions, and then exploits these bad conditions for its own benefit, appeals to that which is as much its own fault as the factory system, excuses the sin of today with the sin of yesterday? And if the Factory Act did not in some measure fetter their hands, how this humane, this benevolent bourgeoisie, which has built its factories solely for the good of the working class, would take care of the interests of these workers? Let us hear how they acted before the factory inspector was at their heels. Their own admitted testimony shall convict them in the report of the Factories Inquiry Commission of 1833. The report of the Central Commission relates that the manufacturers began to employ children rarely of 5 years, often of 6, very often of 7, usually of 8 to 9 years, that the working day often lasted 14 to 16 hours, exclusive of meals and intervals, that the manufacturers permitted overlookers to flog and maltreat children, and often took an active part in so doing themselves. One case is related of a Scotch manufacturer, who rode after a 16-year-old runaway, forced him to return, running after the employer as fast as the master's horse trotted, and beat him the whole way with a long whip. In the large towns where the operatives resisted more vigorously, such things naturally happened less often. But even this long working day failed to satisfy the greed of the capitalists. Their aim was to make the capital invested in the building and machinery produce the highest return, by every available means, to make it work as actively as possible. Hence the manufacturers introduced the shameful system of night work. Some of them employed 2 sets of operatives, each numerous enough to fill the whole mill, and let one set work the 12 hours of the day, and the other the 12 hours of the night. It is needless to picture the effect upon the frames of young children, and even upon the health of young persons and adults, produced by permanent loss of sleep at night, which cannot be made good by any amount of sleep during the day. Irritation of the whole nervous system, with general lassitude and enfeeblement of the entire frame, were the inevitable results, with the fostering of temptation to drunkenness and unbridled sexual indulgence. One manufacturer testifies that during the 2 years in which night work was carried on in his factory, the number of illegitimate children born was doubled, and such general demoralization prevailed that he was obliged to give up night work. Other manufacturers were yet more barbarous, requiring many hands to work 30 to 40 hours at a stretch, several times a week, letting them get a couple of hours sleep only, because the night shift was not complete, but calculated to replace a part of the operatives only. The reports of the Commission touching this barbarism surpass everything that is known to me in this line. Such infamies, as are here related, are nowhere else to be found, yet we shall see that the bourgeoisie constantly appeals to the testimony of the Commission as being in its own favor. The consequences of these cruelties became evident quickly enough. The commissioners mention a crowd of cripples who appeared before them, who clearly owed their distortion to the long working hours. This distortion usually consists of a curving of the spinal column and legs, and is described as follows by Francis Sharp, MRCS, of Leeds. Before I came to Leeds, I had never seen the peculiar twisting of the ends of the lower part of the thigh bone. At first I considered it might be rickets, but from the numbers which presented themselves, particularly at an age beyond the time when rickets attack children, between 8 and 14, and finding that they had commenced since they began work at the factory, I soon began to change my opinion. I now may have seen of such cases nearly 100, and I can most decidedly state they were the result of too much labor. So far as I know, they all belong to factories, and have attributed their disease to this cause themselves. Of distortions of the spine, which were evidently owing to the long standing at their labor, perhaps the number of cases might not be less than 300. Precisely similar is the testimony of Dr. Hay, for 18 years physician in the hospital in Leeds. Diseases of the spine amongst people employed in factories presented themselves very frequently. Some were the result of pure labor, others were the result of labor on a constitution perhaps congenitally weak, or rendered feeble by bad food. The deformities of the limbs appear to be more frequent than the spinal diseases. The bending in of the knees, relaxation of the ligaments of the ankles was very frequent, and the bending of the large bones. The heads of the large bones have especially been increased and twisted to a considerable extent, and these cases I have found to have come from those mills and factories where long hours have been said to be common. Surgeons Beaumont and Sharp, of Bradford, bear the same testimony. The reports of Drinkwater, Power, and Dr. Loudon contain a multitude of examples of such distortions, and those of Tufnell and Sir David Barry, which are less directed to this point, give single examples. The commissioners for Lancashire, Cowell, Tufnell, and Hawkins, have almost wholly neglected this aspect of the physiological results of the factory system, though this district rivals Yorkshire in the number of cripples. I have seldom traversed Manchester without meeting 3 or 4 of them, suffering from precisely the same distortions of the spinal columns and legs as that described, and I have often been able to observe them closely. I know one personally who corresponds exactly with the foregoing description of Dr. Hay, and who got into this condition in Mr. Douglas' factory in Pendleton, an establishment which enjoys an unenviable notoriety among the operatives by reason of the former long working periods continued night after night. It is evident, at a glance, whence the distortions of these cripples come. They all look exactly alike. The knees are bent inward and backwards, the ankles deformed and thick, and the spinal column often bent forwards or to one side. But the crown belongs to the philanthropic manufacturers of the Macclesfield Silk District. They employed the youngest children of all, even from 5 to 6 years of age. In the supplementary testimony of Commissioner Tufnell, I find the statement of a certain factory manager Wright, both of whose sisters were most shamefully crippled, and who had once counted the cripples in several streets, some of them the cleanest and neatest streets of Macclesfield. He found in Townley Street 10, George Street 5, Charlotte Street 4, Watercots 15, Bank Top 3, Lord Street 7, Mill Lane 12, Great George Street 2, in the Workhouse 2, Park Green 1, Peckford Street 2, whose families all unanimously declared that the cripples had become such in consequence of overwork in the silk twisting mills. One boy is mentioned so crippled as not to be able to go upstairs, and girls deformed in back and hips. Other deformities also have proceeded from this overwork, especially flattening of the foot, which Sir D. Barry frequently observed, as did the physicians and surgeons in Leeds. In cases, in which a stronger constitution, better food, and other more favorable circumstances enabled the young operative to resist this effect of a barbarous exploitation, we find, at least, pain in the back, hips, and legs, swollen joints, varicose veins, and large, persistent ulcers in the thighs and calves. These affections are almost universal among the operatives. The reports of Stewart, Mackintosh, and Sir D. Barry contain hundreds of examples. Indeed, they know almost no operative who did not suffer from some of these affections, and in the remaining reports, the occurrence of the same phenomena is attested by many physicians. The reports covering Scotland place it beyond all doubt, that a working day of 13 hours, even for men and women from 18 to 22 years of age, produces at least these consequences, both in the flax spinning mills of Dundee and Dunfermline, and in the cotton mills of Glasgow and Lanark. All these affections are easily explained by the nature of factory work, which is, as the manufacturers say, very light, and precisely by reason of its lightness, more enervating than any other. The operatives have little to do, but must stand the whole time. Anyone who sits down, say upon a window ledge or a basket, is fined, and this perpetual upright position, this constant mechanical pressure of the upper portions of the body upon spinal column, hips, and legs, inevitably produces the results mentioned. This standing is not required by the work itself, and at Nottingham chairs have been introduced, with the result that these affections disappeared, and the operative ceased to object to the length of the working day. But in a factory where the operative works solely for the bourgeois, and has small interest in doing his work well, he would probably use the seats more than would be agreeable and profitable to the manufacturer, and in order that somewhat less raw material may be spoiled for the bourgeois, the operative must sacrifice health and strength. This long protracted upright position, with the bad atmosphere prevalent in the mills, entails, besides the deformities mentioned, a marked relaxation of all vital energies, and, in consequence, all sorts of other affections general rather than local. The atmosphere of the factories is, as a rule, at once damp and warm, usually warmer than is necessary, and, when the ventilation is not very good, impure, heavy, deficient in oxygen, filled with dust, and the smell of the machine oil, which almost everywhere smears the floor, sinks into it, and becomes rancid. The operatives are lightly clad by reason of the warmth, and would readily take cold in case of irregularity of the temperature. A draught is distasteful to them. The general enervation which gradually takes possession of all the physical functions diminishes the animal warmth. This must be replaced from without, and nothing is therefore more agreeable to the operative than to have all the doors and windows closed, and to stay in his warm factory air. Then comes the sudden change of temperature on going out into the cold and wet or frosty atmosphere, without the means of protection from the rain, or of changing wet clothing for dry, a circumstance which perpetually produces colds. And when one reflects that, with all this, not one single muscle of the body is really exercised, really called into activity, except perhaps those of the legs, that nothing whatsoever counteracts the enervating, relaxing tendency of all these conditions, that every influence is wanting which might give the muscles strength, the fibers elasticity and consistency, that from youth up, the operative is deprived of all fresh air recreation, it is impossible to wonder at the almost unanimous testimony of the physicians in the factories report, that they find a great lack of ability to resist disease, a general depression in vital activity, a constant relaxation of the mental and physical powers. Let us hear Sir D. Barry first. The unfavorable influences of mill work upon the hands are the following: 1. The indispensable necessity of forcing both their mental and bodily exertions to keep exact pace with the motions of machinery propelled by an unvarying, unceasing power. 2. The continuance of an erect posture for periods unnaturally prolonged and too quickly repeated. 3. The privation of sleep, in consequence of too long working hours, pain in the legs, and general physical derangement. To these causes are often added low, crowded, dusty, or damp rooms, impure air, heated atmospheres, constant perspiration. Hence it is that male children particularly, after they have worked some time in mills lose, with very few exceptions indeed, the rosy chubbiness of boyhood, and become paler and thinner than boys not so employed generally are. Even the drawboy who stands with his bare feet on the earthen floor of his master's shop preserves his appearance much better than the mill boys, because he occasionally goes into the fresh air for a time. But the mill worker never has a moment's respite except at meals, and never gets into the open air except when he is going to look for them. All the adult male spinners are pale and thin, they are subject to capricious appetite and dyspepsia. All the spinners have been brought up in the mills from their very childhood. It is fair to conclude that their mode of life is not favorable to the development of the manly forms, seeing that few, or none of them are tall athletic men. Females are much less deteriorated in their appearance by mill work than males. Very naturally. But we shall see that they have their own diseases. So, 2. Power. I can have no hesitation in stating my belief that a large mass of deformity has been produced at Bradford by the factory system. The effect of long and continuous work upon the frame and limbs is not indicated by actual deformity alone. A more common indication of it is found in a stunted growth, relaxed muscles, and slender conformation. So, 2. F. Sharp, in Leeds, the surgeon Lsky already quoted, when I moved from Scarborough to Leeds, the general appearance of the children in Leeds immediately struck me as much more pallid, and also the firmness of the fibre as much inferior as what I had seen in Scarborough and the adjacent country. Observed also many to be more diminutive for their age. Innumerable cases of scrofula, affections of the lungs, mesenteric diseases, and dyspepsia, have also occurred, which I have no doubt, as a professional man, were owing to the same cause, the mill work. The nervous energy of the body I consider to be weakened by the very long hours, and a foundation laid for many diseases. Were it not for the individuals who join the mills from the country, the factory people would soon be deteriorated. So, 2. Beaumont, surgeon in Bradford. I also consider the system of working in the factories in and around here induces for the most part a peculiar laxity of the whole system, rendering the children highly susceptible of either prevailing epidemics or casual medical disorders. I certainly consider the want of wholesome regulations in the most of the factories, whether as to ventilation or cleanliness, to be productive in a great measure of that peculiar tendency or susceptibility of morbid affections of which my own practice affords ample experience. Similar testimony is borne by Dr. Hay, not Hay, but William Sharp Jr., Poor Factories Inquiry Commission, Second Report, 1833, C3, p. 23, 1. I have had an opportunity of observing the effect of the factory system in the health of children under the most advantageous circumstances, in Wood's Mill, in Bradford, the best arranged of the district, in which he was factory surgeon. 2. This effect is decidedly, and, to a great extent, injurious, even under those favorable circumstances. 3. During the year 1832, 3/5 of all the children employed in Wood's Mill had medical assistance from me. 4. The most injurious effect is not in the prevalency of deformed bodies, but debilitated and diseased constitutions. 3. All this is greatly improved since the working hours of children have been reduced at Wood's to 10. The Commissioner, Dr. Loudon himself, who cites these witnesses, says, I think it has been clearly proved that children have been worked a most unreasonable and cruel length of time daily, and that even adults have been expected to do a certain quantity of labor which scarcely any human being is able to endure. The result of this has been, that many have met with a premature death, many have been affected constitutionally for life, and the idea of a posterity being injured from the shattered frames of the survivors is, physiologically speaking, but too well founded. And, finally, Dr. Hawkins, in speaking of Manchester, I believe that most travellers are struck by the lowness of stature, the leanness and the paleness which present themselves so commonly to the eye at Manchester, and above all, among the factory classes. I have never been in any town in Great Britain nor in Europe in which degeneracy of form and colour from the national standard has been so obvious. The married women fall remarkably short of the usual characteristics of the English wife. I cannot help remarking, that the boys and girls whom I examined from the Manchester factories very generally exhibited a depressed look, and a pallid complexion, none of the alacrity, activity, and hilarity of early life shown on their countenances and gestures. A large number of both, in reply to my questions, declared that they had no wish to play about on the Saturday afternoon and on the Sunday, but that they preferred remaining quiet. I add, At once, another passage of Hawkins' report, which only half belongs here, but may be quoted here as well as anywhere else. Intemperance, debauchery, and improvidence are the chief blemishes on the character of the factory work people, and those evils may easily be traced to habits formed under the present system, and springing from it almost inevitably. On all sides it is admitted that indigestion, hypochondriasis, and languor affect this class of the population very widely. After 12 hours of monotonous labor, it is but too natural to seek for stimulants of one kind or another, but when we superadd the morbid states above alluded to, the transition to spirits is rapid and perpetual. For all this testimony of the physicians and commissioners, the report itself offers hundreds of cases of proof. That the growth of young operatives is stunted by their work, hundreds of statements testify. Among others, Cowell gives the weight of 46 youths of 17 years of age, from one Sunday school, of whom 26 employed in mills averaged 104.5 pounds, and 20 not employed in mills 117.7 pounds. One of the largest manufacturers of Manchester, leader of the opposition against the working men, I think Robert Hyde Gregg himself, said, on one occasion, that if things went on as at present, the operatives of Lancashire would soon be a race of pygmies. A recruiting officer testified that operatives are little adapted for military service, looked thin and nervous, and were frequently rejected by the surgeons as unfit. In Manchester he could hardly get men of 5 feet 8 inches, they were usually only 5 feet 6 to 7, whereas in the agricultural districts, most of the recruits were 5 feet 8. The men wear out very early in consequence of the conditions under which they live and work. Most of them are unfit for work at 40 years, a few hold out to 45, almost none to 50 years of age. This is caused not only by the general enfeeblement of the frame, but also very often by a failure of the sight, which is a result of mule spinning, in which the operative is obliged to fix his gaze upon a long row of fine, parallel threads, and so greatly to strain the sight. Of 1,600 operatives employed in several factories in Harpa and Lanark, but 10 were over 45 years of age. Of 22,094 operatives in diverse factories in Stockport and Manchester, but 145 were over 45 years old. Of these 143, 16 were retained as a special favor, and 1 was doing the work of a child. A list of 131 spinners contained but 7 over 45 years, and yet the whole 131 were rejected by the manufacturers, to whom they applied for work, as too old, and were without means of support by reason of old age. Mr. Ashworth, a large manufacturer, admits in a letter to Lord Ashley, that, towards the 40th year, the spinners can no longer prepare the required quantity of yarn, and are therefore sometimes discharged. He calls operatives 40 years of age old people. Commissioner Mackintosh expresses himself in the same way in the report of 1833. Although prepared by seeing childhood occupied in such a manner, it is very difficult to believe the age of the men advanced in years as given by themselves, so complete is their premature old age. Surgeon Smellie of Glasgow, who treated operatives chiefly, says 40 years is old age for them. And similar evidence may be found elsewhere. In Manchester, this premature old age among the operatives is so universal that almost every man of 40 would be taken for 10 to 15 years older, while the prosperous classes, men as well as women, preserve their appearance exceedingly well if they do not drink too heavily. The influence of factory work upon the female physique also is marked and peculiar. The deformities entailed by long hours of work are much more serious among women. Protracted work frequently causes deformities of the pelvis, partly in the shape of abnormal position and development of the hip bones, partly of malformation of the lower portion of the spinal column, although, says Dr. Loudon in his report, no cases presented themselves of deformed pelvis, and some others of the diseases which have been described, yet their ailments are such as every medical man must expect to be the probable consequences of such working hours for young people, and they are recorded by men of the highest professional and moral character. That factory operatives undergo more difficult confinement than other women is testified to by several midwives and accoucheurs, and also that they are more liable to miscarriage. Moreover, they suffer from the general enfeeblement common to all operatives, and, when pregnant, continue to work in the factory up to the hour of delivery, because otherwise they lose their wages and are made to fear that they may be replaced if they stop away too soon. It frequently happens that women are at work one evening and delivered the next morning, and the case is none too rare of their being delivered in the factory among the machinery. And if the gentlemen of the bourgeoisie find nothing particularly shocking in this, their wives will perhaps admit that it is a piece of cruelty, an infamous act of barbarism, indirectly to force a pregnant woman to work 12 or 13 hours daily, formerly still longer, up to the day of her delivery, in a standing position, with frequent stoopings. But this is not all. If these women are not obliged to resume work within 2 weeks, they are thankful, and count themselves fortunate. Many come back to the factory after 8, and even after 3 to 4 days, to resume full work. I once heard a manufacturer ask an overlooker, "Is so and so not back yet?" "No, how long since she was confined?" "A week." "She might surely have been back long ago." "That one over there only stays 3 days." Naturally, fear of being discharged, dread of starvation drives her to the factory in spite of her weakness, in defiance of her pain. The interest of the manufacturer will not brook that his employees stay at home by reason of illness. They must not be ill, they must not venture to lie still through a long confinement, or he must stop his machinery or trouble his supreme head with a temporary change of arrangements, and rather than do this, he discharges his people when they begin to be ill. Listen, a girl feels very ill, can scarcely do her work. Why don't you ask for leave to stay away? Well, sir, the master is queer at letting us off. If we are off a quarter of a day we stand a chance of being turned away. Or Sir D. Barry, Thomas McDuard, workman, has slight fever. Cannot venture to be off work more than 4 days, for fear of losing his work. And so it goes on in almost all the factories. The employment of young girls produces all sorts of irregularities during the period of development. In some, especially those who are better fed, the heat of the factories hastens this process, so that in single cases, girls of 13 and 14 are wholly mature. Roberton, whom I have already cited, mentioned in the Factories Inquiry Commission's report as the eminent gynecologist of Manchester, relates in the North of England Medical and Surgical Journal, that he had seen a girl of 11 years who was not only a wholly developed woman, but pregnant, and that it was by no means rare in Manchester for women to be confined at 15 years of age. In such cases, the influence of the warmth of the factories is the same as that of a tropical climate, and, as in such climates, the abnormally early development revenges itself by correspondingly premature age and debiliting. On the other hand, retarded development of the female constitution occurs, the breasts mature late or not at all. Menstruation first appears in the 17th or 18th, sometimes in the 20th year, and is often wholly wanting. Irregular menstruation, coupled with great pain and numerous affections, especially with anemia, is very frequent, as the medical reports unanimously state. Children of such mothers, particularly of those who are obliged to work during pregnancy, cannot be vigorous. They are, on the contrary, described in the report, especially in Manchester, as very feeble, and Barry alone asserts that they are healthy, but says further, that in Scotland, where his inspection lay, almost no married women worked in factories. Moreover, most of the factories there are in the country, with the exception of Glasgow, a circumstance which contributes greatly to the invigoration of the children. The operatives' children in the neighborhood of Manchester are nearly all thriving and rosy, while those within the city look pale and scrofulous, but with the 9th year the color vanishes suddenly, because all are then sent into the factories, when it soon becomes impossible to distinguish the country from the city children. But besides all this, there are some branches of factory work which have an especially injurious effect. In many rooms of the cotton and flax spinning mills, the air is filled with fibrous dust, which produces chest affections, especially among workers in the carding and combing rooms. Some constitutions can bear it, some cannot, but the operative has no choice. He must take the room in which he finds work, whether his chest is sound or not. The most common effects of this breathing of dust are blood spitting, hard, noisy breathing, pains in the chest, coughs, sleeplessness, in short, all the symptoms of asthma ending in the worst cases in consumption. Especially unwholesome is the wet spinning of linen yarn which is carried on by young girls and boys. The water spurts over them from the spindle, so that the front of their clothing is constantly wet through to the skin, and there is always water standing on the floor. This is the case to a less degree in the doubling rooms of the cotton mills, and the result is a constant succession of colds and affections of the chest. A hoarse, rough voice is common to all operatives, but especially to wet spinners and doublers. Stewart, Mackintosh, and Sir D. Barry express themselves in the most vigorous terms as to the unwholesomeness of this work, and the small consideration shown by most of the manufacturers for the health of the girls who do it. Another effect of flax spinning is a peculiar deformity of the shoulder, especially a projection of the right shoulder blade, consequent upon the nature of the work. This sort of spinning and the throstle spinning of cotton frequently produce diseases of the knee pan, which is used to check the spindle during the joining of broken threads. The frequent stooping and the bending to the low machines common to both these branches of work have, in general, a stunting effect upon the growth of the operative. In the throstle room of the cotton mill at Manchester, in which I was employed, I do not remember to have seen one single tall, well-built girl. They were all short, dumpy, and badly formed, decidedly ugly in the whole development of the figure. But apart from all these diseases and malformations, the limbs of the operatives suffer in still another way. The work between the machinery gives rise to multitudes of accidents of more or less serious nature, which have for the operative the secondary effect of unfitting him for his work more or less completely. The most common accident is the squeezing off of a single joint of a finger, somewhat less common the loss of the whole finger, half, or a whole hand, an arm, etc., in the machinery. Lockjaw very often follows, even upon the lesser among these injuries, and brings death with it. Besides the deformed persons, a great number of maimed ones may be seen going about in Manchester. This one has lost an arm or a part of one, that one a foot, the third half a leg. It is like living in the midst of an army just returned from a campaign. But the most dangerous portion of the machinery is the strapping which conveys motive power from the shaft to the separate machines, especially if it contains buckles, which, however, are rarely used now. Whoever is seized by the strap is carried up with lightning speed, thrown against the ceiling above and floor below with such force that there is rarely a whole bone left in the body, and death follows instantly. Between June 12 and August 3, 1844, the Manchester Guardian reported the following serious accidents, the trifling ones it does not notice. June 12, a boy died in Manchester of lockjaw, caused by his hand being crushed between wheels. June 15, a youth in Saddleworth seized by a wheel and carried away with it, died, utterly mangled. June 29, a young man at Green Acres Moor, near Manchester, at work in a machine shop, fell under the grindstone, which broke 2 of his ribs and lacerated him terribly. July 24, a girl in Oldham died, carried around 50 times by a strap, no bone unbroken. July 27, a girl in Manchester seized by the blower, the first machine that receives the raw cotton, and died of injuries received. August 3, a bobbins turner died in Dukenfield, caught in a strap, every rib broken. In the year 1842, the Manchester Infirmary treated 962 cases of wounds and mutilations caused by machinery, while the number of all other accidents within the district of the hospital was 2,426, so that for 5 accidents from all other causes, 2 were caused by machinery. The accidents which happened in Salford are not included here, nor those treated by surgeons in private practice. In such cases, whether or not the accident unfits the victim for further work, the employer, at best, pays the doctor, or, in very exceptional cases, he may pay wages during treatment. What becomes of the operative afterwards, in case he cannot work, is no concern of the employer. The factory report says on this subject, that employers must be made responsible for all cases, since children cannot take care, and adults will take care in their own interest. But the gentlemen who write the report are bourgeois, and so they must contradict themselves and bring up later all sorts of bosh on the subject of the culpable temerity of the operatives. The state of the case is this: if children cannot take care, the employment of children must be forbidden. If adults are reckless, they must be mere overgrown children on a plane of intelligence which does not enable them to appreciate the danger in its full scope. And who is to blame for this but the bourgeoisie, which keeps them in a condition in which their intelligence cannot develop? Or the machinery is ill arranged, and must be surrounded with fencing, to supply which falls to the share of the bourgeoisie. Or the operative is under inducements which outweigh the threatened danger, he must work rapidly to earn his wages, has no time to take care, and for this, too, the bourgeoisie is to blame. Many accidents happen, for instance, while the operatives are cleaning machinery in motion. Why? Because the bourgeois would otherwise oblige the worker to clean the machinery during the free hours while it is not going, and the worker naturally is not disposed to sacrifice any part of his free time. Every free hour is so precious to the worker that he often risks his life twice a week rather than sacrifice one of them to the bourgeois. Let the employer take from working hours the time required for cleaning the machinery, and it will never again occur to an operative to clean machinery in motion. In short, from whatever point of view, the blame falls ultimately on the manufacturer, and of him should be required, at the very least, lifelong support of the incapacitated operative, and support of the victim's family in case death follows the accident. In the earliest period of manufacture, the accidents were much more numerous in proportion than now, for the machinery was inferior, smaller, more crowded, and almost never fenced. But the number is still large enough, as the foregoing cases prove, to arouse the grave question as to a state of things which permits so many deformities and mutilations for the benefit of a single class, and plunges so many industrious working people into want and starvation by reason of injuries undergone in the service and through the fault of the bourgeoisie. A pretty list of diseases engendered purely by the hateful money greed of the manufacturers. Women made unfit for childbearing, children deformed, men enfeebled, limbs crushed, whole generations wrecked, afflicted with disease and infirmity, purely to fill the purses of the bourgeoisie. And when one reads of the barbarism of single cases, how children are seized naked in bed by the overlookers, and driven with blows and kicks to the factory, their clothing over their arms, how their sleepiness is driven off with blows, how they fall asleep over their work nevertheless, how one poor child sprang up, still asleep, at the call of the overlooker, and mechanically went through the operations of its work after its machine was stopped. When one reads how children, too tired to go home, hide away in the wool in the drying room to sleep there, and could only be driven out of the factory with straps, how many hundreds came home so tired every night, that they could eat no supper for sleepiness and want of appetite, that their parents found them kneeling by the bedside, where they had fallen asleep during their prayers. When one reads all this and 100 other villainies and infamies in this one report, all testified to on oath, confirmed by several witnesses, deposed by men whom the commissioners themselves declare trustworthy, when one reflects that this is a liberal report, a bourgeois report, made for the purpose of reversing the previous Tory report, and rehabilitating the pureness of heart of the manufacturers, that the commissioners themselves are on the side of the bourgeoisie, and report all these things against their own will, how can one be otherwise than filled with wrath and resentment against a class which boasts of philanthropy and self-sacrifice, while its one object is to fill its purse à tout prix? Meanwhile, let us listen to the bourgeoisie speaking through the mouth of its chosen apostle, Dr. Ure, who relates in his philosophy of manufactures that the workers have been told that their wages bore no proportion to their sacrifices, the good understanding between masters and men being thus disturbed. Instead of this, the working men should have striven to recommend themselves by attention and industry, and should have rejoiced in the prosperity of their masters. They would then become overseers, superintendents, and finally partners, and would thus, O wisdom, thou speakest as the dove, have increased at the same time the demand for their companions' labor in the market. Had it not been for the violent collisions and interruptions resulting from erroneous views among the operatives, the factory system would have been developed still more rapidly and beneficially. Hereupon follows a long jeremiad upon the spirit of resistance of the operatives, and on the occasion of a strike of the best paid workers, the fine spinners, the following naive observation. In fact, it was their high wages which enabled them to maintain a stipendiary committee in affluence, and to pamper themselves into nervous ailments, by a diet too rich and exciting for their indoor employments. Let us hear how the bourgeois describes the work of children. I have visited many factories, both in Manchester and in the surrounding districts, during a period of several months, entering the spinning rooms unexpectedly, and often alone, at different times of the day. And I never saw a single instance of corporal chastisement inflicted on a child, nor, indeed, did I ever see children in ill humor. They seemed to be always cheerful and alert, taking pleasure in the light play of their muscles, enjoying the mobility natural to their age. The scene of industry, so far from exciting sad emotions, in my mind, was always exhilarating. It was delightful to observe the nimbleness with which they pieced broken ends, as the mule carriage began to recede from the fixed roller beam, and to see them at leisure, after a few seconds' exercise of their tiny fingers, to amuse themselves in any attitude they chose, till the stretch and winding on were once more completed. The work of these lively elves seemed to resemble a sport, in which habit gave them a pleasing dexterity. Conscious of their skill, they were delighted to show it off to any stranger. As to exhaustion by the day's work, they evinced no trace of it on emerging from the mill in the evening, for they immediately began to skip about any neighboring playground, and to commence their little games with the same alacrity as boys issuing from a school. Naturally. As though the immediate movement of every muscle were not an urgent necessity for frames grown at once stiff and relaxed. But you should have waited to see whether this momentary excitement had not subsided after a couple of minutes. And besides, you could see this whole performance only in the afternoon after 5 or 6 hours' work, but not in the evening. As to the health of the operatives, the bourgeois has the boundless impudence to cite the report of 1833 just quoted in 1,000 places, as testimony for the excellent health of these people, to try to prove by detached and garbled quotations that no trace of scrofula can be found among them, and, what is quite true, that the factory system frees them from all acute diseases, that they have every variety of chronic affection instead he naturally conceals. To explain the impudence with which our friend here palms off the grossest falsehoods upon the English public, it must be known that the report consists of 3 large folio volumes, which it never occurs to a well-fed English bourgeois to study through. Let us hear further how he expresses himself as to the Factory Act of 1833, passed by the liberal bourgeoisie, and imposing only the most meagre limitations upon the manufacturers, as we shall see. This law, especially its compulsory education clause, he calls an absurd and despotic measure directed against the manufacturers, through which all children under 12 years of age have been thrown out of employment, and with what results. The children thus discharged from their light and useful occupation receive no education whatsoever, cast out from the warm spinning room into a cold world, they subsist only by begging and stealing, a life in sad contrast with their steadily improving condition in the factory and in Sunday school. Under the mask of philanthropy, this law intensifies the sufferings of the poor, and will greatly restrict the conscientious manufacturer in his useful work, if, indeed, it does not wholly stop him. The ruinous influence of the factory system began at an early day to attract general attention. We have already alluded to the Apprentices Act of 1802. Later, towards 1817, Robert Owen, then a manufacturer in New Lanark, in Scotland, afterwards founder of English socialism, began to call the attention of the government, by memorials and petitions, to the necessity of legislative guarantees for the health of the operatives, and especially of children. The late Sir Robert Peel and other philanthropists united with him, and gradually secured the Factory Acts of 1819, 1825, and 1831, of which the first two were never enforced, and the last only here and there. This law of 1831, based upon the motion of Sir J. C. Hobhouse, provided that in cotton mills no one under 21 should be employed between 7:30 at night and 5:30 in the morning, and that in all factories young persons under 18 should work no longer than 12 hours daily, and 9 hours on Saturday. But since operatives could not testify against their masters without being discharged, this law helped matters very little. In the great cities, where the operatives were more restive, the larger manufacturers came to an agreement among themselves to obey the law, but even there were many who, like the employers in the country, did not trouble themselves about it. Meanwhile, the demand for a 10 hours law had become lively among the operatives, that is, for a law which should forbid all operatives under 18 years of age to work longer than 10 hours daily. The trades unions, by their agitation, made this demand general throughout the manufacturing population. The philanthropic section of the Tory party, then led by Michael Sadler, seized upon the plan, and brought it before Parliament. Sadler obtained a parliamentary committee for the investigation of the factory system, and this committee reported in 1832. Its report was emphatically partisan, composed by strong enemies of the factory system, for party ends. Sadler permitted himself to be betrayed by his noble enthusiasm into the most distorted and erroneous statements, drew from his witnesses by the very form of his questions, answers which contained the truth, but truth in a perverted form. The manufacturers themselves, incensed at a report which represented them as monsters, now demanded an official investigation. They knew that an exact report must, in this case, be advantageous to them. They knew that Whigs, genuine bourgeois, were at the helm, with whom they were upon good terms, whose principles were opposed to any restriction upon manufacture. They obtained a commission, in due order, composed of liberal bourgeois, whose report I have so often cited. This comes somewhat nearer the truth than Sadler's, but its deviations therefrom are in the opposite direction. On every page it betrays sympathy with the manufacturers, distrust of the Sadler report, repugnance to the working men agitating independently and the supporters of the 10 hours bill. It nowhere recognizes the right of the working man to a life worthy of a human being, to independent activity, and opinions of his own. It reproaches the operatives that in sustaining the 10 hours bill they thought, not of the children only, but of themselves as well. It calls the working men engaged in the agitation demagogues, ill-intentioned, malicious, etc., is written, in short, on the side of the bourgeoisie, and still it cannot whitewash the manufacturers, and still it leaves such a mass of infamies upon the shoulders of the employers, that even after this report, the agitation for the 10 hours bill, the hatred against the manufacturers, and the committee's severest epithets applied to them are all fully justified. But there was the one difference, that whereas the Sadler report accuses the manufacturers of open, undisguised brutality, it now became evident that this brutality was chiefly carried on under the mask of civilization and humanity. Yet Dr. Hawkins, the medical commissioner for Lancashire, expresses himself decidedly in favour of the 10 hours bill in the opening lines of his report, and Commissioner Mackintosh explains that his own report does not contain the whole truth, because it is very difficult to induce the operatives to testify against their employers, and because the manufacturers, besides being forced into greater concessions towards their operatives by the excitement among the latter, are often prepared for the inspection of the factories, have them swept, the speed of the machinery reduced, etc. In Lancashire especially they resorted to the device of bringing the overlookers of workrooms before the commissioners, and letting them testify as working men to the humanity of the employers, the wholesome effects of the work, and the indifference, if not the hostility of the operatives, towards the 10 hours bill. But these are not genuine working men, they are deserters from their class, who have entered the service of the bourgeoisie for better pay, and fight in the interests of the capitalists against the workers. Their interest is that of the capitalists, and they are, therefore, almost more hated by the workers than the manufacturers themselves. And yet this report suffices wholly to exhibit the most shameful recklessness of the manufacturing bourgeoisie towards its employees, the whole infamy of the industrial exploiting system in its full inhumanity. Nothing is more revolting than to compare the long register of diseases and deformities engendered by overwork, in this report, with the cold, calculating political economy of the manufacturers, by which they try to prove that they, and with them all England, must go to ruin, if they should be forbidden to cripple so and so many children every year. The language of Dr. Ure alone, which I have quoted, would be yet more revolting if it were not so preposterous. The result of this report was the Factory Act of 1833, which forbade the employment of children under 9 years of age, except in silk mills, limited the working hours of children between 9 to 13 years to 48 per week, or 9 hours in any one day at the utmost, that of young persons from 14 to 18 years of age to 69 per week, or 12 on any one day as the maximum, provided for an hour and a half as the minimum interval for meals, and repeated the total prohibition of night work for persons under 18 years of age. Compulsory school attendance 2 hours daily was prescribed for all children under 14 years, and the manufacturer declared punishable in case of employing children without a certificate of age from the factory surgeon, and a certificate of school attendance from the teacher. As recompense, the employer was permitted to withdraw 1 penny from the child's weekly earnings to pay the teacher. Further, surgeons and inspectors were appointed to visit the factories at all times, take testimony of operatives on oath, and enforce the law by prosecution before a justice of the peace. This is the law against which Dr. Ure inveighs in such unmeasured terms. The consequence of this law, and especially of the appointment of inspectors, was the reduction of working hours to an average of 12 to 13, and the superseding of children as far as possible. Hereupon some of the most crying evils disappeared almost wholly. Deformities arose now only in cases of weak constitution, and the effects of overwork became much less conspicuous. Nevertheless, enough testimony remains to be found in the factory report, that the lesser evils, swelling of the ankles, weakness and pain in the legs, hips, and back, varicose veins, ulcers on the lower extremities, general weakness, especially of the pelvic region, nausea, want of appetite alternating with unnatural hunger, indigestion, hypochondria, affections of the chest in consequence of the dust and foul atmosphere of the factories, etc., etc., all occur among employees subject to the provisions of Sir J. C. Hobhouse's Law, of 1831, which prescribes 12 to 13 hours as the maximum. The reports from Glasgow and Manchester are especially worthy of attention in this respect. These evils remain too, after the law of 1833, and continue to undermine the health of the working class to this day. Care has been taken to give the brutal profit greed of the bourgeoisie a hypocritical, civilized form, to restrain the manufacturers through the arm of the law from too conspicuous villainies, and thus to give them a pretext for self-complacently parading their sham philanthropy. That is all. If a new commission were appointed today, it would find things pretty much as before. As to the extemporized compulsory attendance at school, it remained wholly a dead letter, since the government failed to provide good schools. The manufacturers employed as teachers worn-out operatives, to whom they sent the children 2 hours daily, thus complying with the letter of the law, but the children learned nothing. And even the reports of the factory inspectors, which are limited to the scope of the inspector's duties, i.e., the enforcement of the Factory Act, give data enough to justify the conclusion that the old evils inevitably remain. Inspectors Horner and Saunders, in their reports for October and December, 1843, state that, in a number of branches in which the employment of children can be dispensed with or superseded by that of adults, the working day is still 14 to 16 hours, or even longer. Among the operatives in these branches they found numbers of young people who had just outgrown the provisions of the law. Many employers disregard the law, shorten the meal times, work children longer than is permitted, and risk prosecution, knowing that the possible fines are trifling in comparison with the certain profits derivable from the offense. Just at present especially, while business is exceptionally brisk, they are under great temptation in this respect. Meanwhile the agitation for the 10 Hours Bill by no means died out among the operatives. In 1839 it was under full headway once more, and Sadler's place, he having died, was filled in the House of Commons by Lord Ashley and Richard Osler, both Tories. Osler especially, who carried on a constant agitation in the factory districts, and had been active in the same way during Sadler's life, was the particular favourite of the working men. They called him their good old king, the king of the factory children, and there is not a child in the factory districts that does not know and revere him, that does not join the procession which moves to welcome him when he enters a town. Osler vigorously opposed the new poor law also, and was therefore imprisoned for debt by a Mr. Thornhill, on whose estate he was employed as agent, and to whom he owed money. The Whigs offered repeatedly to pay his debt and confer other favours upon him if he would only give up his agitation against the poor law. But in vain, he remained in prison, whence he published his fleet papers against the factory system and the poor law. The Tory government of 1841 turned its attention once more to the Factory Acts. The Home Secretary, Sir James Graham, proposed, in 1845, a bill restricting the working hours of children to 6½ and making the enactments for compulsory school attendance more effective, the principal point in this connection being a provision for better schools. This bill was, however, wrecked by the jealousy of the dissenters, for, although compulsory religious instruction was not extended to the children of dissenters, the schools provided for were to be placed under the general supervision of the established church, and the Bible made the general reading book, religion being thus made the foundation of all instruction, whence the dissenters felt themselves threatened. The manufacturers and the liberals generally united with them, the working men were divided by the church question, and therefore inactive. The opponents of the bill, though outweighed in the great manufacturing towns, such as Salford and Stockport, and able in others, such as Manchester, to attack certain of its points only, for fear of the working men, collected nevertheless nearly 2 million signatures for a petition against it, and Graham allowed himself to be so far intimidated as to withdraw the whole bill. The next year he omitted the school clauses, and proposed that, instead of the previous provisions, children between 8 and 13 years should be restricted to 6½ hours, and so employed as to have either the whole morning or the whole afternoon free, that young people between 13 and 18 years, and all females, should be limited to 12 hours, and that the hitherto frequent evasions of the law should be prevented. Hardly had he proposed this bill, when the 10 hours agitation was begun again more vigorously than ever. Osler had just then regained his liberty, a number of his friends and a collection among the workers had paid his debt, and he threw himself into the movement with all his might. The defenders of the 10 Hours Bill in the House of Commons had increased in numbers, the masses of petitions supporting it which poured in from all sides brought them allies, and on March 19, 1844, Lord Ashley carried, with a majority of 179 to 170, a resolution that the word night in the Factory Act should express the time from 6 at night to 6 in the morning, whereby the prohibition of night work came to mean the limitation of working hours to 12, including free hours, or 10 hours of actual work a day. But the ministry did not agree to this. Sir James Graham began to threaten resignation from the cabinet, and at the next vote on the bill the House rejected by a small majority both 10 and 12 hours. Graham and Peel now announced that they should introduce a new bill, and that if this failed to pass they should resign. The new bill was exactly the old 12 Hours Bill with some changes of form, and the same House of Commons which had rejected the principal points of this bill in March, now swallowed it whole. The reason of this was that most of the supporters of the 10 Hours Bill were Tories who let fall the bill rather than the ministry, but be the motives what they may, the House of Commons by its votes upon this subject, each vote reversing the last, has brought itself into the greatest contempt among all the workers, and proved most brilliantly the Chartists' assertion of the necessity of its reform. 3 members, who had formerly voted against the ministry, afterwards voted for it and rescued it. In all the divisions, the bulk of the opposition voted for and the bulk of its own party against the ministry. The foregoing propositions of Graham touching the employment of children 6½ and of all other operatives 12 hours are now legislative provisions, and by them and by the limitation of overwork for making up time lost through breakdown of machinery or insufficient water power by reason of frost or drought, a working day of more than 12 hours has been made well nigh impossible. There remains, however, no doubt that, in a very short time, the 10 Hours Bill will really be adopted. The manufacturers are naturally all against it, there are perhaps not 10 who are for it, they have used every honorable and dishonorable means against this dreaded measure, but with no other result than that of drawing down upon them the ever-deepening hatred of the working men. The bill will pass. What the working men will do they can do, and that they will have this bill they proved last spring. The economic arguments of the manufacturers that a 10 Hours Bill would increase the cost of production and incapacitate the English producers for competition in foreign markets, and that wages must fall, are all half true, but they prove nothing except this, that the industrial greatness of England can be maintained only through the barbarous treatment of the operatives, the destruction of their health, the social, physical, and mental decay of whole generations. Naturally, if the 10 Hours Bill were a final measure, it must ruin England, but since it must inevitably bring with it other measures which must draw England into a path wholly different from that hitherto followed, it can only prove an advance. Let us turn to another side of the factory system which cannot be remedied by legislative provisions so easily as the diseases now engendered by it. We have already alluded in a general way to the nature of the employment, and enough in detail to be able to draw certain inferences from the facts given. The supervision of machinery, the joining of broken threads, is no activity which claims the operative's thinking powers, yet it is of a sort which prevents him from occupying his mind with other things. We have seen, too, that this work affords the muscles no opportunity for physical activity. Thus it is, properly speaking, not work, but tedium, the most deadening, wearing process conceivable. The operative is condemned to let his physical and mental powers decay in this utter monotony, it is his mission to be bored every day and all day long from his 8th year. Moreover, he must not take a moment's rest, the engine moves unceasingly, the wheels, the straps, the spindles hum and rattle in his ears without a pause, and if he tries to snatch one instant, there is the overlooker at his back with the book of fines. This condemnation to be buried alive in the mill, to give constant attention to the tireless machine is felt as the keenest torture by the operatives, and its action upon mind and body is in the long run stunting in the highest degree. There is no better means of inducing stupefaction than a period of factory work, and if the operatives have, nevertheless, not only rescued their intelligence, but cultivated and sharpened it more than other working men, they have found this possible only in rebellion against their fate and against the bourgeoisie, the sole subject on which under all circumstances they can think and feel while at work. Or, if this indignation against the bourgeoisie does not become the supreme passion of the working man, the inevitable consequence is drunkenness and all that is generally called demoralization. The physical enervation and the sickness, universal in consequence of the factory system, were enough to induce Commissioner Hawkins to attribute this demoralization thereto as inevitable, how much more when mental lassitude is added to them, and when the influences already mentioned which tempt every working man to demoralization, make themselves felt here too. There is no cause for surprise, therefore, that in the manufacturing towns especially, drunkenness and sexual excesses have reached the pitch which I have already described. See further, the slavery in which the bourgeoisie holds the proletariat chained, is nowhere more conspicuous than in the factory system. Here ends all freedom in law and in fact. The operative must be in the mill at 5:30 in the morning. If he comes a couple of minutes too late, he is fined. If he comes 10 minutes too late, he is not let in until breakfast is over, and a quarter of the day's wages is withheld, though he loses only 2½ hours work out of 12. He must eat, drink, and sleep at command. For satisfying the most imperative needs, he is vouchsafed the least possible time absolutely required by them. Whether his dwelling is a half-hour or a whole one removed from the factory does not concern his employer. The despotic bell calls him from his bed, his breakfast, his dinner. What a time he has of it, too, inside the factory. Here the employer is absolute lawgiver. He makes regulations at will, changes and adds to his codex at pleasure, and even, if he inserts the craziest stuff, the courts say to the working man, "You were your own master, no one forced you to agree to such a contract if you did not wish to, but now, when you have freely entered into it, you must be bound by it." And so the working man only gets into the bargain the mockery of the justice of the peace who is a bourgeois himself, and of the law which is made by the bourgeoisie. Such decisions have been given often enough. In October, 1844, the operatives of Kennedy's mill, in Manchester, struck. Kennedy prosecuted them on the strength of a regulation placarded in the mill, that at no time more than 2 operatives in one room may quit work at once. And the court decided in his favor, giving the working men the explanation cited above. And such rules as these usually are. For instance, 1. The doors are closed 10 minutes after work begins, and thereafter no one is admitted until the breakfast hour. Whoever is absent during this time forfeits 3d. per loom. 2. Every power loom weaver detected absenting himself at another time, while the machinery is in motion, forfeits for each hour and each loom, 3d. Every person who leaves the room during working hours, without obtaining permission from the overlooker, forfeits 3d. 3. Weavers who fail to supply themselves with scissors forfeit, per day, 1d. 4. All broken shuttles, brushes, oil cans, wheels, window panes, etc., must be paid for by the weaver. 5. No weaver to stop work without giving a week's notice. The manufacturer may dismiss any employee without notice for bad work or improper behavior. 6. Every operative detected speaking to another, singing or whistling, will be fined 6d, for leaving his place during working hours, 6d. Another copy of factory regulations lies before me, according to which every operative who comes 3 minutes too late, forfeits the wages for a quarter of an hour, and every one who comes 20 minutes too late, for a quarter of a day. Every one who remains absent until breakfast forfeits a shilling on Monday, and 6d every other day of the week, etc., etc. This last is the regulation of the Phoenix Works in Jersey Street, Manchester. It may be said that such rules are necessary in a great, complicated factory. In order to ensure the harmonious working of the different parts, it may be asserted that such a severe discipline is as necessary here as in an army. This may be so, but what sort of a social order is it which cannot be maintained without such shameful tyranny? Either the end sanctifies the means, or the inference of the badness of the end from the badness of the means is justified. Every one who has served as a soldier knows what it is to be subjected even for a short time to military discipline. But these operatives are condemned from their 9th year to their death to live under the sword, physically and mentally. They are worse slaves than the Negroes in America, for they are more sharply watched, and yet it is demanded of them that they shall live like human beings, shall think and feel like men. Verily, this they can do only under glowing hatred towards their oppressors, and towards that order of things which places them in such a position, which degrades them to machines. But it is far more shameful yet, that according to the universal testimony of the operatives, numbers of manufacturers collect the fines imposed upon the operatives with the most heartless severity, and for the purpose of piling up extra profits out of the farthings thus extorted from the impoverished proletarians. Leach asserts, too, that the operatives often find the factory clock moved forward a quarter of an hour and the doors shut, while the clerk moves about with the fines book inside, noting the many names of the absentees. Leach claims to have counted 95 operatives thus shut out, standing before a factory, whose clock was a quarter of an hour slower than the town clocks at night, and a quarter of an hour faster in the morning. The factory report relates similar facts. In one factory the clock was set back during working hours, so that the operatives worked overtime without extra pay. In another, a whole quarter of an hour overtime was worked. In a third, there were two clocks, an ordinary one and a machine clock, which registered the revolutions of the main shaft. If the machinery went slowly, working hours were measured by the machine clock until the number of revolutions due in 12 hours was reached. If work went well, so that the number was reached before the usual working hours were ended, the operatives were forced to toil on to the end of the 12th hour. The witness adds that he had known girls who had good work, and who had worked overtime, who, nevertheless, betook themselves to a life of prostitution rather than submit to this tyranny. To return to the fines, Leach relates having repeatedly seen women in the last period of pregnancy fined 60 for the offense of sitting down a moment to rest. Fines for bad work are wholly arbitrary. The goods are examined in the wareroom, and the supervisor charges the fines upon a list without even summoning the operative, who only learns that he has been fined when the overlooker pays his wages, and the goods have perhaps been sold, or certainly been placed beyond his reach. Leach has in his possession such a fines list, 10 feet long, and amounting to £35.17. 10d. He relates that in the factory where this list was made, a new supervisor was dismissed for fining too little, and so bringing in £5 too little weekly. And I repeat that I know Leach to be a thoroughly trustworthy man incapable of a falsehood. But the operative is his employer's slave in still other respects. If his wife or daughter finds favor in the eyes of the master, a command, a hint suffices, and she must place herself at his disposal. When the employer wishes to supply with signatures a petition in favor of bourgeois interests, he need only send it to his mill. If he wishes to decide a parliamentary election, he sends his enfranchised operatives in rank and file to the polls, and they vote for the bourgeois candidate whether they will or no. If he desires a majority in a public meeting, he dismisses them half an hour earlier than usual, and secures them places close to the platform, where he can watch them to his satisfaction. Two further arrangements contribute especially to force the operative under the dominion of the manufacturer, the truck system and the cottage system. The truck system, the payment of the operatives in goods, was formerly universal in England. The manufacturer opens a shop, for the convenience of the operatives, and to protect them from the high prices of the petty dealers. Here goods of all sorts are sold to them on credit, and to keep the operatives from going to the shops where they could get their goods more cheaply, the Tommy shops usually charging 25 to 30% more than others, wages are paid in requisitions on the shop instead of money. The general indignation against this infamous system led to the passage of the Truck Act in 1831, by which, for most employees, payment in truck orders was declared void and illegal, and was made punishable by fine, but, like most other English laws, this has been enforced only here and there. In the towns it is carried out comparatively efficiently, but in the country, the truck system, disguised or undisguised, flourishes. In the town of Leicester, too, it is very common. There lie before me nearly a dozen convictions for this offence, dating from the period between November, 1843, and June, 1844, and reported, in part, in the Manchester Guardian and, in part, in the Northern Star. The system is, of course, less openly carried on at present. Wages are usually paid in cash, but the employer still has means enough at command to force him to purchase his wares in the truck shop and nowhere else. Hence it is difficult to combat the truck system, because it can now be carried on under cover of the law, provided only that the operative receives his wages in money. The Northern Star of April 27, 1844, publishes a letter from an operative of Holmfirth, near Huddersfield, in Yorkshire, which refers to a manufacturer of the name of Bowers, as follows. It is almost strange to see that the accursed truck system should exist to the enormous extent that it does in Holmfirth, and no one to be found to have the moral courage to attempt to put a stop to it. Here are a great many honest handloom weavers that is suffering by that accursed system. This is one specimen. Out of the many of that precious free trade crew, here is one manufacturer that as the curse of the whole neighborhood upon him, for his baseness towards his weavers. When they finish a warp, which comes to £1.14, or £1.16, he gives them £L, and the rest in goods, wearing apparel, at 40 or 50% dearer than at the regular shopkeepers, and many a time the goods are rotten. But as the Free Trade Mercury says by the factory labor, they are not bound to take it, it's quite optional. Oh, yes, but they must either take it or starve. If they want any more than the £1.00d, they must wait of a warp a week or a fortnight, but if they take the £1.00d and the goods, here is always a warp for them. This is free tradeism. Lord Brougham says we should lay something by in our young days, that we may be independent in our old age of parochial relief. Must we lay by these rotten goods? If this did not come from a lord, they would think his brains were as rotten as the goods we got for our labor. When the unstamped newspapers were in circulation, here were no lack of informers in Holmfirth. Here were the Blythes, the Estwoods, but where are they now? Oh, but this is quite different. Our truckster is one of the free trading pious crew. He goes to the church twice every Sunday, and repeats after the parson very fervently, "We have left undone those things which we ought to have done, we have done those things which we ought not to have done, and here is no help in us, but spare us, good Lord. Yes, spare us while mourning, and we will pay our weavers' wages in rotten goods again." The cottage system looks much more innocent and arose in a much more harmless way, though it has the same enslaving influence upon the employee. In the neighborhood of the mills in the country, there is often a lack of dwelling accommodation for the operatives. The manufacturer is frequently obliged to build such dwellings and does so gladly, as they yield great advantages, besides the interest upon the capital invested. If any owner of working men's dwellings averages about 6% on his invested capital, it is safe to calculate that the manufacturer's cottages yield twice this rate, for so long as his factory does not stand perfectly idle he is sure of occupants, and of occupants who pay punctually. He is therefore spared the two chief disadvantages under which other house owners labor: his cottages never stand empty, and he runs no risk. But the rent of the cottages is as high as though these disadvantages were in full force, and by obtaining the same rent as the ordinary house owner, the manufacturer, at cost of the operatives, makes a brilliant investment at 12 to 14%. For it is clearly unjust that he should make twice as much profit as other competing house owners, who at the same time are excluded from competing with him. But it implies a double wrong, when he draws his fixed profit from the pockets of the non-possessing class, which must consider the expenditure of every penny. He is used to that, however, he whose whole wealth is gained at the cost of his employees. But this injustice becomes an infamy when the manufacturer, as often happens, forces his operatives, who must occupy his houses on pain of dismissal, to pay a higher rent than the ordinary one, or even to pay rent for houses in which they do not live. The Halifax Guardian, quoted by the Liberal Sun, asserts that hundreds of operatives in Ashton-under-Lyne, Oldham, and Rochdale, etc., are forced by their employers to pay house rent whether they occupy the house or not. The cottage system is universal in the country districts, it has created whole villages, and the manufacturer usually has little or no competition against his houses, so that he can fix his price regardless of any market rate, indeed at his pleasure. And what power does the cottage system give the employer over his operatives in disagreements between master and men? If the latter strike, he need only give them notice to quit his premises, and the notice need only be a week. After that time the operative is not only without bread but without a shelter, a vagabond at the mercy of the law which sends him, without fail, to the treadmill. Such is the factory system sketched as fully as my space permits, and with as little partisan spirit as the heroic deeds of the bourgeoisie against the defenseless workers permit, deeds towards which it is impossible to remain indifferent, towards which indifference were a crime. Let us compare the condition of the free Englishman of 1845 with the Saxon serf under the lash of the Norman barons of 1145. The serf was glebe ad scriptus, bound to the soil, so is the free working man through the cottage system. The serf owed his master the jus primi noctis, the right of the first night. The free working man must, on demand, surrender to his master not only that, but the right of every night. The serf could acquire no property, everything that he gained, his master could take from him. The free working man has no property, can gain none by reason of the pressure of competition, and what even the Norman baron did not do, the modern manufacturer does. Through the truck system, he assumes every day the administration in detail of the things which the worker requires for his immediate necessities. The relation of the lord of the soil to the serf was regulated by the prevailing customs and by laws which were obeyed, because they corresponded to them. The free working man's relation to his master is regulated by laws which are not obeyed, because they correspond neither with the interests of the employer nor with the prevailing customs. The lord of the soil could not separate the serf from the land, nor sell him apart from it, and since almost all the land was fief and there was no capital, practically could not sell him at all. The modern bourgeois forces the working man to sell himself. The serf was the slave of the piece of land on which he was born, the working man is the slave of his own necessaries of life and of the money with which he has to buy them, both are slaves of a thing. The serf had a guarantee for the means of subsistence in the feudal order of society in which every member had his own place. The free working man has no guarantee whatsoever, because he has a place in society only when the bourgeoisie can make use of him. In all other cases he is ignored, treated as non-existent. The serf sacrificed himself for his master in war, the factory operative in peace. The lord of the serf was a barbarian who regarded his villain as a head of cattle. The employer of operatives is civilized and regards his hand as a machine. In short, the position of the two is not far from equal, and if either is at a disadvantage, it is the free working man. Slaves they both are, with the single difference that the slavery of the one is undissembled, open, honest, that of the other cunning, sly, disguised, deceitfully concealed from himself and every one else, a hypocritical servitude worse than the old. The philanthropic Tories were right when they gave the operatives the name white slaves. But the hypocritical disguised slavery recognizes the right to freedom, at least in outward form, bows before a freedom-loving public opinion, and herein lies the historic progress as compared with the old servitude, that the principle of freedom is affirmed, and the oppressed will one day see to it that this principle is carried out. At the close a few stanzas of a poem which voices the sentiments of the workers themselves about the factory system. Written by Edward P. Mead of Birmingham, it is a correct expression of the views prevailing among them. There is a king, and a ruthless king, not a king of the poet's dream, but a tyrant fell, white slaves know well, and that ruthless king is steam. He hath an arm, an iron arm, and though he hath but one, in that mighty arm there is a charm, that millions hath undone. Like the ancient Moloch grim, his sire in Hymen's vale that stood, his bowels are of living fire, and children are his food. His priesthood are a hungry band, bloodthirsty, proud, and bold, 'tis they direct his giant hand, in turning blood to gold. For filthy gain in their servile chain all nature's rights they bind, they mock at lovely woman's pain, and to manly tears are blind. The sighs and groans of labor's sons are music in their ear, and the skeleton shades of lads and maids, in the steam king's hell appear. Those hells upon earth, since the steam king's birth, have scattered around despair, for the human mind for heaven designed, with the body, is murdered there. Then down with the king, the Moloch king, Yet working millions all, O chain his hand, or our native land is destined by him to fall. And his satraps abhorred, each proud mill lord, now gorged with gold and blood, must be put down by the nation's frown, as well as their monster god. I have neither time nor room to deal in detail with the replies of the manufacturers to the charges made against them for 12 years past. These men will not learn because their supposed interest blinds them. As, moreover, many of their objections have been met in the foregoing, the following is all that it is necessary for me to add. You come to Manchester, you wish to make yourself acquainted with the state of affairs in England. You naturally have good introductions to respectable people. You drop a remark or two as to the condition of the workers. You are made acquainted with a couple of the first liberal manufacturers, Robert Hyde Gregg, perhaps, Edmund Ashworth, Thomas Ashton, or others. They are told of your wishes. The manufacturer understands you, knows what he has to do. He accompanies you to his factory in the country, Mr. Gregg to Quarry Bank in Cheshire, Mr. Ashworth to Turton near Bolton, Mr. Ashton to Hyde. He leads you through a superb, admirably arranged building, perhaps supplied with ventilators. He calls your attention to the lofty, airy rooms, the fine machinery, here and there a healthy-looking operative. He gives you an excellent lunch, and proposes to you to visit the operatives' homes. He conducts you to the cottages, which look new, clean, and neat, and goes with you into this one and that one, naturally only to overlookers, mechanics, etc., so that you may see families who live wholly from the factory. Among other families you might find that only wife and children work, and the husband darns stockings. The presence of the employer keeps you from asking indiscreet questions. You find everyone well paid, comfortable, comparatively healthy by reason of the country air. You begin to be converted from your exaggerated ideas of misery and starvation. But, that the cottage system makes slaves of the operatives, that there may be a truck shop in the neighborhood, that the people hate the manufacturer, this they do not point out to you, because he is present. He has built a school, church, reading room, etc. That he uses the school to train children to subordination, that he tolerates in the reading room such prints only as represent the interests of the bourgeoisie, that he dismisses his employees if they read Chartist or Socialist papers or books. This is all concealed from you. You see an easy, patriarchal relation, you see the life of the overlookers, you see what the bourgeoisie promises the workers if they become its slaves, mentally and morally. This country manufacture has always been what the employers like to show, because in it the disadvantages of the factory system, especially from the point of view of health, are, in part, done away with by the free air and surroundings, and because the patriarchal servitude of the workers can here be longest maintained. Dr. Ure sings a dithyramb upon the theme. But woe to the operatives to whom it occurs to think for themselves and become Chartists. For them the paternal affection of the manufacturer comes to a sudden end. Further, if you should wish to be accompanied through the working people's quarters of Manchester, if you should desire to see the development of the factory system in a factory town, you may wait long before these rich bourgeoisie will help you. These gentlemen do not know in what condition their employees are nor what they want, and they dare not know things which would make them uneasy or even oblige them to act in opposition to their own interests. But, fortunately, that is of no consequence. What the working men have to carry out, they carry out for themselves. The remaining branches of industry. We were compelled to deal with the factory system somewhat at length, as it is an entirely novel creation of the industrial period. We shall be able to treat the other workers the more briefly, because what has been said either of the industrial proletariat in general, or of the factory system in particular, will wholly, or in part, apply to them. We shall, therefore, merely have to record how far the factory system has succeeded in forcing its way into each branch of industry, and what other peculiarities these may reveal. The four branches comprised under the Factory Act are engaged in the production of clothing stuffs. We shall do best if we deal next with those workers who receive their materials from these factories, and, first of all, with the stocking weavers of Nottingham, Derby, and Leicester. Touching these workers, the Children's Employment Commission reports that the long working hours, imposed by low wages, with the sedentary life and the strain upon the eyes involved in the nature of the employment, usually enfeeble the whole frame, and especially the eyes. Work at night is impossible without a very powerful light produced by concentrating the rays of the lamp, making them pass through glass globes, which is most injurious to the sight. At 40 years of age, nearly all wear spectacles. The children employed at spooling and hemming usually suffer grave injuries to the health and constitution. They work from the 6th, 7th, or 8th year 10 to 12 hours daily in small, close rooms. It is not uncommon for them to faint at their work, to become too feeble for the most ordinary household occupation, and so nearsighted as to be obliged to wear glasses during childhood. Many were found by the commissioners to exhibit all the symptoms of a scrofulous constitution, and the manufacturers usually refuse to employ girls who have worked in this way as being too weak. The condition of these children is characterized as a disgrace to a Christian country, and the wish expressed for legislative interference. The factory report adds that the stocking weavers are the worst paid workers in Leicester, earning 6, or with great effort, 7 shillings a week, for 16 to 18 hours daily work. Formerly they earned 20 to 21 shillings, but the introduction of enlarged frames has ruined their business. The great majority still work with old, small, single frames, and compete with difficulty with the progress of machinery. Here, too, every progress is a disadvantage for the workers. Nevertheless, Commissioner Power speaks of the pride of the stocking weavers that they are free, and have no factory bell to measure out the time for their eating, sleeping, and working. Their position today is no better than in 1833, when the Factory Commission made the foregoing statements. The competition of the Saxon stocking weavers, who have scarcely anything to eat, takes care of that. This competition is too strong for the English in nearly all foreign markets, and for the lower qualities of goods even in the English market. It must be a source of rejoicing for the patriotic German stocking weaver that his starvation wages force his English brother to starve too. And, verily, will he not starve on, proud and happy, for the greater glory of German industry, since the honor of the fatherland demands that his table should be bare, his dish half empty? Ah! It is a noble thing, this competition, this race of the nations. In the Morning Chronicle, another liberal sheet, the organ of the bourgeoisie par excellence, there were published some letters from a stocking weaver in Hinckley, describing the condition of his fellow workers. Among other things, he reports 50 families, 321 persons, who were supported by 109 frames, each frame yielded on an average 5.5 shillings, each family earned an average of 11s. 4d weekly. Out of this there was required for house rent, frame rent, fuel, light, soap, and needles, together 5s. 10d, so that there remained for food, per head daily, 1/2d, and for clothing nothing. Eye hath not seen, says the stocking weaver, ear hath not heard, the heart cannot conceive the half of the suffering endured by this poverty-stricken people. Beds were wanting either wholly or in part, the children ran about ragged and barefoot, the men said, with tears in their eyes, we never tasted meat this many a day, we have almost forgotten its taste, and, finally, some of them worked on Sunday, though public opinion pardons anything else more readily than this, and the rattling noise of the frame is audible throughout the neighborhood. Look at my children, said one of them, and ask no more. It is because my poverty compels me, I cannot and will not hear my children cry for bread without taking the only means honestly to get it. Last Monday morning I rose at 2 o'clock and worked till near midnight. I rose at 6 o'clock each succeeding morning and worked until between 11 and 12 each night. I cannot do it longer. I shall go to an untimely grave if I do. I will therefore end my labors at 10 o'clock each night and make up the time lost by laboring on the Sunday. Neither in Leicester, Nottingham, nor Derby have wages risen since 1833, and the worst of it is that in Leicester the truck system prevails to a great extent, as I have mentioned. It is, therefore, not to be wondered at that the weavers of this region take a very active part in all working men's movements, the more active and effective because the frames are worked chiefly by men. In this stocking weavers' district the lace industry also has its headquarters. In the 3 counties mentioned there are in all 2,760 lace frames in use, while in all the rest of England there are but 787. The manufacture of lace is greatly complicated by a rigid division of labor, and embraces a multitude of branches. The yarn is first spooled by girls 14 years of age and upwards, winders, then the spools are set up on the frames by boys, 8 years old and upwards, threaders, who pass the thread through fine openings, of which each machine has an average of 1,800, and bring it towards its destination. Then the weaver weaves the lace which comes out of the machine like a broad piece of cloth and is taken apart by very little children who draw out the connecting threads. This is called running or drawing lace, and the children themselves lace runners. The lace is then made ready for sale. The winders, like the threaders, have no specified working time, being called upon whenever the spools on a frame are empty, and are liable, since the weavers work at night, to be required at any time in the factory or workroom. This irregularity, the frequent night work, the disorderly way of living consequent upon it, engender a multitude of physical and moral ills, especially early and unbridled sexual license, upon which point all witnesses are unanimous. The work is very bad for the eyes, and although a permanent injury in the case of the threaders is not universally observable, inflammations of the eye, pain, tears, and momentary uncertainty of vision during the act of threading are engendered. For the winders, however, it is certain that their work seriously affects the eye, and produces, besides the frequent inflammations of the cornea, many cases of amaurosis and cataract. The work of the weavers themselves is very difficult, as the frames have constantly been made wider, until those now in use are almost all worked by 3 men in turn, each working 8 hours, and the frame being kept in use the whole 24. Hence it is that the winders and threaders are so often called upon during the night, and must work to prevent the frame from standing idle. The filling in of 1,800 openings with thread occupies 3 children at least 2 hours. Many frames are moved by steam power, and the work of men thus superseded, and, as the Children's Employment Commission's report mentions only lace factories to which the children are summoned, it seems to follow either that the work of the weavers has been removed to great factory rooms of late, or that steam weaving has become pretty general, a forward movement of the factory system in either case. Most unwholesome of all is the work of the runners, who are usually children of 7, and even of 5 and 4, years old. Commissioner Granger actually found one child of 2 years old employed at this work. Following a thread which is to be withdrawn by a needle from an intricate texture, is very bad for the eyes, especially when, as is usually the case, the work is continued 14 to 16 hours. In the least unfavorable case, aggravated nearsightedness follows, in the worst case, which is frequent enough, incurable blindness from amaurosis. But, apart from that, the children, in consequence of sitting perpetually bent up, become feeble, narrow-chested, and scrofulous from bad digestion. Disordered functions of the uterus are almost universal among the girls, and curvature of the spine also, so that all the runners may be recognized from their gait. The same consequences for the eyes and the whole constitution are produced by the embroidery of lace. Medical witnesses are unanimously of the opinion that the health of all children employed in the production of lace suffers seriously, that they are pale, weak, delicate, undersized, and much less able than other children to resist disease. The affections from which they usually suffer are general debility, frequent fainting, pains in the head, sides, back, and hips, palpitation of the heart, nausea, vomiting and want of appetite, curvature of the spine, scrofula, and consumption. The health of the female lace makers especially is constantly and deeply undermined. Complaints are universal of anemia, difficult childbirth, and miscarriage. The same subordinate official of the Children's Employment Commission reports further that the children are very often ill-clothed and ragged, and receive insufficient food, usually only bread and tea, often no meat for months together. As to their moral condition, he reports. In the town of Nottingham all parties, police, clergy, manufacturers, workpeople, and parents of the children agree that the present system of labor is a most fertile source of immorality. The threaders, who are usually boys, and the winders, who are generally girls, are called out of their parents' houses at all hours of the night, and as it is quite uncertain how long they may be required, a ready and unanswerable excuse for staying out is furnished, and they have every facility for forming improper connections. This must have contributed, in no slight degree, to the immorality which, according to the opinion universally expressed, prevails to a most awful extent in Nottingham. In addition to the immediate evils to the children themselves, the domestic peace and comfort of the families to which they are members are sacrificed to this most unnatural state of things. Another branch of lace-making, bobbin lacework, is carried on in the agricultural shires of Northampton, Oxford, and Bedford, chiefly by children and young persons, who complain universally of bad food, and rarely taste meat. The employment itself is most unwholesome. The children work in small, ill-ventilated, damp rooms, sitting always bent over the lace cushion. To support the body in this wearying position, the girls wear stays with a wooden busk, which, at the tender age of most of them, when the bones are still very soft, wholly displace the ribs, and make narrow chests universal. They usually die of consumption after suffering the severest forms of digestive disorders, brought on by sedentary work in a bad atmosphere. They are almost wholly without education, least of all do they receive moral training. They love finery, and in consequence of these two influences their moral condition is most deplorable, and prostitution almost epidemic among them. This is the price at which society purchases for the fine ladies of the bourgeoisie the pleasure of wearing lace, a reasonable price truly. Only a few thousand blind working men, some consumptive laborers' daughters, a sickly generation of the vile multitude bequeathing its debility to its equally vile children and children's children. But what does that come to? Nothing, nothing whatsoever. Our English bourgeoisie will lay the report of the government. Commission aside indifferently, and wives and daughters will deck themselves with lace as before. It is a beautiful thing, the composure of an English bourgeois. A great number of operatives are employed in the cotton printing establishments of Lancashire, Derbyshire, and the west of Scotland. In no branch of English industry has mechanical ingenuity produced such brilliant results as here, but in no other has it so crushed the workers. The application of engraved cylinders driven by steam power, and the discovery of a method of printing 4 to 6 colors at once with such cylinders, has as completely superseded handwork as did the application of machinery to the spinning and weaving of cotton, and these new arrangements in the printing works have superseded the hand workers much more than was the case in the production of the fabrics. One man, with the assistance of one child, now does with a machine the work done formerly by 200 block printers. A single machine yields 28 yards of printed cloth per minute. The calico printers are in a very bad way in consequence. The shires of Lancaster, Derby, and Chester produced, according to a petition of the printers to the House of Commons, in the year 1842, 11 million pieces of printed cotton goods. Of these, 100,000 were printed by hand exclusively, 900,000 in part with machinery and in part by hand, and 10 million by machinery alone, with 4 to 6 colors. As the machinery is chiefly new and undergoes constant improvement, the number of hand printers is far too great for the available quantity of work, and many of them are therefore starving. The petition puts the number at 1/4 of the whole, while the rest are employed but 1 or 2, in the best case 3 days in the week, and are ill paid. Leach asserts of one print works, Deeply Dale, near Bury, in Lancashire, that the hand printers did not earn on an average more than 5 shillings, though he knows that the machine printers were pretty well paid. The print works are thus wholly affiliated with the factory system, but without being subject to the legislative restrictions placed upon it. They produce an article subject to fashion, and have therefore no regular work. If they have small orders, they work half-time. If they make a hit with a pattern, and business is brisk, they work 12 hours, perhaps all night. In the neighborhood of my home, near Manchester, there was a print works that was often lighted when I returned late at night, and I have heard that the children were obliged at times to work so long there, that they would try to catch a moment's rest and sleep on the stone steps and in the corners of the lobby. I have no legal proof of the truth of the statement, or I should name the firm. The report of the Children's Employment Commission is very cursory upon this subject, stating merely that in England, at least, the children are mostly pretty well clothed and fed, relatively, according to the wages of the parents, that they receive no education whatsoever, and are morally on a low plane. It is only necessary to remember that these children are subject to the factory system, and then, referring the reader to what has already been said of that, we can pass on. Of the remaining workers employed in the manufacture of clothing stuffs little remains to be said. The bleachers' work is very unwholesome, obliging them to breathe chlorine, a gas injurious to the lungs. The work of the dyers is in many cases very healthful, since it requires the exertion of the whole body. How these workers are paid is little known, and this is ground enough for the inference that they do not receive less than the average wages, otherwise they would make complaint. The fustian cutters, who, in consequence of the large consumption of cotton velvet, are comparatively numerous, being estimated at from 3,000 to 4,000, have suffered very severely, indirectly, from the influence of the factory system. The goods formerly woven with hand looms, were not perfectly uniform, and required a practiced hand in cutting the single rows of threads. Since power looms have been used, the rows run regularly, each thread of the weft is exactly parallel with the preceding one, and cutting is no longer an art. The workers thrown out of employment by the introduction of machinery turned to fustian cutting, and forced down wages by their competition. The manufacturers discovered that they could employ women and children, and the wages sank to the rate paid them, while hundreds of men were thrown out of employment. The manufacturers found that they could get the work done in the factory itself more cheaply than in the cutter's workroom, for which they indirectly paid the rent. Since this discovery, the low upper-story cutters' rooms stand empty in many a cottage, or are let for dwellings, while the cutter has lost his freedom of choice of his working hours, and is brought under the dominion of the factory bell. A cutter of perhaps 45 years of age told me that he could remember a time when he had received 8d. a yard for work, for which he now received limited. True, he can cut the more regular texture more quickly than the old, but he can by no means do twice as much in an hour as formerly, so that his wages have sunk to less than a quarter of what they were. Leachy gives a list of wages paid in 1827 and in 1843 for various goods, from which it appears that articles paid in 1827 at the rate of 4d, 2 1/2d, 2 3/4d, and 1d per yard, were paid in 1843 at the rate of 1 1/2d, 1d, 3/4d, and 3/8d per yard, cutters' wages. The average weekly wage, according to Leach, was as follows: 1,827, £1 SIXS. 6d, pound L2s. 6d, £1, £1 SIXS. 6d, and for the same goods in 1843, 10s, 7s, SIXS. 8d, 10s, while there are hundreds of workers who cannot find employment even at these last named rates. Of the hand weavers of the cotton industry we have already spoken. The other woven fabrics are almost exclusively produced on hand looms. Here most of the workers have suffered as the weavers have done from the crowding in of competitors displaced by machinery, and are, moreover, subject like the factory operatives to a severe fine system for bad work. Take, for instance, the silk weavers. Mr. Brocklehurst, one of the largest silk manufacturers in all England, laid before a committee of members of Parliament lists taken from his books, from which it appears that for goods for which he paid wages in 1821 at the rate of 30s, 14s, 3 1/2s, 3/4s, 11/10s, 10s, he paid in 1831 but 9s, 7 1/2s, 2 1/4s, 1/3s, 1/2s, 6 1/4s, while in this case no improvement in the machinery has taken place. But what Mr. Brocklehurst does may very well be taken as a standard for all. From the same lists it appears that the average weekly wage of his weavers, after all deductions, was, in 1821, 16 1/2s, and, in 1831, but 6s. Since that time wages have fallen still further. Goods which brought in 4d. Weavers' wages in 1831, bring in but 2 1/2d. In 1845, single sarsenets, and a great number of weavers in the country can get work only when they undertake these goods at 1 1/2d-2d. Moreover, they are subject to arbitrary deductions from their wages. Every weaver who receives materials is given a card, on which is usually to be read that the work is to be returned at a specified hour of the day, that a weaver who cannot work by reason of illness must make the fact known at the office within 3 days, or sickness will not be regarded as an excuse, that it will not be regarded as a sufficient excuse if the weaver claims to have been obliged to wait for yarn, that for certain faults in the work, if, for example, more weft threads are found within a given space than are prescribed, not less than half the wages will be deducted, and that if the goods should not be ready at the time specified, 1 penny will be deducted for every yard returned. The deductions in accordance with these cards are so considerable that, for instance, a man who comes twice a week to Lee, in Lancashire, to gather up woven goods, brings his employer at least £15 fines every time. He asserts this himself, and he is regarded as one of the most lenient. Such things were formerly settled by arbitration, but as the workers were usually dismissed if they insisted upon that, the custom has been almost wholly abandoned, and the manufacturer acts arbitrarily as prosecutor, witness, judge, lawgiver, and executive in one person. And if the workman goes to a justice of the peace, the answer is when you accepted your card you entered upon a contract, and you must abide by it. The case is the same as that of the factory operatives. Besides, the employer obliges the workman to sign a document in which he declares that he agrees to the deductions made. And if a workman rebels, all the manufacturers in the town know at once that he is a man who, as Leach says, is an enemy to all ticket-made law and social order and has the impudence to dispute the wisdom of those whom he ought to know are his superiors in society. Naturally, the workers are perfectly free, the manufacturer does not force them to take his materials and his cards, but he says to them what Leach translates into plain English with the words, "If you don't like to be frizzled in my frying pan, you can take a walk into the fire." The silk weavers of London, and especially of Spitalfields, have lived in periodic distress for a long time, and that they still have no cause to be satisfied with their lot is proved by their taking a most active part in English labour movements in general, and in London ones in particular. The distress prevailing among them gave rise to the fever which broke out in East London, and called forth the Commission for investigating the sanitary condition of the labouring class. But the last report of the London Fever Hospital shows that this disease is still raging. After the textile fabrics, by far the most important products of English industry are the metalwares. This trade has its headquarters at Birmingham, where the finer metal goods of all sorts are produced, at Sheffield for cutlery, and in Staffordshire, especially at Wolverhampton, where the coarser articles, locks, nails, etc., are manufactured. In describing the position of the workers employed in these trades, let us begin with Birmingham. The disposition of the work has retained in Birmingham, as in most places where metals are wrought, something of the old handicraft character. The small employers are still to be found, who work with their apprentices in the shop at home, or when they need steam power, in great factory buildings which are divided into little shops, each rented to a small employer, and supplied with a shaft moved by the engine, and furnishing motive power for the machinery. Leon Faucher, author of a series of articles in the Revue des Deux Mondes, which at least betray study, and are better than what has hitherto been written upon the subject by Englishmen or Germans, characterizes this relation in contrast with the manufacture of Lancashire as Démocratie industrielle, and observes that it produces no very favorable results for master or men. This observation is perfectly correct, for the many small employers cannot well subsist on the profit divided amongst them, determined by competition, a profit under other circumstances absorbed by a single manufacturer. The centralizing tendency of capital holds them down. For one who grows rich 10 are ruined, and 100 placed at greater disadvantage than ever, by the pressure of the one upstart who can afford to sell more cheaply than they. And in the cases where they have to compete from the beginning against great capitalists, it is self-evident that they can only toil along with the greatest difficulty. The apprentices are, as we shall see, quite as badly off under the small employers as under the manufacturers, with the single difference that they, in turn, may become small employers, and so attain a certain independence, that is to say, they are at best less directly exploited by the bourgeoisie than under the factory system. Thus these small employers are neither genuine proletarians, since they live in part upon the work of their apprentices, nor genuine bourgeois, since their principal means of support is their own work. This peculiar midway position of the Birmingham iron workers is to blame for their having so rarely joined wholly and unreservedly in the English labour movements. Birmingham is a politically radical, but not a Chartist, town. There are, however, numerous larger factories belonging to capitalists, and in these the factory system reigns supreme. The division of labor, which is here carried out to the last detail, in the needle industry, for example, and the use of steam power, admit of the employment of a great multitude of women and children, and we find here precisely the same features reappearing which the factories report presented: the work of women up to the hour of confinement, incapacity as housekeepers, neglect of home and children, indifference, actual dislike to family life, and demoralization. Further, the crowding out of men from employment, the constant improvement of machinery, early emancipation of children, husbands supported by their wives and children, etc., etc. The children are described as half-starved and ragged, the half of them are said not to know what it is to have enough to eat, many of them get nothing to eat before the midday meal, or even live the whole day upon a penny worth of bread for a noonday meal. There were actually cases in which children received no food from 8 in the morning until 7 at night. Their clothing is very often scarcely sufficient to cover their nakedness, many are barefoot even in winter. Hence they are all small and weak for their age, and rarely develop with any degree of vigor. And when we reflect that with these insufficient means of reproducing the physical forces, hard and protracted work in close rooms is required of them, we cannot wonder that there are few adults in Birmingham fit for military service. The working men, says a recruiting surgeon, are shorter, more puny, and altogether inferior in their physical powers. Many of the men presented for examinations, are distorted in the spine and chest. According to the assertion of a recruiting sergeant, the people of Birmingham are smaller than those anywhere else, being usually 5 feet 4 to 5 inches tall. Out of 613 recruits, but 238 were found fit for service. As to education, a series of depositions and specimens taken from the metal districts have already been given, to which the reader is referred. It appears further, from the Children's Employment Commission's report, that in Birmingham more than half the children, between 5 and 15 years attend no school whatsoever, that those who do are constantly changing, so that it is impossible to give them any training of an enduring kind, and that they are all withdrawn from school very early and set to work. The report makes it clear what sort of teachers are employed. One teacher, in answer to the question whether she gave moral instruction, said, "No, for 3 pence a week school fees that was too much to require, but that she took a great deal of trouble to instill good principles into the children." And she made a decided slip in her English in saying it. In the schools the commissioner found constant noise and disorder. The moral state of the children is in the highest degree deplorable. Half of all the criminals are children under 15, and in a single year 90 10-years-old offenders, among them 44 serious criminal cases, were sentenced. Unbridled sexual intercourse seems, according to the opinion of the Commissioner, almost universal, and that at a very early age. In the iron district of Staffordshire the state of things is still worse. For the coarse wares made here neither much division of labour, with certain exceptions, nor steam power or machinery can be applied. In Wolverhampton, Willenhall, Bilston, Sedgley, Wensfield, Darlaston, Dudley, Walsall, Wednesbury, etc., there are, therefore, fewer factories. But chiefly single forges, where the small masters work alone, or with one or more apprentices, who serve them until reaching the 21st year. The small employers are in about the same situation as those of Birmingham, but the apprentices, as a rule, are much worse off. They get almost exclusively meat from diseased animals or such as have died a natural death, or tainted meat, or fish to eat, with veal from calves killed too young, and pork from swine smothered during transportation, and such food is furnished not by small employers only, but by large manufacturers, who employ from 30 to 40 apprentices. The custom seems to be universal in Wolverhampton, and its natural consequence is frequent bowel complaints and other diseases. Moreover, the children usually do not get enough to eat, and have rarely other clothing than their working rags, for which reason, if for no other, they cannot go to Sunday school. The dwellings are bad and filthy, often so much so that they give rise to disease, and in spite of the not materially unhealthy work, the children are puny, weak, and, in many cases, severely crippled. In Willenhall, for instance, there are countless persons who have, from perpetually filing at the lathe, crooked backs and one leg crooked, hind leg as they call it, so that the two legs have the form of a K, while it is said that more than 1/3 of the working men there are ruptured. Here, as well as in Wolverhampton, numberless cases were found of retarded puberty among girls, for girls, too, work at the forges, as well as among boys, extending even to the 19th year. In Sedgley and its surrounding district, where nails form almost the sole product, the nailers live and work in the most wretched stable-like huts, which for filth can scarcely be equalled. Girls and boys work from the 10th or 12th year, and are accounted fully skilled only when they make 1,000 nails a day. For 1,200 nails the pay is 5 3/4 d. Every nail receives 12 blows, and since the hammer weighs 1/4 pounds, the nailer must lift 18,000 pounds to earn this miserable pay. With this hard work and insufficient food, the children inevitably develop ill-formed, undersized frames, and the Commissioner's depositions confirm this. As to the state of education in this district, data have already been furnished in the foregoing chapters. It is upon an incredibly low plane. Half the children do not even go to Sunday school, and the other half go irregularly. Very few, in comparison with the other districts, can read, and in the matter of writing the case is much worse. Naturally, for between the 7th and 10th years, just when they are beginning to get some good out of going to school, they are set to work, and the Sunday school teachers, smiths, or miners, frequently cannot read, and write their names with difficulty. The prevailing morals correspond with these means of education. In Willenhall, Commissioner Horne asserts, and supplies ample proofs of his assertion, that there exists absolutely no moral sense among the workers. In general, he found that the children neither recognized duties to their parents nor felt any affection for them. They were so little capable of thinking of what they said, so stolid, so hopelessly stupid, that they often asserted that they were well treated, were coming on famously, when they were forced to work 12 to 14 hours, were clad in rags, did not get enough to eat, and were beaten so that they felt it several days afterwards. They knew nothing of a different kind of life than that in which they toil from morning until they are allowed to stop at night, and did not even understand the question never heard before, whether they were tired. In Sheffield wages are better, and the external state of the workers also. On the other hand, certain branches of work are to be noticed here, because of their extraordinarily injurious influence upon health. Certain operations require the constant pressure of tools against the chest, and engender consumption in many cases. Others, file cutting among them, retard the general development of the body and produce digestive disorders. Bone cutting for knife handles brings with it headache, biliousness, and among girls, of whom many are employed, anemia. By far the most unwholesome work is the grinding of knife blades and forks, which, especially when done with a dry stone, entails certain early death. The unwholesomeness of this work lies in part in the bent posture, in which chest and stomach are cramped, but especially in the quantity of sharp-edged metal dust particles freed in the cutting, which fill the atmosphere, and are necessarily inhaled. The dry grinder's average life is hardly 35 years, the wet grinder's rarely exceeds 45. Dr. Knight, in Sheffield, says, "I can convey some idea of the injuriousness of this occupation only by asserting that the greatest drinkers among the grinders are sometimes the longest lived, owing to their more frequent absence from their work. Altogether the grinders in Sheffield amount to about 2,500, of this number about 150, viz. 80 men and 70 boys, are fork grinders. These die from 28 to 32 years of age. The razor grinders, grind both wet and dry, and they die from 40 to 45 years of age. The table knife grinders work on wet stones, and they live to betwixt 40 and 50 years of age." The same physician gives the following description of the course of the disease called grinder's asthma. "Those who are to be brought up grinders, usually begin to work when they are about 14 years old. Grinders, who have good constitutions seldom experience much inconvenience from their trade until they arrive at about 20 years of age. About that time the symptoms of their peculiar complaint begin to steal upon them, their breathing becomes more than usually embarrassed on slight exertions, particularly on going upstairs or ascending a hill, their shoulders are elevated in order to relieve their constant and increasing dyspnoea, they stoop forward, and appear to breathe the most comfortably in that posture in which they are accustomed to sit at their work. Their complexions assume a muddy, dirty appearance, their countenance indicates anxiety, they complain of a sense of tightness across the chest, their voice is rough and hoarse, their cough loud, and as if the air were drawn through wooden tubes, they occasionally expectorate considerable quantities of dust, sometimes mixed up with mucus, at other times in globular or cylindrical masses enveloped in a thin film of mucus. Hemoptysis, inability to lie down, night sweats, cholignative diarrhea, extreme emaciation, together with all the usual symptoms of pulmonary consumption at length carry them off, but not until they have lingered through months, and even years of suffering, incapable of working so as to support either themselves or their families. I must add that all the attempts which have hitherto been made to prevent or to cure the grinder's asthma, have utterly failed. All this Knight wrote 10 years ago. Since then the number of grinders and the violence of the disease have increased, though attempts have been made to prevent it by covered grindstones and carrying off the dust by artificial draught. These methods have been at least partially successful, but the grinders do not desire their adoption, and have even destroyed the contrivance here and there, in the belief that more workers may be attracted to the business and wages thus reduced, they are for a short life and a merry one. Dr. Knight has often told grinders who came to him with the first symptoms of asthma that a return to grinding means certain death, but with no avail. He who is once a grinder falls into despair, as though he had sold himself to the devil. Education in Sheffield is upon a very low plane. A clergyman, who had occupied himself largely with the statistics of education, was of the opinion that of 16,500 children of the working class who are in a position to attend school, scarcely 6,500 can read. This comes of the fact that the children are taken from school in the 7th, and, at the very latest, in the 12th year, and that the teachers are good for nothing. One was a convicted thief who found no other way of supporting himself after being released from jail than teaching school. Immorality among young people seems to be more prevalent in Sheffield than anywhere else. It is hard to tell which town ought to have the prize, and in reading the report one believes of each one that this certainly deserves it. The younger generation spend the whole of Sunday lying in the street tossing coins or fighting dogs, go regularly to the gin palace, where they sit with their sweethearts until late at night, when they take walks in solitary couples. In an alehouse which the commissioner visited, there sat 40 to 50 young people of both sexes, nearly all under 17 years of age, and each lad beside his lass. Here and there cards were played, at other places dancing was going on, and everywhere drinking. Among the company were openly avowed professional prostitutes. No wonder, then, that, as all the witnesses testify, early, unbridled sexual intercourse, youthful prostitution, beginning with persons of 14 to 15 years, is extraordinarily frequent in Sheffield. Crimes of a savage and desperate sort are of common occurrence. 1 year before the commissioner's visit, a band, consisting chiefly of young persons, was arrested when about to set fire to the town, being fully equipped with lances and inflammable substances. We shall see later that the labor movement in Sheffield has the same savage character. Besides these two main centres of the metal industry, there are needle factories in Warrington, Lancashire, where great want, immorality, and ignorance prevail among the workers, and especially among the children, and a number of nail forges in the neighbourhood of Wigan, in Lancashire, and in the east of Scotland. The reports from these latter districts tell almost precisely the same story as those of Staffordshire. There is one more branch of this industry carried on in the factory districts, especially in Lancashire, the essential peculiarity of which is the production of machinery by machinery, whereby the workers, crowded out elsewhere, are deprived of their last refuge, the creation of the very enemy which supersedes them. Machinery for planing and boring, cutting screws, wheels, nuts, etc., with power lathes, has thrown out of employment a multitude of men who formerly found regular work at good wages, and whoever wishes to do so may see crowds of them in Manchester. North of the iron district of Staffordshire lies an industrial region to which we shall now turn our attention, the potteries, whose headquarters are in the borough of Stoke, embracing Henley, Burslem, Lane End, Lane Delph, Etruria, Coleridge, Langport, Tunstall, and Golden Hill, containing together 70,000 inhabitants. The Children's Employment Commission reports upon this subject that in some branches of this industry, in the production of stoneware, the children have light employment in warm, airy rooms, in others, on the contrary, hard, wearing labor is required, while they receive neither sufficient food nor good clothing. Many children complain don't get enough to eat, get mostly potatoes with salt, never meat, never bread, don't go to school, haven't got no clothes. Haven't got nothing to eat today for dinner, don't never have dinner at home, get mostly potatoes and salt, sometimes bread. This is all the clothes I have, no Sunday suit at home. Among the children whose work is especially injurious are the mold runners, who have to carry the molded article with the form to the drying room, and afterwards bring back the empty form, when the article is properly dried. Thus they must go to and fro the whole day, carrying burdens heavy in proportion to their age, while the high temperature in which they have to do this increases very considerably the exhaustiveness of the work. These children, with scarcely a single exception, are lean, pale, feeble, stunted, nearly all suffer from stomach troubles, nausea, want of appetite, and many of them die of consumption. Almost as delicate are the boys called jiggers, from the jigger wheel which they turn. But by far the most injurious is the work of those who dip the finished article into a fluid containing great quantities of lead, and often of arsenic, or have to take the freshly dipped article up with the hand. The hands and clothing of these workers, adults and children, are always wet with this fluid, the skin softens and falls off under the constant contact with rough objects, so that the fingers often bleed, and are constantly in a state most favorable for the absorption of this dangerous substance. The consequence is violent pain, and serious disease of the stomach and intestines, obstinate constipation, colic, sometimes consumption, and, most common of all, epilepsy among children. Among men, partial paralysis of the hand muscles, colica pictorum, and paralysis of whole limbs are ordinary phenomena. One witness relates that 2 children who worked with him died of convulsions at their work. Another, who had helped with the dipping 2 years while a boy, relates that he had violent pains in the bowels at first, then convulsions, in consequence of which he was confined to his bed 2 months, since when the attacks of convulsions have increased in frequency, are now daily, accompanied often by 10 to 20 epileptic fits. His right arm is paralyzed, and the physicians tell him that he can never regain the use of his limbs. In one factory were found in the dipping house 4 men, all epileptic and afflicted with severe colic, and 11 boys, several of whom were already epileptic. In short, this frightful disease follows this occupation universally, and that, too, to the greater pecuniary profit of the bourgeoisie. In the rooms in which the stoneware is scoured, the atmosphere is filled with pulverized flint, the breathing of which is as injurious as that of the steel dust among the Sheffield grinders. The workers lose breath, cannot lie down, suffer from sore throat and violent coughing, and come to have so feeble a voice that they can scarcely be heard. They, too, all die of consumption. In the Potteries district, the schools are said to be comparatively numerous, and to offer the children opportunities for instruction, but as the latter are so early set to work for 12 hours and often more per day, they are not in a position to avail themselves of the schools, so that 3/4 of the children examined by the commissioner could neither read nor write, while the whole district is plunged in the deepest ignorance. Children who have attended Sunday school for years could not tell one letter from another, and the moral and religious education, as well as the intellectual, is on a very low plane. In the manufacture of glass, too, work occurs which seems little injurious to men, but cannot be endured by children. The hard labor, the irregularity of the hours, the frequent night work, and especially the great heat of the working place, 100 to 130 Fahrenheit, engender in children general debility and disease, stunted growth, and especially affections of the eye, bowel complaint, and rheumatic and bronchial affections. Many of the children are pale, have red eyes, often blind for weeks at a time, suffer from violent nausea, vomiting, coughs, colds, and rheumatism. When the glass is withdrawn from the fire, the children must often go into such heat that the boards on which they stand catch fire under their feet. The glassblowers usually die young of debility and chest affections. As a whole, this report testifies to the gradual but sure introduction of the factory system into all branches of industry, recognizable especially by the employment of women and children. I have not thought it necessary to trace in every case the progress of machinery and the superseding of men as workers. Everyone who is in any degree acquainted with the nature of manufacture can fill this out for himself, while space fails me to describe in detail an aspect of our present system of production, the result of which I have already sketched in dealing with the factory system. In all directions machinery is being introduced, and the last trace of the working man's independence thus destroyed. In all directions the family is being dissolved by the labor of wife and children, or inverted by the husband's being thrown out of employment and made dependent upon them for bread. Everywhere inevitable machinery bestows upon the great capitalist command of trade and of the workers with it. The centralization of capital strides forward without interruption, the division of society into great capitalists and non-possessing workers is sharper every day, the industrial development of the nation advances with giant strides towards the inevitable crisis. I have already stated that in the handicrafts the power of capital, and in some cases the division of labor too, has produced the same results, crushed the small tradesmen, and put great capitalists and non-possessing workers in their place. As to these handicraftsmen there is little to be said, since all that relates to them has already found its place where the proletariat in general was under discussion. There has been but little change here in the nature of the work and its influence upon health since the beginning of the industrial movement. But the constant contact with the factory operatives, the pressure of the great capitalists, which is much more felt than that of the small employer to whom the apprentice still stood in a more or less personal relation, the influences of life in towns, and the fall of wages, have made nearly all the handicraftsmen active participators in labor movements. We shall soon have more to say on this point, and turn meanwhile to one section of workers in London who deserve our attention by reason of the extraordinary barbarity with which they are exploited by the money greed of the bourgeoisie. I mean the dressmakers and sewing women. It is a curious fact that the production of precisely those articles which serve the personal adornment of the ladies of the bourgeoisie involves the saddest consequences for the health of the workers. We have already seen this in the case of the lace makers, and come now to the dressmaking establishments of London for further proof. They employ a mass of young girls, there are said to be 15,000 of them in all, who sleep and eat on the premises, come usually from the country, and are therefore absolutely the slaves of their employers. During the fashionable season, which lasts some 4 months, working hours, even in the best establishments, are 15, and, in very pressing cases, 18 a day, but in most shops work goes on at these times without any set regulation, so that the girls never have more than 6, often not more than 3 or 4, sometimes, indeed, not more than 2 hours in the 24, for rest and sleep, working 19 to 22 hours, if not the whole night through, as frequently happens. The only limit set to their work is the absolute physical inability to hold the needle another minute. Cases have occurred in which these helpless creatures did not undress during 9 consecutive days and nights, and could only rest a moment or two here and there upon a mattress, where food was served them ready cut up in order to require the least possible time for swallowing. In short, these unfortunate girls are kept by means of the moral whip of the modern slave driver, the threat of discharge, to such long and unbroken toil as no strong man, much less a delicate girl of 14 to 20 years, can endure. In addition to this, the foul air of the workroom and sleeping places, the bent posture, the often bad and indigestible food, all these causes, combined with almost total exclusion from fresh air, entail the saddest consequences for the health of the girls. Enervation, exhaustion, debility, loss of appetite, pains in the shoulders, back, and hips, but especially headache, begin very soon, then follow curvatures of the spine, high, deformed shoulders, leanness, swelled, weeping, and smarting eyes, which soon become short-sighted, coughs, narrow chests, and shortness of breath, and all manner of disorders in the development of the female organism. In many cases the eyes suffer so severely that incurable blindness follows, but if the sight remains strong enough to make continued work possible, consumption usually soon ends the sad life of these milliners and dressmakers. Even those who leave this work at an early age retain permanently injured health, a broken constitution, and, when married, bring feeble and sickly children into the world. All the medical men interrogated by the commissioners agreed that no method of life could be invented better calculated to destroy health and induce early death. With the same cruelty, though somewhat more indirectly, the rest of the needlewomen of London are exploited. The girls employed in stay-making have a hard, wearing occupation, trying to the eyes. And what wages do they get? I do not know, but this I know, that the middleman who has to give security for the material delivered, and who distributes the work among the needlewomen, receives 1/2 d. per piece. From this he deducts his own pay, at least 1/2 d, so that 1 d. at most reaches the pocket of the girl. The girls who sew neckties must bind themselves to work 16 hours a day, and receive 4/2 s. a week. But the shirt maker's lot is the worst. They receive for an ordinary shirt 1/2 d, formerly 2d-3 d, but since the workhouse of St. Pancras, which is administered by a radical board of guardians, began to undertake work at 1/2 d, the poor women outside have been compelled to do the same. For fine, fancy shirts, which can be made in 1 day of 18 hours, 6 d. is paid. The weekly wage of these sewing women according to this and according to testimony from many sides, including both needlewomen and employers, is 2s. to 3s. For most strained work continued far into the night. And what crowns this shameful barbarism is the fact that the women must give a money deposit for a part of the materials entrusted to them, which they naturally cannot do unless they pawn a part of them, as the employers very well know, redeeming them at a loss, or if they cannot redeem the materials, they must appear before a justice of the peace, as happened to a sewing woman in November, 1843. A poor girl who got into the strait and did not know what to do next, drowned herself in a canal in 1844. These women usually live in little garret rooms in the utmost distress, where as many crowd together as the space can possibly admit, and where, in winter, the animal warmth of the workers is the only heat obtainable. Here they sit bent over their work, sewing from 4 or 5 in the morning until midnight, destroying their health in a year or two and ending in an early grave, without being able to obtain the poorest necessities of life meanwhile. L6 and below them roll the brilliant equipages of the upper bourgeoisie, and perhaps 10 steps away some pitiable dandy loses more money in one evening at faro than they can earn in a year. Such is the condition of the English manufacturing proletariat. In all directions, whithersoever we may turn, we find want and disease permanent or temporary, and demoralization arising from the condition of the workers, in all directions slow but sure undermining, and final destruction of the human being physically as well as mentally. Is this a state of things which can last? It cannot and will not last. The workers, the great majority of the nation, will not endure it. Let us see what they say of it. Labor movements. It must be admitted, even if I had not proved it so often in detail, that the English workers cannot feel happy in this condition, that theirs is not a state in which a man or a whole class of men can think, feel, and live as human beings. The workers must therefore strive to escape from this brutalizing condition, to secure for themselves a better, more human position, and this they cannot do without attacking the interest of the bourgeoisie which consists in exploiting them. But the bourgeoisie defends its interests with all the power placed at its disposal by wealth and the might of the state. In proportion as the working man determines to alter the present state of things, the bourgeois becomes his avowed enemy. Moreover, the working man is made to feel at every moment that the bourgeoisie treats him as a chattel, as its property, and for this reason, if for no other, he must come forward as its enemy. I have shown in 100 ways in the foregoing pages, and could have shown in 100 others, that, in our present society, he can save his manhood only in hatred and rebellion against the bourgeoisie. And he can protest with most violent passion against the tyranny of the propertied class, thanks to his education, or rather want of education, and to the abundance of hot Irish blood that flows in the veins of the English working class. The English working man is no Englishman nowadays, no calculating money grubber like his wealthy neighbor. He possesses more fully developed feelings, his native northern coldness is overborne by the unrestrained development of his passions and their control over him. The cultivation of the understanding which so greatly strengthens the selfish tendency of the English bourgeois, which has made selfishness his predominant trait and concentrated all his emotional power upon the single point of money greed, is wanting in the working man, whose passions are therefore strong and mighty as those of the foreigner. English nationality is annihilated in the working man. Since, as we have seen, no single field for the exercise of his manhood is left him, save his opposition to the whole conditions of his life, it is natural that exactly in this opposition he should be most manly, noblest, most worthy of sympathy. We shall see that all the energy, all the activity of the working men is directed to this point, and that even their attempts to attain general education all stand in direct connection with this. True, we shall have single acts of violence and even of brutality to report, but it must always be kept in mind that the social war is avowedly raging in England, and that, whereas it is in the interest of the bourgeoisie to conduct this war hypocritically, under the disguise of peace and even of philanthropy, the only help for the working men consists in laying bare the true state of things and destroying this hypocrisy, that the most violent attacks of the workers upon the bourgeoisie and its servants are only the open, undisguised expression of that which the bourgeoisie perpetrates secretly, treacherously against the workers. The revolt of the workers began soon after the first industrial development, and has passed through several phases. The investigation of their importance in the history of the English people I must reserve for separate treatment, limiting myself meanwhile to such bare facts as serve to characterize the condition of the English proletariat. The earliest, crudest, and least fruitful form of this rebellion was that of crime. The working man lived in poverty and want, and saw that others were better off than he. It was not clear to his mind why he, who did more for society than the rich idler, should be the one to suffer under these conditions. Want conquered his inherited respect for the sacredness of property, and he stole. We have seen how crime increased with the extension of manufacture, how the yearly number of arrests bore a constant relation to the number of bales of cotton annually consumed. The workers soon realized that crime did not help matters. The criminal could protest against the existing order of society only singly. As one individual, the whole might of society was brought to bear upon each criminal, and crushed him with its immense superiority. Besides, theft was the most primitive form of protest, and for this reason, if for no other, it never became the universal expression of the public opinion of the working men, however much they might approve of it in silence. As a class, they first manifested opposition to the bourgeoisie when they resisted the introduction of machinery at the very beginning of the industrial period. The first inventors, Arkwright and others, were persecuted in this way and their machines destroyed. Later, there took place a number of revolts against machinery, in which the occurrences were almost precisely the same as those of the printers' disturbances in Bohemia in 1844, factories were demolished and machinery destroyed. This form of opposition also was isolated, restricted to certain localities, and directed against one feature only of our present social arrangements. When the momentary end was attained, the whole weight of social power fell upon the unprotected evildoers and punished them to its heart's content, while the machinery was introduced nonetheless. A new form of opposition had to be found. At this point help came in the shape of a law enacted by the old, unreformed, oligarchic Tory Parliament, a law which never could have passed the House of Commons later, when the Reform Bill had legally sanctioned the distinction between bourgeoisie and proletariat, and made the bourgeoisie the ruling class. This was enacted in 1824, and repealed all laws by which coalitions between working men for labor purposes had hitherto been forbidden. The working men obtained a right previously restricted to the aristocracy and bourgeoisie, the right of free association. Secret coalitions had, it is true, previously existed, but could never achieve great results. In Glasgow, as Simons relates, a general strike of weavers had taken place in 1812, which was brought about by a secret association. It was repeated in 1822, and on this occasion vitriol was thrown into the faces of the two working men who would not join the association, and were therefore regarded by the members as traitors to their class. Both the assaulted lost the use of their eyes in consequence of the injury. So, too, in 1818, the Association of Scottish Miners was powerful enough to carry on a general strike. These associations required their members to take an oath of fidelity and secrecy, had regular lists, treasurers, bookkeepers, and local branches. But the secrecy with which everything was conducted crippled their growth. When, on the other hand, the working men received in 1824 the right of free association, these combinations were very soon spread over all England and attained great power. In all branches of industry trades unions were formed with the outspoken intention of protecting the single working man against the tyranny and neglect of the bourgeoisie. Their objects were to deal, en masse, as a power, with the employers, to regulate the rate of wages according to the profit of the latter, to raise it when opportunity offered, and to keep it uniform in each trade throughout the country. Hence they tried to settle with the capitalists a scale of wages to be universally adhered to, and ordered out on strike the employees of such individuals as refused to accept the scale. They aimed further to keep up the demand for labor by limiting the number of apprentices, and so to keep wages high, to counteract, as far as possible, the indirect wage reductions which the manufacturers brought about by means of new tools and machinery, and finally, to assist unemployed working men financially. This they do either directly or by means of a card to legitimate the bearer as a society man, and with which the working man wanders from place to place, supported by his fellow workers, and instructed as to the best opportunity for finding employment. This is tramping, and the wanderer a tramp. To attain these ends, a president and secretary are engaged at a salary, since it is to be expected that no manufacturer will employ such persons, and a committee collects the weekly contributions and watches over their expenditure for the purposes of the association. When it proved possible and advantageous, the various trades of single districts united in a federation and held delegate conventions at set times. The attempt has been made in single cases to unite the workers of one branch over all England in one great union, and several times, in 1830 for the first time, to form one universal trades association for the whole United Kingdom, with a separate organization for each trade. These associations, however, never held together long, and were seldom realized even for the moment, since an exceptionally universal excitement is necessary to make such a federation possible and effective. The means usually employed by these unions for attaining their ends are the following: if one or more employers refuse to pay the wage specified by the union, a deputation is sent or a petition forwarded. The working men, you see, know how to recognize the absolute power of the lord of the factory in his little state. If this proves unavailing, the union commands the employees to stop work, and all hands go home. This strike is either partial when one or several, or general when all employers in the trade refuse to regulate wages according to the proposals of the union. So far go the lawful means of the union, assuming the strike to take effect after the expiration of the legal notice, which is not always the case. But these lawful means are very weak when there are workers outside the union, or when members separate from it for the sake of the momentary advantage offered by the bourgeoisie. Especially in the case of partial strikes can the manufacturer readily secure recruits from these black sheep, who are known as knobsticks, and render fruitless the efforts of the united workers. Knobsticks are usually threatened, insulted, beaten, or otherwise maltreated by the members of the union, intimidated, in short, in every way. Prosecution follows, and as the law-abiding bourgeoisie has the power in its own hands, the force of the union is broken almost every time by the first unlawful act, the first judicial procedure against its members. The history of these unions is a long series of defeats of the working men, interrupted by a few isolated victories. All these efforts naturally cannot alter the economic law according to which wages are determined by the relation between supply and demand in the labor market. Hence the unions remain powerless against all great forces which influence this relation. In a commercial crisis the union itself must reduce wages or dissolve wholly, and in a time of considerable increase in the demand for labor, it cannot fix the rate of wages higher than would be reached spontaneously by the competition of the capitalists among themselves. But in dealing with minor, single influences they are powerful. If the employer had no concentrated, collective opposition to expect, he would in his own interest gradually reduce wages to a lower and lower point. Indeed, the battle of competition which he has to wage against his fellow manufacturers would force him to do so, and wages would soon reach the minimum. But this competition of the manufacturers among themselves is, under average conditions, somewhat restricted by the opposition of the working men. Every manufacturer knows that the consequence of a reduction not justified by conditions to which his competitors also are subjected, would be a strike, which would most certainly injure him, because his capital would be idle as long as the strike lasted, and his machinery would be rusting, whereas it is very doubtful whether he could, in such a case, enforce his reduction. Then he has the certainty that if he should succeed, his competitors would follow him, reducing the price of the goods so produced, and thus depriving him of the benefit of his policy. Then, too, the unions often bring about a more rapid increase of wages after a crisis than would otherwise follow. For the manufacturer's interest is to delay raising wages until forced by competition, but now the working men demand an increased wage as soon as the market improves, and they can carry their point by reason of the smaller supply of workers at his command under such circumstances. But, for resistance to more considerable forces which influence the labor market, the unions are powerless. In such cases hunger gradually drives the strikers to resume work on any terms, and when once a few have begun, the force of the union is broken, because these few knobsticks, with the reserve supplies of goods in the market, enable the bourgeoisie to overcome the worst effects of the interruption of business. The funds of the union are soon exhausted by the great numbers requiring relief, the credit which the shopkeepers give at high interest is withdrawn after a time, and want compels the working man to place himself once more under the yoke of the bourgeoisie. But strikes end disastrously for the workers mostly, because the manufacturers, in their own interest, which has, be it said, become their interest only through the resistance of the workers, are obliged to avoid all useless reductions, while the workers feel in every reduction imposed by the state of trade a deterioration of their condition, against which they must defend themselves as far as in them lies. It will be asked, why, then, do the workers strike in such cases, when the uselessness of such measures is so evident? Simply because they must protest against every reduction, even if dictated by necessity, because they feel bound to proclaim that they, as human beings, shall not be made to bow to social circumstances, but social conditions ought to yield to them as human beings, because silence on their part would be a recognition of these social conditions, an admission of the right of the bourgeoisie to exploit the workers in good times and let them starve in bad ones. Against this the working men must rebel so long as they have not lost all human feeling, and that they protest in this way and no other, comes of their being practical English people, who express themselves in action, and do not, like German theorists, go to sleep as soon as their protest is properly registered and placed ad acta, there to sleep as quietly as the protesters themselves. The active resistance of the English working men has its effect in holding the money greed of the bourgeoisie within certain limits, and keeping alive the opposition of the workers to the social and political omnipotence of the bourgeoisie, while it compels the admission that something more is needed than trades unions and strikes to break the power of the ruling class. But what gives these unions and the strikes arising from them their real importance is this, that they are the first attempt of the workers to abolish competition. They imply the recognition of the fact that the supremacy of the bourgeoisie is based wholly upon the competition of the workers among themselves, i.e., upon their want of cohesion. And precisely because the unions direct themselves against the vital nerve of the present social order, however one-sidedly, in however narrow a way, are they so dangerous to this social order. The working men cannot attack the bourgeoisie, and with it the whole existing order of society, at any sorrier point than this. If the competition of the workers among themselves is destroyed, if all determine not to be further exploited by the bourgeoisie, the rule of property is at an end. Wages depend upon the relation of demand to supply, upon the accidental state of the labor market, simply because the workers have hitherto been content to be treated as chattels, to be bought and sold. The moment the workers resolve to be bought and sold no longer, when, in the determination of the value of labor, they take the part of men possessed of a will as well as of working power, at that moment the whole political economy of today is at an end. The laws determining the rate of wages would, indeed, come into force again in the long run, if the working men did not go beyond this step of abolishing competition among themselves. But they must go beyond that unless they are prepared to recede again and to allow competition among themselves to reappear. Thus once advanced so far, necessity compels them to go farther, to abolish not only one kind of competition, but competition itself altogether, and that they will do. The workers are coming to perceive more clearly with every day how competition affects them. They see far more clearly than the bourgeois that competition of the capitalists among themselves presses upon the workers too, by bringing on commercial crises, and that this kind of competition, too, must be abolished. They will soon learn how they have to go about it. That these unions contribute greatly to nourish the bitter hatred of the workers against the property-holding class need hardly be said. From them proceed, therefore, with or without the connivance of the leading members, in times of unusual excitement, individual actions which can be explained only by hatred wrought to the pitch of despair, by a wild passion overwhelming all restraints. Of this sort are the attacks with vitriol mentioned in the foregoing pages, and a series of others, of which I shall cite several. In 1831, during a violent labor movement, young Ashton, a manufacturer in Hyde, near Manchester, was shot one evening when crossing a field, and no trace of the assassin discovered. There is no doubt that this was a deed of vengeance of the workingmen. Incendiarisms and attempted explosions are very common. On Friday, September 29, 1845, an attempt was made to blow up the saw works of Pagan, in Howard Street, Sheffield. A closed iron tube filled with powder was the means employed, and the damage was considerable. On the following day, a similar attempt was made in Ibbetson's knife and file works at Shales Moor, near Sheffield. Mr. Ibbetson had made himself obnoxious by an active participation in bourgeois movements, by low wages, the exclusive employment of knobsticks, and the exploitation of the poor law for his own benefit. He had reported, during the crisis of 1842, such operatives as refused to accept reduced wages, as persons who could find work but would not take it, and were, therefore, not deserving of relief, so compelling the acceptance of a reduction. Considerable damage was inflicted by the explosion, and all the working men who came to view it regretted only that the whole concern was not blown into the air. On Friday, October 6, 1843, an attempt to set fire to the factory of Ainsworth and Crompton, at Bolton, did no damage. It was the third or fourth attempt in the same factory within a very short time. In the meeting of the Town Council of Sheffield, on Wednesday, January 10, 1844, the Commissioner of Police exhibited a cast iron machine, made for the express purpose of producing an explosion, and found filled with 4 pounds of powder, and a fuse which had been lighted but had not taken effect, in the works of Mr. Kitchen, Earl Street, Sheffield. On Sunday, January 21, 1844, an explosion caused by a package of powder took place in the sawmill of Bentley and White, at Bury, in Lancashire, and produced considerable damage. On Thursday, February 1, 1844, the Soho Wheel Works, in Sheffield, were set on fire and burnt up. Here are 6 such cases in 4 months, all of which have their sole origin in the embitterment of the working men against the employers. What sort of a social state it must be in which such things are possible I need hardly say. These facts are proof enough that in England, even in good business years, such as 1843, the social war is avowed and openly carried on, and still the English bourgeoisie does not stop to reflect. But the case which speaks most loudly is that of the Glasgow thugs, which came up before the Assizes from the 3rd to the 11th of January, 1838. It appears from the proceedings that the Cotton Spinners' Union, which existed here from the year 1816, possessed rare organization and power. The members were bound by an oath to adhere to the decision of the majority, and had during every turnout a secret committee which was unknown to the mass of the members, and controlled the funds of the Union absolutely. This committee fixed a price upon the heads of knobsticks and obnoxious manufacturers and upon incendiarisms in mills. A mill was thus set on fire in which female knobsticks were employed in spinning in the place of men. A Mrs. M'Pherson, mother of one of these girls, was murdered, and both murderers sent to America at the expense of the association. As early as 1820, a knobstick named M. Quarry was shot at and wounded, for which deed the doer received £20 from the Union, but was discovered and transported for life. Finally, in 1837, in May, disturbances occurred in consequence of a turnout in the Oatbank and Mile End factories, in which perhaps a dozen knobsticks were maltreated. In July, of the same year, the disturbances still continued, and a certain Smith, a knobstick, was so maltreated that he died. The committee was now arrested, an investigation begun, and the leading members found guilty of participation in conspiracies, maltreatment of knobsticks, and incendiarism in the mill of James and Francis Wood, and they were transported for 7 years. What do our good Germans say to this story? LXXX. The property-holding class, and especially the manufacturing portion of it which comes into direct contact with the working men, declaims with the greatest violence against these unions, and is constantly trying to prove their uselessness to the working men upon grounds which are economically perfectly correct, but for that very reason partially mistaken, and for the working man's understanding totally without effect. The very zeal of the bourgeoisie shows that it is not disinterested in the matter, and apart from the direct loss involved in a turnout, the state of the case is such that whatever goes into the pockets of the manufacturers comes of necessity out of those of the worker. So that even if the working men did not know that the unions hold the emulation of their masters in the reduction of wages, at least in a measure, in check, they would still stand by the unions, simply to the injury of their enemies, the manufacturers. In war the injury of one party is the benefit of the other, and since the working men are on a war footing towards their employers, they do merely what the great potentates do when they get into a quarrel. Beyond all other bourgeois is our friend Dr. Ure, the most furious enemy of the unions. He foams with indignation at the secret tribunals of the cotton spinners, the most powerful section of the workers, tribunals which boast their ability to paralyze every disobedient manufacturer, and so bring ruin on the man who had given them profitable employment for many a year. He speaks of a time when the inventive head and the sustaining heart of trade were held in bondage by the unruly lower members. A pity that the English working men will not let themselves be pacified so easily with thy fable as the Roman plebs, thou modern Menenius Agrippa. Finally, he relates the following: at one time the coarse mule spinners had misused their power beyond all endurance. High wages, instead of awakening thankfulness towards the manufacturers and leading to intellectual improvement, in harmless study of sciences useful to the bourgeoisie, of course, in many cases produced pride and supplied funds for supporting rebellious spirits in strikes, with which a number of manufacturers were visited one after the other in a purely arbitrary manner. During an unhappy disturbance of this sort in Hyde, Dukenfield, and the surrounding neighborhood, the manufacturers of the district, anxious lest they should be driven from the market by the French, Belgians, and Americans, addressed themselves to the machine works of Sharp, Roberts & Co., and requested Mr. Sharp to turn his inventive mind to the construction of an automatic mule in order to emancipate the trade from galling slavery and impending ruin. He produced in the course of a few months, a machine apparently instinct with the thought, feeling, and tact of the experienced workman, which even in its infancy displayed a new principle of regulation, ready in its mature state to fulfill the functions of a finished spinner. Thus, the Iron Man, as the operatives fitly call it, sprang out of the hands of our modern Prometheus at the bidding of Minerva, a creation destined to restore order among the industrious classes, and to confirm to Great Britain the empire of art. The news of this Herculean prodigy spread dismay through the Union, and even long before it left its cradle, so to speak, it strangled the hydra of misrule. Ure proves further that the invention of the machine, with which 4 and 5 colors are printed at once, was a result of the disturbances among the calico printers, that the refractoriness of the yarn dressers in the power loom weaving mills gave rise to a new and perfected machine for warp dressing, and mentions several other such cases. A few pages earlier this same Ure gives himself a great deal of trouble to prove in detail that machinery is beneficial to the workers. But Ure is not the only one. In the factory report, Mr. Ashworth, the manufacturer, and many another, lose no opportunity to express their wrath against the unions. These wise bourgeois, like certain governments, trace every movement which they do not understand to the influence of ill-intentioned agitators, demagogues, traitors, spouting idiots, and ill-balanced youth. They declare that the paid agents of the unions are interested in the agitation because they live upon it, as though the necessity for this payment were not forced upon them by the bourgeois, who will give such men no employment. The incredible frequency of these strikes proves best of all to what extent the social war has broken out all over England. No week passes, scarcely a day, indeed, in which there is not a strike in some direction, now against a reduction, then against a refusal to raise the rate of wages, again by reason of the employment of knobsticks or the continuance of abuses, sometimes against new machinery, or for 100 other reasons. These strikes, at first skirmishes, sometimes result in weighty struggles. They decide nothing, it is true, but they are the strongest proof that the decisive battle between bourgeoisie and proletariat is approaching. They are the military school of the working men in which they prepare themselves for the great struggle which cannot be avoided. They are the pronunciamentos of single branches of industry that these two have joined the labor movement. And when one examines a year's file of the Northern Star, the only sheet which reports all the movements of the proletariat, one finds that all the proletarians of the towns and of country manufacture have united in associations, and have protested from time to time, by means of a general strike, against the supremacy of the bourgeoisie. And as schools of war, the unions are unexcelled. In them is developed the peculiar courage of the English. It is said on the continent that the English, and especially the working men, are cowardly, that they cannot carry out a revolution because, unlike the French, they do not riot at intervals, because they apparently accept the bourgeois regime so quietly. This is a complete mistake. The English working men are second to none in courage, they are quite as restless as the French, but they fight differently. The French, who are by nature political, struggle against social evils with political weapons. The English, for whom politics exist only as a matter of interest, solely in the interest of bourgeois society, fight, not against the government, but directly against the bourgeoisie, and for the time, this can be done only in a peaceful manner. Stagnation in business, and the want consequent upon it, engendered the revolt at Lyons, in 1834, in favor of the Republic. In 1842, at Manchester, a similar cause gave rise to a universal turnout for the charter and higher wages. That courage is required for a turnout, often indeed much loftier courage, much bolder, firmer determination than for an insurrection, is self-evident. It is, in truth, no trifle for a working man who knows want from experience, to face it with wife and children, to endure hunger and wretchedness for months together, and stand firm and unshaken through it all. What is death, what the galleys which await the French revolutionist, in comparison with gradual starvation, with the daily sight of a starving family, with the certainty of future revenge on the part of the bourgeoisie, all of which the English working man chooses in preference to subjection under the yoke of the property-holding class? We shall meet later an example of this obstinate, unconquerable courage of men who surrender to force only when all resistance would be aimless and unmeaning. And precisely in this quiet perseverance, in this lasting determination which undergoes 100 tests every day, the English working man develops that side of his character which commands most respect. People who endure so much to bend one single bourgeois will be able to break the power of the whole bourgeoisie. But apart from that, the English working man has proved his courage often enough. That the turnout of 1842 had no further results came from the fact that the men were in part forced into it by the bourgeoisie, in part neither clear nor united as to its object. But aside from this, they have shown their courage often enough when the matter in question was a specific social one. Not to mention the Welsh insurrection of 1839, a complete battle was waged in Manchester in May, 1843, during my residence there. Pauling and Henfrey, a brick firm, had increased the size of the bricks without raising wages, and sold the bricks, of course, at a higher price. The workers, to whom higher wages were refused, struck work, and the brickmakers' union declared war upon the firm. The firm, meanwhile, succeeded with great difficulty in securing hands from the neighborhood, and among the knobsticks, against whom in the beginning intimidation was used, the proprietors set 12 men to guard the yard, all ex-soldiers and policemen, armed with guns. When intimidation proved unavailing, the brickyard, which lay scarcely 400 paces from an infantry barracks, was stormed at 10 o'clock one night by a crowd of brickmakers, who advanced in military order, the first ranks armed with guns. They forced their way in, fired upon the watchmen as soon as they saw them, stamped out the wet bricks spread out to dry, tore down the piled-up rows of those already dry, demolished everything which came in their way, pressed into a building, where they destroyed the furniture and maltreated the wife of the overlooker who was living there. The watchmen, meanwhile, had placed themselves behind a hedge, whence they could fire safely and without interruption. The assailants stood before a burning brick kiln, which threw a bright light upon them, so that every ball of their enemies struck home, while every one of their own shots missed its mark. Nevertheless, the firing lasted half an hour, until the ammunition was exhausted, and the object of the visit, the demolition of all the destructible objects in the yard, was attained. Then the military approached, and the brickmakers withdrew to Ecclesiastes, 3 miles from Manchester. A short time before reaching Ecclesiastes they held roll call, and each man was called according to his number in the section when they separated, only to fall the more certainly into the hands of the police, who were approaching from all sides. The number of the wounded must have been very considerable, but those only could be counted who were arrested. One of these had received 3 bullets, in the thigh, the calf, and the shoulder, and had traveled in spite of them more than 4 miles on foot. These people have proved that they, too, possess revolutionary courage, and do not shun a rain of bullets. And when an unarmed multitude, without a precise aim common to them all, are held in check in a shut-off marketplace, whose outlets are guarded by a couple of policemen and dragoons, as happened in 1842, this by no means proves a want of courage. On the contrary, the multitude would have stirred quite as little if the servants of public, i.e., of the bourgeois, order had not been present. Where the working people have a specific end in view, they show courage enough, as, for instance, in the attack upon Burley's mill, which had later to be protected by artillery. In this connection, a word or two as to the respect for the law in England. True, the law is sacred to the bourgeois, for it is his own composition, enacted with his consent, and for his benefit and protection. He knows that, even if an individual law should injure him, the whole fabric protects his interests, and more than all, the sanctity of the law, the sacredness of order as established by the active will of one part of society, and the passive acceptance of the other, is the strongest support of his social position. Because the English bourgeois finds himself reproduced in his law, as he does in his God, the policeman's truncheon which, in a certain measure, is his own club, has for him a wonderfully soothing power. But for the working man quite otherwise. The working man knows too well, has learned from too oft-repeated experience, that the law is a rod which the bourgeois has prepared for him, and when he is not compelled to do so, he never appeals to the law. It is ridiculous to assert that the English working man fears the police, when every week in Manchester policemen are beaten, and last year an attempt was made to storm a station house secured by iron doors and shutters. The power of the police in the turnout of 1842 lay, as I have already said, in the want of a clearly defined object on the part of the working men themselves. Since the working men do not respect the law, but simply submit to its power when they cannot change it, it is most natural that they should at least propose alterations in it, that they should wish to put a proletarian law in the place of the legal fabric of the bourgeoisie. This proposed law is the People's Charter, which in form is purely political, and demands a democratic basis for the House of Commons. Chartism is the compact form of their opposition to the bourgeoisie. In the unions and turnouts opposition always remained isolated, it was single working men or sections who fought a single bourgeois. If the fight became general, this was scarcely by the intention of the working men, or, when it did happen intentionally, Chartism was at the bottom of it. But in Chartism it is the whole working class which arises against the bourgeoisie, and attacks, first of all, the political power, the legislative rampart with which the bourgeoisie has surrounded itself. Chartism has proceeded from the Democratic Party which arose between 1780 and 1790 with and in the proletariat, gained strength during the French Revolution, and came forth after the peace as the Radical Party. It had its headquarters then in Birmingham and Manchester, and later in London, extorted the Reform Bill from the oligarchs of the old Parliament by a union with the liberal bourgeoisie, and has steadily consolidated itself, since then, as a more and more pronounced working men's party in opposition to the bourgeoisie. In 1838 a committee of the General Working Men's Association of London, with William Lovett at its head, drew up the People's Charter, whose 6 points are as follows: 1. Universal suffrage for every man who is of age, sane, and unconvicted of crime. 2. Annual parliaments. 3. Payment of members of parliament, to enable poor men to stand for election. 4. Voting by ballot to prevent bribery and intimidation by the bourgeoisie. 5. Equal electoral districts to secure equal representation, and 6. Abolition of the even now merely nominal property qualification of £300 in land for candidates in order to make every voter eligible. These 6 points, which are all limited to the reconstitution of the House of Commons, harmless as they seem, are sufficient to overthrow the whole English constitution, Queen and Lords included. The so-called monarchical and aristocratic elements of the Constitution can maintain themselves only because the bourgeoisie has an interest in the continuance of their sham existence, and more than a sham existence neither possesses today. But as soon as real public opinion in its totality backs the House of Commons, as soon as the House of Commons incorporates the will, not of the bourgeoisie alone, but of the whole nation, it will absorb the whole power so completely that the last halo must fall from the head of the monarch and the aristocracy. The English working man respects neither lords nor queen. The bourgeois, while in reality allowing them but little influence, yet offers to them personally a sham worship. The English Chartist is politically a republican, though he rarely or never mentions the word, while he sympathizes with the republican parties of all countries, and calls himself in preference a Democrat. But he is more than a mere Republican, his democracy is not simply political. Chartism was from the beginning of 1835 chiefly a movement among the working men, though not yet sharply separated from the bourgeoisie. The radicalism of the workers went hand in hand with the radicalism of the bourgeoisie, the charter was the shibboleth of both. They held their national convention every year in common, seeming to be one party. The lower middle class was just then in a very bellicose and violent state of mind in consequence of the disappointment over the Reform Bill and of the bad business years of 1837 to 1839, and viewed the boisterous Chartist agitation with a very favorable eye. Of the vehemence of this agitation no one in Germany has any idea. The people were called upon to arm themselves, were frequently urged to revolt, pikes were got ready, as in the French Revolution, and in 1838, one Stevens, a Methodist parson, said to the assembled working people of Manchester, "You have no need to fear the power of government, the soldiers, bayonets, and cannon that are at the disposal of your oppressors. You have a weapon that is far mightier than all these, a weapon against which bayonets and cannon are powerless, and a child of 10 years can wield it. You have only to take a couple of matches and a bundle of straw dipped in pitch, and I will see what the government and its hundreds of thousands of soldiers will do against this one weapon if it is used boldly." As early as that year the peculiarly social character of the working men's Chartism manifested itself. The same Stevens said, in a meeting of 200,000 men on Kersal Moor, the Massacre of Manchester, "Chartism, my friends, is no political movement, where the main point is your getting the ballot. Chartism is a knife and fork question. The charter means a good house, good food and drink, prosperity, and short working hours." The movements against the new Poor Law and for the 10 Hours Bill were already in the closest relation to Chartism. In all the meetings of that time the Tory Osler was active, and hundreds of petitions for improvements of the social conditions of the workers were circulated along with the national petition for the People's Charter adopted in Birmingham. In 1839 the agitation continued as vigorously as ever, and when it began to relax somewhat at the end of the year, Bussey, Taylor, and Frost hastened to call forth uprisings simultaneously in the north of England, in Yorkshire, and Wales. Frost's plan being betrayed, he was obliged to open hostilities prematurely. Those in the north heard of the failure of his attempt in time to withdraw. 2 months later, in January, 1840, several so-called spy outbreaks took place in Sheffield and Bradford, in Yorkshire, and the excitement gradually subsided. Meanwhile the bourgeoisie turned its attention to more practical projects, more profitable for itself, namely the Corn Laws. The Anti-Corn Law Association was formed in Manchester, and the consequence was a relaxation of the tie between the radical bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The working men soon perceived that for them the abolition of the Corn Laws could be of little use, while very advantageous to the bourgeoisie, and they could therefore not be won for the project. The crisis of 1842 came on. Agitation was once more as vigorous as in 1839. But this time the rich manufacturing bourgeoisie, which was suffering severely under this particular crisis, took part in it. The Anti-Corn Law League, as it was now called, assumed a decidedly revolutionary tone. Its journals and agitators used undisguisedly revolutionary language, one very good reason for which was the fact that the Conservative Party had been in power since 1841. As the Chartists had previously done, these bourgeois leaders called upon the people to rebel, and the workingmen who had most to suffer from the crisis were not inactive, as the year's national petition for the Charter with its 3.5 million signatures proves. In short, if the two radical parties had been somewhat estranged, they allied themselves once more. At a meeting of Liberals and Chartists held in Manchester, February 14, 1842, a petition urging the repeal of the Corn Laws and the adoption of the Charter was drawn up. The next day it was adopted by both parties. The spring and summer passed amidst violent agitation and increasing distress. The bourgeoisie was determined to carry the repeal of the Corn Laws with the help of the crisis, the want which it entailed, and the general excitement. At this time, the Conservatives being in power, the liberal bourgeoisie half abandoned their law-abiding habits, they wished to bring about a revolution with the help of the workers. The working men were to take the chestnuts from the fire to save the bourgeoisie from burning their own fingers. The old idea of a holy month, a general strike, broached in 1839 by the Chartists, was revived. This time, however, it was not the working men who wished to quit work, but the manufacturers who wished to close their mills and send the operatives into the country parishes upon the property of the aristocracy, thus forcing the Tory Parliament and the Tory Ministry to repeal the Corn Laws. A revolt would naturally have followed, but the bourgeoisie stood safely in the background and could await the result without compromising itself if the worst came to the worst. At the end of July business began to improve, it was high time. In order not to lose the opportunity, 3 firms in Stalybridge reduced wages in spite of the improvement. Whether they did so of their own motion or in agreement with other manufacturers, especially those of the League, I do not know. 2 withdrew after a time, but the third, William Bailey and Brothers, stood firm and told the objecting operatives that if this did not please them, they had better go and play a bit. This contemptuous answer the hands received with jeers. They left the mill, paraded through the town, and called upon all their fellows to quit work. In a few hours every mill stood idle, and the operatives marched to Mottram Moor to hold a meeting. This was on August 5. August 8 they proceeded to Ashton and Hyde 5,000 strong, closed all the mills and coal pits, and held meetings, in which, however, the question discussed was not, as the bourgeoisie had hoped, the repeal of the Corn Laws, but, a fair day's wages for a fair day's work. August 9 they proceeded to Manchester, unresisted by the authorities, all liberals, and closed the mills. On the 11th they were in Stockport, where they met with the first resistance as they were storming the workhouse, the favourite child of the bourgeoisie. On the same day there was a general strike and disturbance in Bolton, to which the authorities here, too, made no resistance. Soon the uprising spread throughout the whole manufacturing district, and all employments, except harvesting and the production of food, came to a standstill. But the rebellious operatives were quiet. They were driven into this revolt without wishing it. The manufacturers, with the single exception of the Tory Burleigh, in Manchester, had, contrary to their custom, not opposed it. The thing had begun without the working men's having any distinct end in view, for which reason they were all united in the determination not to be shot at for the benefit of the Corn Law repealing bourgeoisie. For the rest, some wanted to carry the Charter, others who thought this premature wished merely to secure the wages rate of 1,840. On this point the whole insurrection was wrecked. If it had been from the beginning an intentional, determined working men's insurrection, it would surely have carried its point, but these crowds who had been driven into the streets by their masters, against their own will, and with no definite purpose, could do nothing. Meanwhile the bourgeoisie, which had not moved a finger to carry the alliance of February 15 into effect, soon perceived that the working men did not propose to become its tools, and that the illogical manner in which it had abandoned its law-abiding standpoint threatened danger. It therefore resumed its law-abiding attitude, and placed itself upon the side of government as against the working men. It swore in trusty retainers as special constables. The German merchants in Manchester took part in the ceremony, and marched in an entirely superfluous manner through the city with their cigars in their mouths and thick truncheons in their hands. It gave the command to fire upon the crowd in Preston, so that the unintentional revolt of the people stood all at once face to face, not only with the whole military power of the government, but with the whole property-holding class as well. The working men, who had no especial aim, separated gradually, and the insurrection came to an end without evil results. Later, the bourgeoisie was guilty of one shameful act after another, tried to whitewash itself by expressing a horror of popular violence by no means consistent with its own revolutionary language of the spring, laid the blame of insurrection upon Chartist instigators, whereas it had itself done more than all of them together to bring about the uprising, and resumed its old attitude of sanctifying the name of the law with a shamelessness perfectly unequaled. The Chartists, who were all but innocent of bringing about this uprising, who simply did what the bourgeoisie meant to do when they made the most of their opportunity, were prosecuted and convicted, while the bourgeoisie escaped without loss, and had, besides, sold off its old stock of goods with advantage during the pause in work. The fruit of the uprising was the decisive separation of the proletariat from the bourgeoisie. The Chartists had not hitherto concealed their determination to carry the Charter at all costs, even that of a revolution. The bourgeoisie, which now perceived, all at once, the danger with which any violent change threatened its position, refused to hear anything further of physical force, and proposed to attain its end by moral force, as though this were anything else than the direct or indirect threat of physical force. His was one point of dissension, though even this was removed later by the assertion of the Chartists, who are at least as worthy of being believed as the bourgeoisie, that they, too, refrained from appealing to physical force. The second point of dissension, and the main one, which brought Chartism to light in its purity, was the repeal of the Corn Laws. In this the bourgeoisie was directly interested, the proletariat not. The Chartists therefore divided into two parties whose political programs agreed literally, but which were nevertheless thoroughly different and incapable of union. At the Birmingham National Convention, in January, 1843, Sturge, the representative of the radical bourgeoisie, proposed that the name of the Charter be omitted from the rules of the Chartist Association, nominally because this name had become connected with recollections of violence during the insurrection, a connection, by the way, which had existed for years, and against which Mr. Sturge had hitherto advanced no objection. The working men refused to drop the name, and when Mr. Sturge was outvoted, that worthy Quaker suddenly became loyal, betook himself out of the hall, and founded a complete suffrage association within the radical bourgeoisie. So repugnant had these recollections become to the Jacobinical bourgeoisie, that he altered even the name universal suffrage into the ridiculous title, complete suffrage. The working men laughed at him and quietly went their way. From this moment Chartism was purely a working men's cause freed from all bourgeois elements. The complete journals, the Weekly Dispatch, Weekly Chronicle, Examiner, etc., fell gradually into the sleepy tone of the other liberal sheets, espoused the cause of free trade, attacked the 10 hours bill and all exclusively working men's demands, and let their radicalism as a whole fall rather into the background. The radical bourgeoisie joined hands with the liberals against the working men in every collision, and in general made the Corn Law question, which for the English is the free trade question, their main business. They thereby fell under the dominion of the liberal bourgeoisie, and now play a most pitiful role. The Chartist working men, on the contrary, espoused with redoubled zeal all the struggles of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Free competition has caused the workers suffering enough to be hated by them. Its apostles, the bourgeoisie, are their declared enemies. The working man has only disadvantages to await from the complete freedom of competition. The demands hitherto made by him, the 10 hours bill, protection of the workers against the capitalist, good wages, a guaranteed position, repeal of the new poor law, all of the things which belong to Chartism quite as essentially as the 6 points, are directly opposed to free competition and free trade. No wonder, then, that the working men will not hear of free trade and the repeal of the Corn Laws, a fact incomprehensible to the whole English bourgeoisie, and while at least wholly indifferent to the Corn Law question, are most deeply embittered against its advocates. This question is precisely the point at which the proletariat separates from the bourgeoisie, Chartism from radicalism, and the bourgeois understanding cannot comprehend this, because it cannot comprehend the proletariat. Therein lies the difference between Chartist democracy and all previous political bourgeois democracy. Chartism is of an essentially social nature, a class movement. The 6 points which for the radical bourgeois are the beginning and end of the matter, which are meant, at the utmost, to call forth certain further reforms of the Constitution, are for the proletarian a mere means to further ends. Political power our means, social happiness our end, is now the clearly formulated war cry of the Chartists. The knife and fork question of the preacher Stevens was a truth for a part of the Chartists only, in 1838, it is a truth for all of them in 1845. There is no longer a mere politician among the Chartists, and even though their socialism is very little developed, though their chief remedy for poverty has hitherto consisted in the land allotment system, which was superseded by the introduction of manufacture, though their chief practical propositions are apparently of a reactionary nature, yet these very measures involve the alternative that they must either succumb to the power of competition once more and restore the old state of things, or they must themselves entirely overcome competition and abolish it. On the other hand, the present indefinite state of Chartism, the separation from the purely political party, involves that precisely. The characteristic feature, its social aspect, will have to be further developed. The approach to socialism cannot fail, especially when the next crisis directs the working men by force of sheer want to social instead of political remedies. And a crisis must follow the present active state of industry and commerce in 1847 at the latest, and probably in 1846, 1, 2, which will far exceed in extent and violence all former crises. The working men will carry their charter, naturally, but meanwhile they will learn to see clearly with regard to many points which they can make by means of it and of which they now know very little. Meanwhile the socialist agitation also goes forward. English socialism comes under our consideration so far only as it affects the working class. The English socialists demand the gradual introduction of possession in common in home colonies embracing 2,000 to 3,000 persons who shall carry on both agriculture and manufacture and enjoy equal rights and equal education. They demand greater facility of obtaining divorce, the establishment of a rational government, with complete freedom of conscience and the abolition of punishment, the same to be replaced by irrational treatment of the offender. These are their practical measures. Their theoretical principles do not concern us here. English socialism arose with Owen, a manufacturer, and proceeds therefore with great consideration toward the bourgeoisie and great injustice toward the proletariat in its methods, although it culminates in demanding the abolition of the class antagonism between bourgeoisie and proletariat. The socialists are thoroughly tame and peaceable, accept our existing order, bad as it is, so far as to reject all other methods but that of winning public opinion. Yet they are so dogmatic that success by this method is for them, and for their principles as at present formulated, utterly hopeless. While bemoaning the demoralization of the lower classes, they are blind to the element of progress in this dissolution of the old social order, and refuse to acknowledge that the corruption wrought by private interests and hypocrisy in the property-holding class is much greater. They acknowledge no historic development, and wish to place the nation in a state of communism at once, overnight, not by the unavoidable march of its political development up to the point at which this transition becomes both possible and necessary. They understand, it is true, why the working man is resentful against the bourgeois, but regard as unfruitful this class hatred, which is, after all, the only moral incentive by which the worker can be brought nearer the goal. They preach instead, a philanthropy and universal love far more unfruitful for the present state of England. They acknowledge only a psychological development, a development of man in the abstract, out of all relation to the past, whereas the whole world rests upon that past, the individual man included. Hence they are too abstract, too metaphysical, and accomplish little. They are recruited in part from the working class, of which they have enlisted but a very small fraction, representing, however, its most educated and solid elements. In its present form, socialism can never become the common creed of the working class, it must condescend to return for a moment to the Chartist standpoint. But the true proletarian socialism, having passed through Chartism, purified of its bourgeois elements, assuming the form which it has already reached in the minds of many socialists and Chartist leaders, who are nearly all socialists, must, within a short time, play a weighty part in the history of the development of the English people. English socialism, the basis of which is much more ample than that of the French, is behind it in theoretical development, will have to recede for a moment to the French standpoint in order to proceed beyond it later. Meanwhile the French, too, will develop farther. English socialism affords the most pronounced expression of the prevailing absence of religion among the workingmen, an expression so pronounced indeed that the mass of the working men, being unconsciously and merely practically irreligious, often draw back before it. But here, too, necessity will force the working men to abandon the remnants of a belief which, as they will more and more clearly perceive, serves only to make them weak and resigned to their fate, obedient and faithful to the vampire property-holding class. Hence it is evident that the working men's movement is divided into two sections, the Chartists and the Socialists. The Chartists are theoretically the more backward, the less developed, but they are genuine proletarians all over, the representatives of their class. The Socialists are more far-seeing, propose practical remedies against distress, but, proceeding originally from the bourgeoisie, are for this reason unable to amalgamate completely with the working class. The union of socialism with Chartism, the reproduction of French communism in an English manner, will be the next step, and has already begun. Then only, when this has been achieved, will the working class be the true intellectual leader of England. Meanwhile, political and social development will proceed, and will foster this new party, this new departure of Chartism. These different sections of working men, often united, often separated, trades unionists, Chartists, and Socialists, have founded on their own hook numbers of schools and reading rooms for the advancement of education. Every Socialist, and almost every Chartist institution, has such a place, and so too have many trades. Here the children receive a purely proletarian education, free from all the influences of the bourgeoisie, and, in the reading rooms, proletarian journals and books alone, or almost alone, are to be found. These arrangements are very dangerous for the bourgeoisie, which has succeeded in withdrawing several such institutes, mechanics institutes, from proletarian influences, and making them organs for the dissemination of the sciences useful to the bourgeoisie. Here the natural sciences are now taught, which may draw the working men away from the opposition to the bourgeoisie, and perhaps place in their hands the means of making inventions which bring in money for the bourgeoisie, while for the working man the acquaintance with the natural sciences is utterly useless now, when it too often happens that he never gets the slightest glimpse of nature in his large town with his long working hours. Here political economy is preached, whose idol is free competition, and whose sum and substance for the working man is this, that he cannot do anything more rational than resign himself to starvation. Here all education is tame, flabby, subservient to the ruling politics and religion, so that for the working man it is merely a constant sermon upon quiet obedience, passivity, and resignation to his fate. The mass of working men naturally have nothing to do with these institutes, and betake themselves to the proletarian reading rooms and to the discussion of matters which directly concern their own interests, whereupon the self-sufficient bourgeoisie says its Dixie et salvavi, and turns with contempt from a class which prefers the angry ranting of ill-meaning demagogues to the advantages of solid education. That, however, the working men appreciate solid education when they can get it unmixed with the interested cant of the bourgeoisie. The frequent lectures upon scientific, aesthetic, and economic subjects prove which are delivered especially in the socialist institutes, and very well attended. I have often heard working men, whose fustian jackets scarcely held together, speak upon geological, astronomical, and other subjects, with more knowledge than most cultivated bourgeois in Germany possess. And in how great a measure the English proletariat has succeeded in attaining independent education is shown especially by the fact that the epoch-making products of modern philosophical, political, and poetical literature are read by working men almost exclusively. The bourgeois, enslaved by social conditions and the prejudices involved in them, trembles, blesses, and crosses himself before everything which really paves the way for progress. The proletarian has open eyes for it, and studies it with pleasure and success. In this respect the socialists, especially, have done wonders for the education of the proletariat. They have translated the French materialists, Helvetius, Holbach, Diderot, etc., and disseminated them, with the best English works, in cheap editions. Strauss' Life of Jesus and Proudhon's Property also circulate among the working men only. Shelley, the genius, the prophet, Shelley, and Byron, with his glowing sensuality and his bitter satire upon our existing society, find most of their readers in the proletariat. The bourgeoisie owns only castrated editions, family editions, cut down in accordance with the hypocritical morality of today. The two great practical philosophers of latest date, Bentham and Godwin, are, especially the latter, almost exclusively the property of the proletariat, for though Bentham has a school within the radical bourgeoisie, it is only the proletariat and the socialists who have succeeded in developing his teachings a step forward. The proletariat has formed upon this basis a literature, which consists chiefly of journals and pamphlets, and is far in advance of the whole bourgeois literature in intrinsic worth. On this point more later. One more point remains to be noticed. The factory operatives, and especially those of the cotton district, form the nucleus of the labor movement. Lancashire, and especially Manchester, is the seat of the most powerful unions, the central point of Chartism, the place which numbers most socialists. The more the factory system has taken possession of a branch of industry, the more the working men employed in it participate in the labor movement, the sharper the opposition between working men and capitalists, the clearer the proletarian consciousness in the workingmen. The small masters of Birmingham, though they suffer from the crises, still stand upon an unhappy middle ground between proletarian Chartism and shopkeepers' radicalism. But, in general, all the workers employed in manufacture are one for one form or the other of resistance to capital and bourgeoisie, and all are united upon this point, that they, as working men, a title of which they are proud, and which is the usual form of address in Chartist meetings, form a separate class, with separate interests and principles, with a separate way of looking at things in contrast with that of all property owners, and that in this class reposes the strength and the capacity of development of the nation. The mining proletariat. The production of raw materials and fuel for a manufacture so colossal as that of England requires a considerable number of workers. But of all the materials needed for its industries, except wool, which belongs to the agricultural districts, England produces only the minerals, the metals and the coal. While Cornwall possesses rich copper, tin, zinc, and lead mines, Staffordshire, Wales, and other districts yield great quantities of iron, and almost the whole north and west of England, central Scotland, and certain districts of Ireland, produce a superabundance of coal. See in the Cornish mines about 19,000 men, and 11,000 women and children are employed, in part above and in part below ground. Within the mines below ground, men and boys above 12 years old are employed almost exclusively. The condition of these workers seems, according to the Children's Employment Commission's report, to be comparatively endurable, materially, and the English often enough boast of their strong, bold miners, who follow the veins of mineral below the bottom of the very sea. But in the matter of the health of these workers, this same Children's Employment Commission's report judges differently. It shows in Dr. Barham's intelligent report how the inhalation of an atmosphere containing little oxygen, and mixed with dust amid the smoke of blasting powder, such as prevails in the mines, seriously affects the lungs, disturbs the action of the heart, and diminishes the activity of the digestive organs, that wearing toil, and especially the climbing up and down of ladders, upon which even vigorous young men have to spend in some mines more than an hour a day, and which precedes and follows daily work, contributes greatly to the development of these evils, so that men who begin this work in early youth are far from reaching the stature of women who work above ground, that many die young of galloping consumption, and most miners at middle age of slow consumption, that they age prematurely and become unfit for work between the 35th and 45th years. That many are attacked by acute inflammations of the respiratory organs when exposed to the sudden change from the warm air of the shaft, after climbing the ladder in profuse perspiration, to the cold wind above ground, and that these acute inflammations are very frequently fatal. Work above ground, breaking and sorting the ore, is done by girls and children, and is described as very wholesome, being done in the open air. In the north of England, on the borders of Northumberland and Durham, are the extensive lead mines of Alston Moor. The reports from this districts agree almost wholly with those from Cornwall. Here, too, there are complaints of want of oxygen, excessive dust, powder smoke, carbonic acid gas, and sulfur, in the atmosphere of the workings. In consequence, the miners here, as in Cornwall, are small of stature, and nearly all suffer from the 30th year throughout life from chest affections, which end, especially when this work is persisted in, as is almost always the case, in consumption, so greatly shortening the average of life of these people. If the miners of this district are somewhat longer lived than those of Cornwall, this is the case, because they do not enter the mines before reaching the 19th year, while in Cornwall, as we have seen, this work is begun in the 12th year. Nevertheless, the majority die here, too, between 40 and 50 years of age, according to medical testimony. Of 79 miners, whose death was entered upon the public register of the district, and who attained an average of 45 years, 37 had died of consumption and 6 of asthma. In the surrounding districts, Allendale, Stanhope, and Middleton, the average length of life was 49, 48, and 47 years respectively, and the deaths from chest affections composed 48, 54, and 56% of the whole number. Let us compare these figures with the so-called Swedish tables, detailed tables of mortality embracing all the inhabitants of Sweden, and recognized in England as the most correct standard hitherto attainable for the average length of life of the British working class. According to them, male persons who survive the 19th year attain an average of 57.5 years, but, according to this, the north of England miners are robbed by their work of an average of 10 years of life. Yet the Swedish tables are accepted as the standard of longevity of the workers, and present, therefore, the average chances of life as affected by the unfavorable conditions in which the proletariat lives, a standard of longevity less than the normal one. In this district we find again the lodging houses and sleeping places with which we have already become acquainted in the towns, and in quite as filthy, disgusting, and overcrowded a state as there. Commissioner Mitchell visited one such sleeping barrack, 18 feet long, 15 feet wide, and arranged for the reception of 42 men and 14 boys, or 56 persons altogether, one half of whom slept above the other in berths as on shipboard. There was no opening for the escape of the foul air, and, although no one had slept in this pen for 3 nights preceding the visit, the smell and the atmosphere were such that Commissioner Mitchell could not endure it a moment. What must it be through a hot summer night, with 56 occupants? And this is not the steerage of an American slave ship, it is the dwelling of freeborn Britons. Let us turn now to the most important branch of British mining, the iron and coal mines, which the Children's Employment Commission treats in common, and with all the detail which the importance of the subject demands. Nearly the whole of the first part of this report is devoted to the condition of the workers employed in these mines. After the detailed description which I have furnished of the state of the industrial workers, I shall, however, be able to be as brief in dealing with this subject as the scope of the present work requires. In the coal and iron mines, which are worked in pretty much the same way, children of 4, 5, and 7 years are employed. They are set to transporting the ore or coal loosened by the miner from its place to the horse path or the main shaft, and to opening and shutting the doors, which separate the divisions of the mine and regulate its ventilation, for the passage of workers and material. For watching the doors the smallest children are usually employed, who thus pass 12 hours daily, in the dark, alone, sitting usually in damp passages without even having work enough to save them from the stupefying, brutalizing tedium of doing nothing. The transport of coal and ironstone, on the other hand, is very hard labor, the stuff being shoved in large tubs, without wheels, over the uneven floor of the mine, often over moist clay, or through water, and frequently up steep inclines and through paths so low-roofed that the workers are forced to creep on hands and knees. For this more wearing labor, therefore, older children and half-grown girls are employed. 1 man or 2 boys per tub are employed, according to circumstances, and, if 2 boys, one pushes and the other pulls. The loosening of the ore or coal, which is done by men or strong youths of 16 years or more, is also very weary work. The usual working day is 11 to 12 hours, often longer. In Scotland it reaches 14 hours, and double time is frequent, when all the employees are at work below ground 24, and even 36 hours at a stretch. Set times for meals are almost unknown, so that these people eat when hunger and time permit. The standard of living of the miners is in general described as fairly good and their wages high in comparison with those of the agricultural laborers surrounding them, who, however, live at starvation rates, except in certain parts of Scotland and in the Irish mines, where great misery prevails. We shall have occasion to return later to the statement, which, by the way, is merely relative, implying comparison to the poorest class in all England. Meanwhile, we shall consider the evils which arise from the present method of mining, and the reader may judge whether any pay in money can indemnify the miner for such suffering. The children and young people who are employed in transporting coal and ironstone all complain of being overtired. Even in the most recklessly conducted industrial establishments there is no such universal and exaggerated overwork. The whole report proves this, with a number of examples on every page. It is constantly happening that children throw themselves down on the stone hearth or the floor as soon as they reach home, fall asleep at once without being able to take a bite of food, and have to be washed and put to bed while asleep. It even happens that they lie down on the way home, and are found by their parents late at night asleep on the road. It seems to be a universal practice among these children to spend Sunday in bed to recover in some degree from the overexertion of the week. Church and school are visited by but few, and even of these the teachers complain of their great sleepiness and the want of all eagerness to learn. The same thing is true of the elder girls and women. They are overworked in the most brutal manner. This weariness, which is almost always carried to a most painful pitch, cannot fail to affect the constitution. The first result of such overexertion is the diversion of vitality to the one-sided development of the muscles, so that those especially of the arms, legs, and back, of the shoulders and chest, which are chiefly called into activity in pushing and pulling, attain an uncommonly vigorous development, while all the rest of the body suffers and is atrophied from want of nourishment. More than all else the stature suffers, being stunted and retarded. Nearly all miners are short, except those of Leicestershire and Warwickshire, who work under exceptionally favourable conditions. Further, among boys as well as girls, puberty is retarded, among the former often until the 18th year. Indeed, a 19-years-old boy appeared before Commissioner Simons, showing no evidence beyond that of the teeth, that he was more than 11 or 12 years old. This prolongation of the period of childhood is at bottom nothing more than a sign of checked development, which does not fail to bear fruit in later years. Distortions of the legs, knees bent inwards and feet bent outwards, deformities of the spinal column and other malformations, appear the more readily in constitutions thus weakened, in consequence of the almost universally constrained position during work, and they are so frequent that in Yorkshire and Lancashire, as in Northumberland and Durham, the assertion is made by many witnesses, not only by physicians, that a minor may be recognized by his shape among 100 other persons. The women seem to suffer especially from this work, and are seldom, if ever, as straight as other women. There is testimony here, too, to the fact that deformities of the pelvis and consequent difficult, even fatal, childbearing arise from the work of women in the mines. But apart from these local deformities, the coal miners suffer from a number of special affections easily explained by the nature of the work. Diseases of the digestive organs are first in order. Want of appetite, pains in the stomach, nausea and vomiting, are most frequent, with violent thirst, which can be quenched only with the dirty, lukewarm water of the mine. The digestion is checked and all the other affections are thus invited. Diseases of the heart, especially hypertrophy, inflammation of the heart and pericardium, contraction of the auriculoventricular communications and the entrance of the aorta are also mentioned repeatedly as diseases of the miners, and are readily explained by overwork, and the same is true of the almost universal rupture, which is a direct consequence of protracted overexertion. In part from the same cause and in part from the bad, dust-filled atmosphere mixed with carbonic acid and hydrocarbon gas, which might so readily be avoided, there arise numerous painful and dangerous affections of the lungs, especially asthma, which in some districts appears in the 40th, in others in the 30th year in most of the miners, and makes them unfit for work in a short time. Among those employed in wet workings the oppression in the chest naturally appears much earlier, in some districts of Scotland between the 20th and 30th years, during which time the affected lungs are especially susceptible to inflammations and diseases of a feverish nature. The peculiar disease of workers of this sort is black spittle, which arises from the saturation of the whole lung with coal particles, and manifests itself in general debility, headache, oppression of the chest, and thick, black mucus expectoration. In some districts this disease appears in a mild form, in others, on the contrary, it is wholly incurable, especially in Scotland. Here, besides the symptoms just mentioned, which appear in an intensified form, short, wheezing breathing, rapid pulse, exceeding 100 per minute, and abrupt coughing, with increasing leanness and debility, speedily make the patient unfit for work. Every case of this disease ends fatally. Dr. MacElla, in Pencateland, East Lothian, testified that in all the coal mines which are properly ventilated this disease is unknown, while it frequently happens that miners who go from well to ill-ventilated mines are seized by it. The profit greed of mine owners which prevents the use of ventilators is therefore responsible for the fact, that this working men's disease exists at all. Rheumatism, too, is, with the exception of the Warwick and Leicestershire workers, a universal disease of the coal miners, and arises especially from the frequently damp working places. The consequence of all these diseases is that, in all districts without exception, the coal miners age early and become unfit for work soon after the 40th year, though this is different in different places. A coal miner who can follow his calling after the 45th or 50th year is a very great rarity indeed. It is universally recognized that such workers enter upon old age at 40. This applies to those who loosen the coal from the bed, the loaders, who have constantly to lift heavy blocks of coal into the tubs, age with the 28th or 30th year, so that it is proverbial in the coal mining districts that the loaders are old before they are young. That this premature old age is followed by the early death of the colliers is a matter of course, and a man who reaches 60 is a great exception among them. Even in South Staffordshire, where the mines are comparatively wholesome, few men reach their 51st year. Along with this early superannuation of the workers we naturally find, just as in the case of the mills, frequent lack of employment of the elder men, who are often supported by very young children. If we sum up briefly the results of the work in coal mines, we find, as Drive Southwood Smith, one of the commissioners, does, that through prolonged childhood on the one hand and premature age on the other, that period of life in which the human being is in full possession of his powers, the period of manhood, is greatly shortened, while the length of life in general is below the average. This, too, on the debit side of the bourgeoisie's reckoning. All this deals only with the average of the English coal mines. But there are many in which the state of things is much worse, those, namely, in which thin seams of coal are worked. The coal would be too expensive if a part of the adjacent sand and clay were removed, so the mine owners permit only the seams to be worked, whereby the passages which elsewhere are 4 or 5 feet high and more are here kept so low that to stand upright in them is not to be thought of. The working man lies on his side and loosens the coal with his pick, resting upon his elbow as a pivot, whence follow inflammations of the joint, and in cases where he is forced to kneel, of the knee also. The women and children who have to transport the coal crawl upon their hands and knees, fastened to the tub by a harness and chain, which frequently passes between the legs, while a man behind pushes with hands and head. The pushing with the head engenders local irritations, painful swellings, and ulcers. In many cases, too, the shafts are wet, so that these workers have to crawl through dirty or salt water several inches deep, being thus exposed to a special irritation of the skin. It can be readily imagined how greatly the diseases already peculiar to the miners are fostered by this especially frightful, slavish toil. But these are not all the evils which descend upon the head of the coal miner. In the whole British Empire there is no occupation in which a man may meet his end in so many diverse ways as in this one. The coal mine is the scene of a multitude of the most terrifying calamities, and these come directly from the selfishness of the bourgeoisie. The hydrocarbon gas which develops so freely in these mines, forms, when combined with atmospheric air, an explosive which takes fire upon coming into contact with a flame, and kills everyone within its reach. Such explosions take place, in one mine or another, nearly every day. On September 28, 1844, one killed 96 men in Haswell Colliery, Durham. The carbonic acid gas, which also develops in great quantities, accumulates in the deeper parts of the mine, frequently reaching the height of a man, and suffocates everyone who gets into it. The doors which separate the sections of the mines are meant to prevent the propagation of explosions and the movement of the gases, but since they are entrusted to small children, who often fall asleep or neglect them, this means of prevention is illusory. A proper ventilation of the mines by means of fresh air shafts could almost entirely remove the injurious effects of both these gases. But for this purpose the bourgeoisie has no money to spare, preferring to command the working men to use the Davy lamp, which is wholly useless because of its dull light, and is, therefore, usually replaced by a candle. If an explosion occurs, the recklessness of the miner is blamed, though the bourgeois might have made the explosion well nigh impossible by supplying good ventilation. Further, every few days the roof of a working falls in, and buries or mangles the workers employed in it. It is the interest of the bourgeois to have the seams worked out as completely as possible, and hence the accidents of this sort. Then, too, the ropes by which the men descend into the mines are often rotten, and break, so that the unfortunates fall, and are crushed. All these accidents, and I have no room for special cases, carry off yearly, according to the Mining Journal, some 1,400 human beings. The Manchester Guardian reports at least 2 or 3 accidents every week for Lancashire alone. In nearly all mining districts the people composing the coroner's juries are, in almost all cases, dependent upon the mine owners, and where this is not the case, immemorial custom ensures that the verdict shall be accidental death. Besides, the jury takes very little interest in the state of the mine, because it does not understand anything about the matter. But the Children's Employment Commission does not hesitate to make the mine owners directly responsible for the greater number of these cases. As to the education and morals of the mining population, they are, according to the Children's Employment Commission, pretty good in Cornwall, and excellent in Alston Moor. In the coal districts, in general, they are, on the contrary, reported as on an excessively low plane. The workers live in the country in neglected regions, and if they do their weary work, no human being outside the police force troubles himself about them. Hence, and from the tender age at which children are put to work, it follows that their mental education is wholly neglected. The day schools are not within their reach, the evening and Sunday schools mere shams, the teachers worthless. Hence, few can read and still fewer write. The only point upon which their eyes are as yet open is the fact that their wages are far too low for their hateful and dangerous work. To church they go seldom or never. All the clergy complain of their irreligion as beyond comparison. As a matter of fact, their ignorance of religious and of secular things, alike, is such that the ignorance of the factory operatives, shown in numerous examples in the foregoing pages, is trifling in comparison with it. The categories of religion are known to them only from the terms of their oaths. Their morality is destroyed by their work itself. That the overwork of all miners must engender drunkenness is self-evident. As to their sexual relations, men, women, and children work in the mines, in many cases, wholly naked, and in most cases, nearly so, by reason of the prevailing heat, and the consequences in the dark, lonely mines may be imagined. The number of illegitimate children is here disproportionately large, and indicates what goes on among the half-savage population below ground, but proves too, that the illegitimate intercourse of the sexes has not here, as in the great cities, sunk to the level of prostitution. The labor of women entails the same consequences as in the factories, dissolves the family, and makes the mother totally incapable of household work. When the Children's Employment Commission's report was laid before Parliament, Lord Ashley hastened to bring in a bill wholly forbidding the work of women in the mines, and greatly limiting that of children. The bill was adopted, but has remained a dead letter in most districts, because no mine inspectors were appointed to watch over its being carried into effect. The evasion of the law is very easy in the country districts in which the mines are situated, and no one need be surprised that the Miners' Union laid before the Home Secretary an official notice, last year, that in the Duke of Hamilton's coal mines in Scotland, more than 60 women were at work, or that the Manchester Guardian reported that a girl perished in an explosion in a mine near Wigan, and no one troubled himself further about the fact that an infringement of the law was thus revealed. In single cases the employment of women may have been discontinued, but in general the old state of things remains as before. These are, however, not all the afflictions known to the coal miners. The bourgeoisie, not content with ruining the health of these people, keeping them in danger of sudden loss of life, robbing them of all opportunity for education, plunders them in other directions in the most shameless manner. The truck system is here the rule, not the exception, and is carried on in the most direct and undisguised manner. The cottage system, likewise, is universal, and here almost a necessity, but it is used here, too, for the better plundering of the workers. To these means of oppression must be added all sorts of direct cheating. While coal is sold by weight, the worker's wages are reckoned chiefly by measure, and when his tub is not perfectly full he receives no pay whatever, while he gets not a farthing for over measure. If there is more than a specified quantity of dust in the tub, a matter which depends much less upon the miner than upon the nature of the seam, he not only loses his whole wage but is fined besides. The fine system in general is so highly perfected in the coal mines, that a poor devil who has worked the whole week and comes for his wages, sometimes learns from the overseer, who finds at discretion and without summoning the workers, that he not only has no wages but must pay so and so much in fines extra. The overseer has, in general, absolute power over wages, he notes the work done, and can please himself as to what he pays the worker, who is forced to take his word. In some mines, where the pay is according to weight, false decimal scales are used, whose weights are not subject to the inspection of the authorities, In one coal mine there was actually a regulation that any workman who intended to complain of the falseness of the scales must give notice to the overseer 3 weeks in advance. In many districts, especially in the north of England, it is customary to engage the workers by the year. They pledge themselves to work for no other employer during that time, but the mine owner by no means pledges himself to give them work, so that they are often without it for months together, and if they seek elsewhere, they are sent to the treadmill for 6 weeks for breach of contract. In other contracts, work to the amount of 20 six every 14 days, is promised the miners, but not furnished. In others still, the employers advance the miners small sums to be worked out afterwards, thus binding the debtors to themselves. In the north, the custom is general of keeping the payment of wages 1 week behindhand, chaining the miners in this way to their work. And to complete the slavery of these enthralled workers, nearly all the justices of the peace in the coal districts are mine owners themselves, or relatives or friends of mine owners, and possess almost unlimited power in these poor, uncivilized regions where there are few newspapers, these few in the service of the ruling class, and but little other agitation. It is almost beyond conception how these poor coal miners have been plundered and tyrannized over by justices of the peace acting as judges in their own cause. So it went on for a long time. The workers did not know any better than that they were there for the purpose of being swindled out of their very lives. But gradually, even among them, and especially in the factory districts, where contact with the more intelligent operatives could not fail of its effect, there arose a spirit of opposition to the shameless oppression of the coal kings. The men began to form unions and strike from time to time. In civilized districts they joined the Chartists body and soul. The great coal district of the north of England, shut off from all industrial intercourse, remained backward until, after many efforts, partly of the Chartists and partly of the more intelligent miners themselves, a general spirit of opposition arose in 1843. Such a movement seized the workers of Northumberland and Durham that they placed themselves at the forefront of a general union of coal miners throughout the kingdom, and appointed W. P. Roberts, a Chartist solicitor, of Bristol, their Attorney General, he having distinguished himself in earlier Chartist trials. The union soon spread over a great majority of the districts. Agents were appointed in all directions, who held meetings everywhere and secured new members. At the first conference of delegates, in Manchester, in 1844, there were 60,000 members represented, and at Glasgow, 6 months later, at the second conference, 100,000. Here all the affairs of the coal miners were discussed and decisions as to the greater strikes arrived at. Several journals were founded, especially the Miners' Advocate at Newcastle upon Tyne, for defending the rights of the miners. On March 31, 1844, the contracts of all the miners of Northumberland and Durham expired. Roberts was empowered to draw up a new agreement, in which the men demanded, 1. Payment by weight instead of measure, 2. Determination of weight by means of ordinary scales subject to the public inspectors, 3. Half-yearly renewal of contracts, 4. Abolition of the fine system and payment according to work actually done, 5. The employers to guarantee to miners in their exclusive service at least 4 days' work per week, or wages for the same. This agreement was submitted to the coal kings, and a deputation appointed to negotiate with them. They answered, however, that for them the union did not exist, that they had to deal with single workmen only, and should never recognize the union. They also submitted an agreement of their own which ignored all the foregoing points, and was, naturally, refused by the miners. War was thus declared. On March 31, 1844, 40,000 miners laid down their picks, and every mine in the county stood empty. The funds of the union were so considerable that for several months a weekly contribution of 2s. 60 could be assured to each family. While the miners were thus putting the patience of their masters to the test, Roberts organized with incomparable perseverance both strike and agitation, arranged for the holding of meetings, traversed England from one end to the other, preached peaceful and legal agitation, and carried on a crusade against the despotic justices of the peace and truck masters, such as had never been known in England. This he had begun at the beginning of the year. Wherever a miner had been condemned by a justice of the peace, he obtained a habeas corpus from the Court of Queen's Bench, brought his client to London, and always secured an acquittal. Thus, January 13, Judge Williams of Queen's Bench acquitted 3 miners condemned by the Justices of the Peace of Bilston, South Staffordshire. The offence of these people was that they refused to work in a place which threatened to cave in, and had actually caved in before their return. On an earlier occasion, Judge Pattison had acquitted 6 working men, so that the name Roberts began to be a terror to the mine owners. In Preston 4 of his clients were in jail. In the first week of January he proceeded thither to investigate the case on the spot, but found, when he arrived, the condemned all released before the expiration of the sentence. In Manchester there were 7 in jail. Roberts obtained a habeas corpus and acquittal for all from Judge Whiteman. In Prescott 9 coal miners were in jail, accused of creating a disturbance in St. Helens, South Lancashire, and awaiting trial. When Roberts arrived upon the spot, they were released at once. All this took place in the first half of February. In April, Roberts released a miner from jail in Derby, 4 in Wakefield, and 4 in Leicester. So it went on for a time until these Dogberries came to have some respect for the miners. The truck system shared the same fate. One after another Roberts brought the disreputable mine owners before the courts, and compelled the reluctant justices of the peace to condemn them. Such dread of this lightning attorney general, who seemed to be everywhere at once, spread among them, that at Belper, for instance, upon Roberts' arrival, a truck firm published the following notice: Notice. Pentrich Colliery. Messrs. Haslam think it right, to prevent mistake, to give notice that all men employed at their colliery will receive their wages wholly in money, and be at liberty to spend it where they like. If they buy at Messrs. Haslam's shop they will be supplied, as heretofore, at wholesale prices, but they are not expected to buy there, and will have the same work and wages whether they go to that shop or any other. This triumph aroused the greatest jubilation throughout the English working class, and brought the Union a mass of new members. Meanwhile the strike in the north was proceeding. Not a hand stirred, and Newcastle, the chief coal port, was so stripped of its commodity that coal had to be brought from the Scotch coast, in spite of the proverb. At first, while the Union's funds held out, all went well, but towards summer the struggle became much more painful for the miners. The greatest want prevailed among them. They had no money, for the contributions of the workers of all branches of industry in England availed little among the vast number of strikers, who were forced to borrow from the small shopkeepers at a heavy loss. The whole press, with the single exception of the few proletarian journals, was against them. The bourgeois, even the few among them who might have had enough sense of justice to support the miners, learned from the corrupt liberal and conservative sheets only lies about them. A deputation of 12 miners who went to London received a sum from the proletariat there, but this, too, availed little among the mass who needed support. Yet, in spite of all this, the miners remained steadfast, and what is even more significant, were quiet and peaceable in the face of all the hostilities and provocation of the mine owners and their faithful servants. No act of revenge was carried out, not a renegade was maltreated, not one single theft committed. Thus the strike had continued well on towards 4 months, and the mine owners still had no prospect of getting the upper hand. One way was, however, still open to them. They remembered the cottage system. It occurred to them that the houses of the rebellious spirits were their property. In July, notice to quit was served the workers, and, in a week, the whole 40,000 were put out of doors. This measure was carried out with revolting cruelty. The sick, the feeble, old men and little children, even women in childbirth, were mercilessly turned from their beds and cast into the roadside ditches. One agent dragged by the hair from her bed, and into the street, a woman in the pangs of childbirth. Soldiers and police in crowds were present, ready to fire at the first symptom of resistance. on the slightest hint of the justices of the peace, who had brought about the whole brutal procedure. This, too, the working men endured without resistance. The hope had been that the men would use violence. They were spurred on with all force to infringements of the laws, to furnish an excuse for making an end of the strike by the intervention of the military. The homeless miners, remembering the warnings of their Attorney General, remained unmoved, set up their household goods upon the moors or the harvested fields, and held out. Some, who had no other place, encamped on the roadsides and in ditches, others upon land belonging to other people, whereupon they were prosecuted, and, having caused damage of the value of a halfpenny, were fined £1, and, being unable to pay it, worked it out on the treadmill. Thus they lived 8 weeks and more of the wet fag end of last summer under the open sky with their families, with no further shelter for themselves and their little ones than the calico curtains of their beds, with no other help than the scanty allowances of their union and the fast shrinking credit with the small dealers. Hereupon Lord Londonderry, who owns considerable mines in Durham, threatened the small tradesmen in his town of Seaham with his most high displeasure if they should continue to give credit to his rebellious workers. This noble lord made himself the first clown of the turnout in consequence of the ridiculous, pompous, ungrammatical ukases addressed to the workers, which he published from time to time, with no other result than the merriment of the nation. When none of their efforts produced any effect, the mine owners imported, at great expense, hands from Ireland and such remote parts of Wales as have as yet no labour movement. And when the competition of workers against workers was thus restored, the strength of the strikers collapsed. The mine owners obliged them to renounce the Union, abandon Roberts, and accept the conditions laid down by the employers. Thus ended at the close of September the great 5 months' battle of the coal miners against the mine owners, a battle fought on the part of the oppressed with an endurance, courage, intelligence, and coolness which demands the highest admiration. What a degree of true human culture, of enthusiasm, and strength of character, such a battle implies on the part of men who, as we have seen in the Children's Employment Commission's report, were described as late as 1840, as being thoroughly brutal and wanting in moral sense. But how hard, too, must have been the pressure which brought these 40,000 colliers to rise as one man and to fight out the battle like an army not only well disciplined but enthusiastic, an army possessed of one single determination, with the greatest coolness and composure, to a point beyond which further resistance would have been madness. And what a battle! Not against visible, mortal enemies, but against hunger, want, misery, and homelessness, against their own passions provoked to madness by the brutality of wealth. If they had revolted with violence, they, the unarmed and defenseless, would have been shot down, and a day or two would have decided the victory of the owners. This law-abiding reserve was no fear of the constable's staff, it was the result of deliberation, the best proof of the intelligence and self-control of the working men. Thus were the working men forced once more, in spite of their unexampled endurance, to succumb to the might of capital. But the fight had not been in vain. First of all, this 19-week strike had torn the miners of the north of England forever from the intellectual death in which they had hitherto lain. They have left their sleep, are alert to defend their interests, and have entered the movement of civilization, and especially the movement of the workers. The strike, which first brought to light the whole cruelty of the owners, has established the opposition of the workers here, forever, and made at least 2/3 of them Chartists, and the acquisition of 30,000 such determined, experienced men is certainly of great value to the Chartists. Then, too, the endurance and law-abiding which characterized the whole strike, coupled with the active agitation which accompanied it, has fixed public attention upon the miners. On the occasion of the debate upon the export duty on coal, Thomas Duncombe, the only decidedly Chartist member of the House of Commons, brought up the condition of the coal miners, had their petition read, and by his speech forced the bourgeois journals to publish, at least in their reports of parliamentary proceedings, a correct statement of the case. Immediately after the strike, occurred the explosion at Haswell. Roberts went to London, demanded an audience with Peel, insisted as representative of the miners upon a thorough investigation of the case, and succeeded in having the first geological and chemical notabilities of England, Professors Lyell and Faraday, commissioned to visit the spot. As several other explosions followed in quick succession, and Roberts again laid the details before the Prime Minister, the latter promised to propose the necessary measures for the protection of the workers, if possible, in the next session of Parliament, i.e., the present one of 1845. All this would not have been accomplished if these workers had not, by means of the strike, proved themselves freedom-loving men worthy of all respect, and if they had not engaged Roberts as their counsel. Scarcely had it become known that the coal miners of the North had been forced to renounce the Union and discharge Roberts, when the miners of Lancashire formed a union of some 10,000 men, and guaranteed their Attorney General a salary of £1,200 a year. In the autumn of last year they collected more than £700, rather more than £200 of which they expended upon salaries and judicial expenses, and the rest chiefly in support of men out of work, either through want of employment or through dissensions with their employers. Thus the working men are constantly coming to see more clearly that, united, they too are a respectable power, and can, in the last extremity, defy even the might of the bourgeoisie. And this insight, the gain of all labor movements, has been won for all the miners of England by the Union and the strike of 1844. In a very short time the difference of intelligence and energy which now exists in favor of the factory operatives will have vanished, and the miners of the kingdom will be able to stand abreast of them in every respect. Thus one piece of standing ground after another is undermined beneath the feet of the bourgeoisie, and how long will it be before their whole social and political edifice collapses with the basis upon which it rests? But the bourgeoisie will not take warning. The resistance of the miners does but embitter it the more. Instead of appreciating this forward step in the general movement of the workers, the property-holding class saw in it only a source of rage against a class of people who are fools enough to declare themselves no longer submissive to the treatment they had hitherto received. It saw in the just demands of the non-possessing workers only impertinent discontent, mad rebellion against divine and human order, and, in the best case, a success, to be resisted by the bourgeoisie with all its might, won by ill-intentioned demagogues who live by agitation and are too lazy to work. It sought, of course, without success, to represent to the workers that Roberts and the Union's agents, whom the Union very naturally had to pay, were insolent swindlers, who drew the last farthing from the working men's pockets. When such insanity prevails in the property-holding class, when it is so blinded by its momentary profit that it no longer has eyes for the most conspicuous signs of the times, surely all hope of a peaceful solution of the social question for England must be abandoned. The only possible solution is a violent revolution, which cannot fail to take place. See, according to the census of 1841, the number of working men employed in mines in Great Britain, without Ireland, was coal mines 83,40832, 4751, 1851, 165118, 233, copper mines 9,8663, 428931, 20015, 407, lead 9, 4271, 932402011, 419, iron 7, 7732, 6794247310, 949 tin 4, 60 21, 349688826, 101 various 24, 16 26, 59147249131, 716 total 139, 23848, 45 43, 1023, 031193, 825. As the coal and iron mines are usually worked by the same people, a part of the miners attributed to the coal mines, and a very considerable part of those mentioned under the last heading are to be attributed to the iron mines. Note by Engels. The agricultural proletariat. We have seen in the introduction how, simultaneously with the small bourgeoisie and the modest independence of the former workers, the small peasantry also was ruined when the former union of industrial and agricultural work was dissolved, the abandoned fields thrown together into large farms, and the small peasants superseded by the overwhelming competition of the large farmers. Instead of being landowners or leaseholders, as they had been hitherto, they were now obliged to hire themselves as laborers to the large farmers or the landlords. For a time this position was endurable, though a deterioration in comparison with their former one. The extension of industry kept pace with the increase of population until the progress of manufacture began to assume a slower pace, and the perpetual improvement of machinery made it impossible for manufacture to absorb the whole surplus of the agricultural population. From this time forward, the distress which had hitherto existed only in the manufacturing districts, and then only at times, appeared in the agricultural districts too. The 25 years' struggle with France came to an end at about the same time. The diminished production at the various seats of the wars, the shutting off of imports, and the necessity of providing for the British Army in Spain, had given English agriculture an artificial prosperity, and had besides withdrawn to the army vast numbers of workers from their ordinary occupations. This check upon the import trade, the opportunity for exportation, and the military demand for workers, now suddenly came to an end, and the necessary consequence was what the English call agricultural distress. The farmers had to sell their corn at low prices, and could, therefore, pay only low wages. In 1815, in order to keep up prices, the corn laws were passed, prohibiting the importation of corn so long as the price of wheat continued less than 80 shillings per quarter. These naturally ineffective laws were several times modified, but did not succeed in ameliorating the distress in the agricultural districts. All that they did was to change the disease, which, under free competition from abroad, would have assumed an acute form, culminating in a series of crises, into a chronic one which bore heavily but uniformly upon the farm laborers. For a time after the rise of the agricultural proletariat, the patriarchal relation between master and man, which was being destroyed for manufacture, developed here the same relation of the farmer to his hands which still exists almost everywhere in Germany. So long as this lasted, the poverty of the farm hands was less conspicuous, they shared the fate of the farmer, and were discharged only in cases of the direst necessity. But now all this is changed. The farm hands have become day laborers almost everywhere, are employed only when needed by the farmers, and, therefore, often have no work for weeks together, especially in winter. In the patriarchal time, the hands and their families lived on the farm, and their children grew up there, the farmer trying to find occupation on the spot for the oncoming generation. Day laborers, then, were the exception, not the rule. Thus there was, on every farm, a larger number of hands than were strictly necessary. It became, therefore, the interest of the farmers to dissolve this relation, drive the farm hand from the farm, and transform him into a day laborer. This took place pretty generally towards the year 1830, and the consequence was that the hitherto latent overpopulation was set free, the rate of wages forced down, and the poor rate enormously increased. From this time the agricultural districts became the headquarters of permanent, as the manufacturing districts had long been of periodic, pauperism, and the modification of the poor law was the first measure which the state was obliged to apply to the daily increasing impoverishment of the country parishes. Moreover, the constant extension of farming on a large scale, the introduction of threshing and other machines, and the employment of women and children, which is now so general that its effects have recently been investigated by a special official commission, threw a large number of men out of employment. It is manifest, therefore, that here, too, the system of industrial production has made its entrance, by means of farming on a large scale, by the abolition of the patriarchal relation, which is of the greatest importance just here, by the introduction of machinery, steam, and the labor of women and children. In so doing, it has swept the last and most stationary portion of working humanity into the revolutionary movement. But the longer agriculture had remained stationary, the heavier now became the burden upon the worker, the more violently broke forth the results of the disorganization of the old social fabric. The overpopulation came to light all at once, and could not, as in the manufacturing districts, be absorbed by the needs of an increasing production. New factories could always be built, if there were consumers for their products, but new land could not be created. The cultivation of waste common land was too daring a speculation for the bad times following the conclusion of peace. The necessary consequence was that the competition of the workers among each other reached the highest point of intensity, and wages fell to the minimum. So long as the old poor law existed, the workers received relief from the rates. Wages naturally fell still lower, because the farmers forced the largest possible number of laborers to claim relief. The higher poor rate, necessitated by the surplus population, was only increased by this measure, and the new poor law, of which we shall have more to say later, was now enacted as a remedy. But this did not improve matters. Wages did not rise, the surplus population could not be got rid of, and the cruelty of the new law did but serve to embitter the people to the utmost. Even the poor rate, which diminished at first after the passage of the new law, attained its old height after a few years. Its only effect was that whereas previously 3 to 4 million half-paupers had existed, 1 million of total paupers now appeared, and the rest, still half-paupers, merely went without relief. The poverty in the agricultural districts has increased every year. The people live in the greatest want, whole families must struggle along with 6, 7, or 8 shillings a week, and at times have nothing. Let us hear a description of this population given by a Liberal Member of Parliament as early as 1830. That is an English peasant or pauper, for the words are synonymous. His sire was a pauper, and his mother's milk wanted nourishment. From infancy his food has been bad as well as insufficient, and he now feels the pains of unsatisfied hunger nearly whenever he is awake. But half-clothed, and never supplied with more warmth than suffices to cook his scanty meals, cold and wet come to him, and stay by him with the weather. He is married, but he has not tasted the highest joys of husband and father. His partner, and little ones being, like himself, often hungry, seldom warm, sometimes sick without aid, and always sorrowful without hope, are greedy, selfish, and vexing, so, to use his own expression, he hates the sight of them, and resorts to his hovel, only because a hedge affords less shelter from the wind and rain. He must support his family, though he cannot do so. This brings begging, trickery, and quarreling, and ends in settled craft. Though he have the inclination, he wants the courage to become, like more energetic men of his class, a poacher or smuggler on a large scale, but he pilfers occasionally, and teaches his children to lie and steal. His subdued and slavish manner toward his great neighbors shows that they treat him with suspicion and harshness. Consequently, he at once dreads and hates them, but he will never harm them by violent means. Too degraded to be desperate, he is thoroughly depraved. His miserable career will be short. Rheumatism and asthma are conducting him to the workhouse, where he will breathe his last. Without one pleasant recollection, and so make room for another wretch who may live and die in the same way. Our author adds that besides this class of agricultural laborers, there is still another, somewhat more energetic and better endowed physically, mentally, and morally, those, namely, who live as wretchedly, but were not born to this condition. These he represents as better in their family life, but smugglers and poachers who get into frequent bloody conflicts with the gamekeepers and revenue officers of the coast, become more embittered against society during the prison life which they often undergo, and so stand abreast of the first class in their hatred of the property holders. By courtesy, he says, in closing, the entire body is called the bold peasantry of England. Down to the present time, this description applies to the greater portion of the agricultural laborers of England. In June, 1844, the Times sent a correspondent into the agricultural districts to report upon the condition of this class, and the report which he furnished agreed wholly with the foregoing. In certain districts wages were not more than 6 shillings a week, not more, that is, than in many districts in Germany, while the prices of all the necessaries of life are at least twice as high. What sort of life these people lead may be imagined: their food scanty and bad, their clothing ragged, their dwellings cramped and desolate, small, wretched huts, with no comforts whatsoever, and, for young people, lodging houses, where men and women are scarcely separated, and illegitimate intercourse thus provoked. 1 or 2 days without work in the course of a month must inevitably plunge such people into the direst want. Moreover, they cannot combine to raise wages, because they are scattered, and if one alone refuses to work for low wages, there are dozens out of work, or supported by the rates, who are thankful for the most trifling offer, while to him who declines work, every other form of relief than the hated workhouse is refused by the poor law guardians as to a lazy vagabond, for the guardians are the very farmers from whom or from whose neighbors and acquaintances alone he can get work. And not from 1 or 2 special districts of England do such reports come. On the contrary, the distress is general, equally great in the north and south, the east and west. The condition of the labourers in Suffolk and Norfolk corresponds with that of Devonshire, Hampshire, and Sussex. Wages are as low in Dorsetshire and Oxfordshire as in Kent and Surrey, Buckinghamshire, and Cambridgeshire. One especially barbaric cruelty against the working class is embodied in the game laws, which are more stringent than in any other country, while the game is plentiful beyond all conception. The English peasant who, according to the old English custom and tradition, sees in poaching only a natural and noble expression of courage and daring, is stimulated still further by the contrast between his own poverty and the cartel est notre plaisirs xii of the Lord, who preserves thousands of hares and game birds for his private enjoyment. The laborer lays snares, or shoots here and there a piece of game. It does not injure the landlord as a matter of fact, for he has a vast superfluity, and it brings the poacher a meal for himself and his starving family. But if he is caught he goes to jail, and for a second offence receives at the least 7 years' transportation. From the severity of these laws arise the frequent bloody conflicts with the gamekeepers, which lead to a number of murders every year. Hence the post of gamekeeper is not only dangerous, but of ill repute and despised. Last year, in 2 cases, gamekeepers shot themselves rather than continue their work. Such is the moderate price at which the landed aristocracy purchases the noble sport of shooting, but what does it matter to the lords of the soil? Whether 1 or 2 more or less of the surplus live or die matters nothing, and even if in consequence of the game laws half the surplus population could be put out of the way, it would be all the better for the other half, according to the philanthropy of the English landlords. Although the conditions of life in the country, the isolated dwellings, the stability of the surroundings and occupations, and consequently of the thoughts, are decidedly unfavorable to all development, yet poverty and want bear their fruits even here. The manufacturing and mining proletariat emerged early from the first stage of resistance to our social order, the direct rebellion of the individual by the perpetration of crime, but the peasants are still in this stage at the present time. Their favorite method of social warfare is incendiarism. In the winter which followed the Revolution of July, in 1830–31, these incendiarisms first became general. Disturbances had taken place, and the whole region of Sussex and the adjacent counties had been brought into a state of excitement in October, in consequence of an increase of the Coast Guard, which made smuggling much more difficult and ruined the coast, in the words of a farmer, changes in the poor law, low wages, and the introduction of machinery. In the winter the farmers' hay and corn stacks were burnt in the fields, and the very barns and stables under their windows. Nearly every night a couple of such fires blazed up, and spread terror among the farmers and landlords. The offenders were rarely discovered, and the workers attributed the incendiarism to a mythical person whom they named Swing. Men puzzled their brains to discover who the Swing could be and whence this rage among the poor of the country districts. Of the great motive power, want, oppression, only a single person here and there thought, and certainly no one in the agricultural districts. Since that year the incendiarisms have been repeated every winter, with each recurring unemployed season of the agricultural laborers. In the winter of 1843–44, they were once more extraordinarily frequent. There lies before me a series of numbers of the Northern Star of that time, each one of which contains a report of several incendiarisms, stating in each case its authority. The numbers wanting in the following list I have not at hand, but they, too, doubtless contain a number of cases. Moreover, such a sheet cannot possibly ascertain all the cases which occur. November 25, 1843, 2 cases, several earlier ones are discussed. December 16, in Bedfordshire, general excitement for a fortnight passed in consequence of frequent incendiarisms, of which several take place every night. 2 great farmhouses burnt down within the last few days, in Cambridgeshire 4 great farmhouses, Hertfordshire 1, and besides these, 15 other incendiarisms in different districts. December 30, in Norfolk 1, Suffolk 2, Essex 2, Cheshire 1, Lancashire 1, Derby, Lincoln, and the South 12. January 6, 1844, in all 10. January 13, 7. January 20, 4 incendiarisms. From this time forward, 3 of 4 incendiarisms per week are reported, and not as formerly until the spring only, but far into July and August. And that crimes of this sort are expected to increase in the approaching hard season of 1844-45, the English papers already indicate. What do my readers think of such a state of things in the quiet, idyllic country districts of England? Is this social war, or is it not? Is it a natural state of things which can last? Yet here the landlords and farmers are as dull and stupefied, as blind to everything which does not directly put money into their pockets, as the manufacturers and the bourgeoisie in general in the manufacturing districts. If the latter promise their employees salvation through the repeal of the corn laws, the landlords and a great part of the farmers promise theirs heaven upon earth from the maintenance of the same laws. But in neither case do the property holders succeed in winning the workers to the support of their pet hobby. Like the operatives, the agricultural laborers are thoroughly indifferent to the repeal or non-repeal of the corn laws. Yet the question is an important one for both. That is to say, by the repeal of the corn laws, free competition, the present social economy is carried to its extreme point, all further development within the present order comes to an end, and the only possible step farther is a radical transformation of the social order. For the agricultural laborers the question has, further, the following important bearing: free importation of corn involves, how, I cannot explain here, the emancipation of the farmers from the landlords, their transformation into liberals. Towards this consummation the Anti-Corn Law League has already largely contributed, and this is its only real service. When the farmers become liberals, i.e., conscious bourgeois, the agricultural laborers will inevitably become Chartists and Socialists. The first change involves the second. And that a new movement is already beginning among the agricultural laborers is proved by a meeting which Earl Radnor, a liberal landlord, caused to be held in October, 1844, near Highworth, where his estates lie, to pass resolutions against the corn laws. At this meeting, the laborers, perfectly indifferent as to these laws, demanded something wholly different, namely small holdings, at low rent, for themselves, telling Earl Radnor all sorts of bitter truths to his face. Thus the movement of the working class is finding its way into the remote, stationary, mentally dead agricultural districts, and, thanks to the general distress, will soon be as firmly rooted and energetic as in the manufacturing districts. As to the religious state of the agricultural laborers, they are, it is true, more pious than the manufacturing operatives, but they, too, are greatly at odds with the Church, for in these districts members of the established Church almost exclusively are to be found. A correspondent of the Morning Chronicle, who, over the signature, one who has whistled at the plough, Alexander Somerville, reports his tour through the agricultural districts, relates, among other things, the following conversation with some laborers after service. I inquired if the clergyman who had preached was the one who usually ministered there? Yes, blast him, he be our own parson sure enough, he be always a begging, he be always, sin ever I knowed him. And Rodku, the sermon had been upon a mission to the heathen. And sin I knowed him, said another, I never knowed a parson as wasn't a begging for summat or tother. Ah, says a woman who came just out of the church, and look at wages a comin' down, look at them rich wager bonds as the parsons hunt and dine and drink with. So help me God, we best more fitter to be taken into the Union and starved, than pay for parsons to go abroad. Why don't they, said another, send them parsons as be chantering every day in Salisbury Cathedral to nobody but the bare stones, why don't they go? They don't go, said the old man who spoke first, because they be so rich as to have so much land all over, they wants the money to send away the poor uns, I knows what they want, I been knowing them too long not to know that. But my good friends, said I, you surely don't go to church always and come out of it with such bitter dislike to the parsons. If you do, why go at all? Why go at all, said the woman, we be like to go, and we wouldn't lose everything, work and all, we be like to go. I learned later that they could get a few privileges in regard to fuel and ground for potatoes, to be paid for, if they went to church. After describing their poverty and ignorance, the correspondent closes by saying, now I assert fearlessly that the condition of these people, their poverty, their hatred of the churches, their outward compliance with, but inward bitterness towards, its dignitaries, is the rule throughout rural England, and that anything to the contrary is the exception. If the peasantry of England shows the consequences which a numerous agricultural proletariat in connection with large farming involves for the country districts, Wales illustrates the ruin of the small holders. If the English country parishes reproduce the antagonism between capitalist and proletarian, the state of the Welsh peasantry corresponds to the progressive ruin of the small bourgeoisie in the towns. In Wales are to be found, almost exclusively, small holders, who cannot, with like profit, sell their products as cheaply as the larger, more favorably situated English farmers, with whom, however, they are obliged to compete. Moreover, in some places the quality of the land admits of the raising of livestock only, which is but slightly profitable. Then, too, these Welsh farmers, by reason of their separate nationality, which they retain pertinaciously, are much more stationary than the English farmers. But the competition among themselves and with their English neighbours, and the increased mortgages upon their land consequent upon this, has reduced them to such a state that they can scarcely live at all, and because they have not recognized the true cause of their wretched condition, they attribute it to all sorts of small causes, such as high tolls, etc., which do check the development of agriculture and commerce, but are taken into account as standing charges by every one who takes a holding, and are therefore really ultimately paid by the landlord. Here, too, the new poor law is cordially hated by the tenants, who hover in perpetual danger of coming under its sway. In 1843, the famous Rebecca disturbances broke out among the Welsh peasantry, the men dressed in women's clothing, blackened their faces, and fell in armed crowds upon the toll gates, destroyed them amidst great rejoicing and firing of guns, demolished the toll keepers' houses, wrote threatening letters in the name of the imaginary Rebecca, and once went so far as to storm the workhouse of Carmarthen. Later, when the militia was called out and the police strengthened, the peasants drew them off with wonderful skill upon false scents, demolished toll gates at one point while the militia, lured by false signal bugles, was marching in some opposite direction, and betook themselves finally, when the police was too thoroughly reinforced, to single incendiarisms and attempts at murder. As usual, these greater crimes were the end of the movement. Many withdrew from disapproval, others from fear, and peace was restored of itself. The government appointed a commission to investigate the affair and its causes, and there was an end of the matter. The poverty of the peasantry continues, however, and will one day, since it cannot under existing circumstances grow less, but must go on intensifying, produce more serious manifestations than these humorous Rebecca masquerades. If England illustrates the results of the system of farming on a large scale and Wales on a small one, Ireland exhibits the consequences of overdividing the soil. The great mass of the population of Ireland consists of small tenants who occupy a sorry hut without partitions, and a potato patch just large enough to supply them most scantily with potatoes through the winter. In consequence of the great competition which prevails among these small tenants, the rent has reached an unheard of height, double, treble, and quadruple that paid in England. For every agricultural labourer seeks to become a tenant farmer, and though the division of land has gone so far, there still remain numbers of labourers in competition for plots. Although in Great Britain 34 million acres of land are cultivated, and in Ireland but 14 million, although Great Britain produces agricultural products to the value of £150 million, and Ireland of but £36 million, there are in Ireland 75,000 agricultural proletarians more than in the neighbouring island. How great the competition for land in Ireland must be is evident from this extraordinary disproportion, especially when one reflects that the labourers in Great Britain are living in the utmost distress. The consequence of this competition is that it is impossible for the tenants to live much better than the labourers, by reason of the high rents paid. The Irish people is thus held in crushing poverty, from which it cannot free itself under our present social conditions. These people live in the most wretched clay huts, scarcely good enough for cattle pens, have scant food all winter long, or, as the report above quoted expresses it, they have potatoes half enough 30 weeks in the year, and the rest of the year nothing. When the time comes in the spring at which this provision reaches its end, or can no longer be used because of its sprouting, wife and children go forth to beg and tramp the country with their kettle in their hands. Meanwhile the husband, after planting potatoes for the next year, goes in search of work either in Ireland or England, and returns at the potato harvest to his family. This is the condition in which 9/10 of the Irish country folks live. They are poor as church mice, wear the most wretched rags, and stand upon the lowest plane of intelligence possible in a half-civilized country. According to the report quoted, there are, in a population of 8.5 millions, 585,000 heads of families in a state of total destitution, and according to other authorities, cited by Sheriff Allison, there are in Ireland 2,300,000 persons who could not live without public or private assistance, or 27% of the whole population paupers. The cause of this poverty lies in the existing social conditions, especially in competition here found in the form of the subdivision of the soil. Much effort has been spent in finding other causes. It has been asserted that the relation of the tenant to the landlord who lets his estate in large lots to tenants, who again have their subtenants, and sub-subtenants, in turn, so that often 10 middlemen come between the landlord and the actual cultivator. It has been asserted that the shameful law which gives the landlord the right of expropriating the cultivator who may have paid his rent duly, if the first tenant fails to pay the landlord, that this law is to blame for all this poverty. But all this determines only the form in which the poverty manifests itself. Make the small tenant a landowner himself and what follows? The majority could not live upon their holdings even if they had no rent to pay, and any slight improvement which might take place would be lost again in a few years in consequence of the rapid increase of population. The children would then live to grow up under the improved conditions who now die in consequence of poverty in early childhood. From another side comes the assertion that the shameless oppression inflicted by the English is the cause of the trouble. It is the cause of the somewhat earlier appearance of this poverty, but not of the poverty itself. Or the blame is laid on the Protestant Church forced upon a Catholic nation, but divide among the Irish what the Church takes from them, and it does not reach 6 shillings a head. Besides, tithes are a tax upon landed property, not upon the tenant, though he may nominally pay them. Now, since the Commutation Bill of 1838, the landlord pays the tithes directly and reckons so much higher rent, so that the tenant is none the better off. And in the same way 100 other causes of this poverty are brought forward, all proving as little as these. This poverty is the result of our social conditions. Apart from these, causes may be found for the manner in which it manifests itself, but not for the fact of its existence. That poverty manifests itself in Ireland thus and not otherwise, is owing to the character of the people, and to their historical development. The Irish are a people related in their whole character to the Latin nations, to the French, and especially to the Italians. The bad features of their character we have already had depicted by Carlyle. Let us now hear an Irishman, who at least comes nearer to the truth than Carlyle, with his prejudice in favor of the Teutonic character. They are restless yet indolent, shrewd and indiscreet, impetuous, impatient and improvident, instinctively brave, thoughtlessly generous, quick to resent and forgive offenses, to form and renounce friendships. With genius they are profusely gifted, with judgment sparingly succeed. With the Irish, feeling and passion predominate, reason must bow before them. Their sensuous, excitable nature prevents reflection and quiet, persevering activity from reaching development. Such a nation is utterly unfit for manufacture as now conducted. Hence they held fast to agriculture, and remained upon the lowest plane even of that. With the small subdivisions of land, which were not here artificially created, as in France and on the Rhine, by the division of great estates, but have existed from time immemorial, an improvement of the soil by the investment of capital was not to be thought of, and it would, according to Allison, require £120 million sterling to bring the soil up to the not very high state of fertility already attained in England. The English immigration, which might have raised the standard of Irish civilization, has contented itself with the most brutal plundering of the Irish people, and while the Irish, by their immigration into England, have furnished England a leaven which will produce its own results in the future, they have little for which to be thankful to the English immigration. The attempts of the Irish to save themselves from their present ruin, on the one hand, take the form of crimes. These are the order of the day in the agricultural districts, and are nearly always directed against the most immediate enemies, the landlords, agents, or their obedient servants, the Protestant intruders, whose large farms are made up of the potato patches of hundreds of ejected families. Such crimes are especially frequent in the South and West. On the other hand, the Irish hope for relief by means of the agitation for the repeal of the legislative union with England. From all the foregoing, it is clear that the uneducated Irish must see in the English their worst enemies, and their first hope of improvement in the conquest of national independence. But quite as clear is it, too, that Irish distress cannot be removed by any act of repeal. Such an act would, however, at once lay bare the fact that the cause of Irish misery, which now seems to come from abroad, is really to be found at home. Meanwhile, it is an open question whether the accomplishment of repeal will be necessary to make this clear to the Irish. Hitherto, neither Chartism nor Socialism has had marked success in Ireland. I close my observations upon Ireland at this point the more readily, as the repeal agitation of 1843 and O'Connell's trial have been the means of making the Irish distress more and more known in Germany. We have now followed the proletariat of the British Islands through all branches of its activity, and found it everywhere living in want and misery under totally inhuman conditions. We have seen discontent arise with the rise of the proletariat, grow, develop, and organize. We have seen open bloodless and bloody battles of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. We have investigated the principles according to which the fate, the hopes and fears of the proletariat are determined, and we have found that there is no prospect of improvement in their condition. We have had an opportunity, here and there, of observing the conduct of the bourgeoisie towards the proletariat, and we have found that it considers only itself, has only its own advantage in view. However, in order not to be unjust, let us investigate its mode of action somewhat more exactly. The attitude of the bourgeoisie towards the proletariat. In speaking of the bourgeoisie, I include the so-called aristocracy, for this is a privileged class, an aristocracy, only in contrast with the bourgeoisie, not in contrast with the proletariat. The proletarian sees in both only the property holder, i.e., the bourgeois. Before the privilege of property all other privileges vanish. The sole difference is this, that the bourgeois proper stands in active relations with the manufacturing, and, in a measure, with the mining proletarians, and, as farmer, with the agricultural laborers, whereas the so-called aristocrat comes into contact with the agricultural laborer only. I have never seen a class so deeply demoralized, so incurably debased by selfishness, so corroded within, so incapable of progress, as the English bourgeoisie, and I mean by this, especially the bourgeoisie proper, particularly the liberal, corn law repealing bourgeoisie. For it nothing exists in this world, except for the sake of money, itself not excluded. It knows no bliss save that of rapid gain, no pain save that of losing gold. In the presence of this avarice and lust of gain, it is not possible for a single human sentiment or opinion to remain untainted. True, these English bourgeois are good husbands and family men, and have all sorts of other private virtues, and appear, in ordinary intercourse, as decent and respectable as all other bourgeois. Even in business they are better to deal with than the Germans. They do not higgle and haggle so much as our own pettifogging merchants, but how does this help matters? Ultimately it is self-interest, and especially money gain, which alone determines them. I once went into Manchester with such a bourgeois, and spoke to him of the bad, unwholesome method of building, the frightful condition of the working people's quarters, and asserted that I had never seen so ill-built a city. The man listened quietly to the end, and said at the corner where we parted, "And yet there is a great deal of money made here. Good morning, sir." It is utterly indifferent to the English bourgeois whether his working men starve or not, if only he makes money. All the conditions of life are measured by money, and what brings no money is nonsense, unpractical, idealistic bosh. Hence, political economy, the science of wealth, is the favorite study of these bartering Jews. Every one of them is a political economist. The relation of the manufacturer to his operatives has nothing human in it, it is purely economic. The manufacturer is capital, the operative labor. And if the operative will not be forced into this abstraction, if he insists that he is not labor, but a man, who possesses, among other things, the attribute of labor power, if he takes it into his head that he need not allow himself to be sold and bought in the market, as the commodity labor, the bourgeois reason comes to a standstill. He cannot comprehend that he holds any other relation to the operatives than that of purchase and sale. He sees in them not human beings, but hands, as he constantly calls them to their faces. He insists, as Carlyle says, that cash payment is the only nexus between man and man. Even the relation between himself and his wife is, in 99 cases out of 100, mere cash payment. Money determines the worth of the man. He is worth £10,000. He who has money is of the better sort of people, is influential, and what he does counts for something in his social circle. The huckstering spirit penetrates the whole language. All relations are expressed in business terms, in economic categories. Supply and demand are the formulas according to which the logic of the English bourgeois judges all human life. Hence free competition in every respect, hence the regime of laissez-faire, laissez-aller in government, in medicine, in education, and soon to be in religion, too, as the state church collapses more and more. Free competition will suffer no limitation, no state supervision. The whole state is but a burden to it. It would reach its highest perfection in a wholly ungoverned anarchic society, where each might exploit the other to his heart's content. Since, however, the bourgeoisie cannot dispense with government, but must have it to hold the equally indispensable proletariat in check, it turns the power of government against the proletariat and keeps out of its way as far as possible. Let no one believe, however, that the cultivated Englishman openly brags with his egotism. On the contrary, he conceals it under the vilest hypocrisy. What? The wealthy English fail to remember the poor? They who have founded philanthropic institutions, such as no other country can boast of. Philanthropic institutions forsooth. As though you rendered the proletarians a service in first sucking out their very lifeblood and then practicing your self-complacent, Pharisaic philanthropy upon them, placing yourselves before the world as mighty benefactors of humanity when you give back to the plundered victims the 100th part of what belongs to them. Charity which degrades him who gives more than him who takes, charity which treads the downtrodden still deeper in the dust, which demands that the degraded, the pariah cast out by society, shall first surrender the last that remains to him, his very claim to manhood, shall first beg for mercy before your mercy deigns to press, in the shape of an alms, the brand of degradation upon his brow. But let us hear the English bourgeoisie's own words. It is not yet a year since I read in the Manchester Guardian the following letter to the editor, which was published without comment as a perfectly natural, reasonable thing. Mr. Editor, for some time past our main streets are haunted by swarms of beggars, who try to awaken the pity of the passers-by in a most shameless and annoying manner, by exposing their tattered clothing, sickly aspect, and disgusting wounds and deformities. I should think that when one not only pays the poor rate, but also contributes largely to the charitable institutions, one had done enough to earn a right to be spared such disagreeable and impertinent molestations. And why else do we pay such high rates for the maintenance of the municipal police, if they do not even protect us so far as to make it possible to go to or out of town in peace? I hope the publication of these lines in your widely circulated paper may induce the authorities to remove this nuisance, and I remain your obedient servant, a lady. There you have it. The English bourgeoisie is charitable out of self-interest, it gives nothing outright, but regards its gifts as a business matter, makes a bargain with the poor, saying, if I spend this much upon benevolent institutions, I thereby purchase the right not to be troubled any further, and you are bound thereby to stay in your dusky holes and not to irritate my tender nerves by exposing your misery. You shall despair as before, but you shall despair unseen. This I require, this I purchase with my subscription of £20 for the infirmary. It is infamous, this charity of a Christian bourgeois. And so writes a lady, she does well to sign herself such, well that she has lost the courage to call herself a woman. But if the ladies are such as this, what must the gentlemen be? It will be said that this is a single case, but no, the foregoing letter expresses the temper of the great majority of the English bourgeoisie, or the editor would not have accepted it, and some reply would have been made to it, which I watched for in vain in the succeeding numbers. And as to the efficiency of this philanthropy, Canon Parkinson himself says that the poor are relieved much more by the poor than by the bourgeoisie, and such relief given by an honest proletarian who knows himself what it is to be hungry, for whom sharing his scanty meal is really a sacrifice, but a sacrifice borne with pleasure, such help has a wholly different ring to it from the carelessly tossed alms of the luxurious bourgeois. In other respects, too, the bourgeoisie assumes a hypocritical, boundless philanthropy, but only when its own interests require it, as in its politics and political economy. It has been at work now well on towards 5 years to prove to the working men that it strives to abolish the Corn Laws solely in their interest. But the long and short of the matter is this: the Corn Laws keep the price of bread higher than in other countries, and thus raise wages, but these high wages render difficult competition of the manufacturers against other nations in which bread, and consequently wages, are cheaper. The Corn Laws being repealed, the price of bread falls, and wages gradually approach those of other European countries, as must be clear to every one from our previous exposition of the principles according to which wages are determined. The manufacturer can compete more readily, the demand for English goods increases, and, with it, the demand for labor. In consequence of this increased demand, wages would actually rise somewhat, and the unemployed workers be re-employed, but for how long? The surplus population of England, and especially of Ireland, is sufficient to supply English manufacture with the necessary operatives, even if it were doubled, and, in a few years, the small advantage of the repeal of the Corn Laws would be balanced, a new crisis would follow, and we should be back at the point from which we started, while the first stimulus to manufacture would have increased population meanwhile. All this the proletarians understand very well, and have told the manufacturers to their faces, but, in spite of that, the manufacturers have in view solely the immediate advantage which the repeal of the Corn Laws would bring them. They are too narrow-minded to see that, even for themselves, no permanent advantage can arise from this measure, because their competition with each other would soon force the profit of the individual back to its old level, and thus they continue to shriek to the working men that it is purely for the sake of the starving millions that the rich members of the Liberal Party pour hundreds and thousands of pounds into the treasury of the Anti-Corn Law League, while everyone knows that they are only sending the butter after the cheese, that they calculate upon earning it all back in the first 10 years after the repeal of the Corn Laws. But the workers are no longer to be misled by the bourgeoisie, especially since the insurrection of 1842. They demand of everyone who presents himself as interested in their welfare, that he should declare himself in favor of the People's Charter as proof of the sincerity of his professions, and in so doing, they protest against all outside help, for the Charter is a demand for the power to help themselves. Whoever declines so to declare himself they pronounce their enemy, and are perfectly right in so doing, whether he be a declared foe or a false friend. Besides, the Anti-Corn Law League has used the most despicable falsehoods and tricks to win the support of the workers. It has tried to prove to them that the money price of labor is in inverse proportion to the price of corn, that wages are high when grain is cheap, and vice versa, an assertion which it pretends to prove with the most ridiculous arguments, and one which is, in itself, more ridiculous than any other that has proceeded from the mouth of an economist. When this failed to help matters, the workers were promised bliss supreme in consequence of the increased demand in the labor market. Indeed, men went so far as to carry through the streets 2 models of loaves of bread, on one of which, by far the larger, was written American 8-penny loaf, wages 4 shillings per day, and upon the much smaller one English 8-penny loaf, wages 2 shillings a day. But the workers have not allowed themselves to be misled. They know their lords and masters too well. But rightly to measure the hypocrisy of these promises, the practice of the bourgeoisie must be taken into account. We have seen in the course of our report how the bourgeoisie exploits the proletariat in every conceivable way for its own benefit. We have, however, hitherto seen only how the single bourgeois maltreats the proletariat upon his own account. Let us turn now to the manner in which the bourgeoisie as a party, as the power of the state, conducts itself towards the proletariat. Laws are necessary only because there are persons in existence who own nothing, and although this is directly expressed in but few laws, as, for instance, those against vagabonds and tramps, in which the proletariat as such is outlawed, yet enmity to the proletariat is so emphatically the basis of the law that the judges, and especially the justices of the peace, who are bourgeois themselves, and with whom the proletariat comes most in contact, find this meaning in the laws without further consideration. If a rich man is brought up, or rather summoned, to appear before the court, the judge regrets that he is obliged to impose so much trouble, treats the matter as favorably as possible, and, if he is forced to condemn the accused, does so with extreme regret, etc., etc., and the end of it all is a miserable fine, which the bourgeois throws upon the table with contempt and then departs. But if a poor devil gets into such a position as involves appearing before the justice of the peace, he has almost always spent the night in the station house with a crowd of his peers, he is regarded from the beginning as guilty, his defense is set aside with a contemptuous "oh, we know the excuse," and a fine imposed which he cannot pay and must work out with several months on the treadmill. And if nothing can be proved against him, he is sent to the treadmill, none the less, as a rogue and a vagabond. The partisanship of the justices of the peace, especially in the country, surpasses all description, and it is so much the order of the day that all cases which are not too utterly flagrant are quietly reported by the newspapers, without comment. Nor is anything else to be expected. For on the one hand, these dogberries do merely construe the law according to the intent of the farmers, and, on the other, they are themselves bourgeois, who see the foundation of all true order in the interests of their class. And the conduct of the police corresponds to that of the justices of the peace. The bourgeois may do what he will and the police remain ever polite, adhering strictly to the law, but the proletarian is roughly, brutally treated, his poverty both casts the suspicion of every sort of crime upon him and cuts him off from legal redress against any caprice of the administrators of the law. For him, therefore, the protecting forms of the law do not exist. The police force their way into his house without further ceremony, arrest and abuse him, and only when a working men's association, such as the miners, engages a Roberts, does it become evident how little the protective side of the law exists for the working man, how frequently he has to bear all the burdens of the law without enjoying its benefits. Down to the present hour, the property-holding class in Parliament still struggles against the better feelings of those not yet fallen a prey to egotism, and seeks to subjugate the proletariat still further. One piece of common land after another is appropriated and placed under cultivation, a process by which the general cultivation is furthered, but the proletariat greatly injured. Where there were still commons, the poor could pasture an ass, a pig, or geese. The children and young people had a place where they could play and live out of doors, but this is gradually coming to an end. The earnings of the worker are less, and the young people, deprived of their playground, go to the beer shops. A mass of acts for enclosing and cultivating commons is passed at every session of Parliament. When the government determined during the session of 1844 to force the all-monopolising railways to make travelling possible for the workers by means of charges proportionate to their means, a penny a mile, and proposed therefore to introduce such a third-class train upon every railway daily, the Reverend Father in God, the Bishop of London, proposed that Sunday, the only day upon which working men in work can travel, be exempted from this rule, and travelling thus be left open to the rich, and shut off from the poor. This proposition was, however, too direct, too undisguised to pass through Parliament, and was dropped. I have no room to enumerate the many concealed attacks of even one single session upon the proletariat. One from the session of 1844 must suffice. An obscure member of Parliament, a Mr. Miles, proposed a bill regulating the relation of master and servant which seemed comparatively unobjectionable. The government became interested in the bill, and it was referred to a committee. Meanwhile the strike among the miners in the north broke out, and Roberts made his triumphal passage through England with his acquitted working men. When the bill was reported by the committee, it was discovered that certain most despotic provisions had been interpolated in it, especially one conferring upon the employer the power to bring before any justice of the peace every working man who had contracted verbally or in writing to do any work whatsoever, in case of refusal to work or other misbehavior, and have him condemned to prison with hard labor for 2 months, upon the oath of the employer or his agent or overlooker, i.e., upon the oath of the accuser. This bill aroused the working men to the utmost fury, the more so as the 10 Hours Bill was before Parliament at the same time, and had called forth a considerable agitation. Hundreds of meetings were held, hundreds of working men's petitions forwarded to London to Thomas Duncombe, the representative of the interests of the proletariat. This man was, except Farrand, the representative of Young England, the only vigorous opponent of the bill, but when the other radicals saw that the people were declaring against it, one after the other crept forward and took his place by Duncombe's side, and as the liberal bourgeoisie had not the courage to defend the bill in the face of the excitement among the working men, it was ignominiously lost. Meanwhile the most open declaration of war of the bourgeoisie upon the proletariat is Malthus' law of population and the new poor law framed in accordance with it. We have already alluded several times to the theory of Malthus. We may sum up its final result in these few words, that the earth is perennially overpopulated, whence poverty, misery, distress, and immorality must prevail, that it is the lot, the eternal destiny of mankind, to exist in too great numbers, and therefore in diverse classes, of which some are rich, educated, and moral, and others more or less poor, distressed, ignorant, and immoral. Hence it follows in practice, and Malthus himself drew this conclusion, that charities and poor rates are, properly speaking, nonsense, since they serve only to maintain, and stimulate the increase of, the surplus population whose competition crushes down wages for the employed, that the employment of the poor by the poor law guardians is equally unreasonable, since only a fixed quantity of the products of labor can be consumed, and for every unemployed laborer thus furnished employment, another hitherto employed must be driven into enforced idleness, whence private undertakings suffer at cost of poor law industry. That, in other words, the whole problem is not how to support the surplus population, but how to restrain it as far as possible. Malthus declares in plain English that the right to live, a right previously asserted in favor of every man in the world, is nonsense. He quotes the words of a poet, that the poor man comes to the feast of nature and finds no cover laid for him, and adds that she bids him begone, for he did not before his birth ask of society whether or not he is welcome. This is now the pet theory of all genuine English bourgeois, and very naturally, since it is the most specious excuse for them, and has, moreover, a good deal of truth in it under existing conditions. If, then, the problem is not to make the surplus population useful, to transform it into available population, but merely to let it starve to death in the least objectionable way and to prevent its having too many children, this, of course, is simple enough, provided the surplus population perceives its own superfluousness and takes kindly to starvation. There is, however, in spite of the violent exertions of the humane bourgeoisie, no immediate prospect of its succeeding in bringing about such a disposition among the workers. The workers have taken it into their heads that they, with their busy hands, are the necessary, and the rich capitalists, who do nothing, the surplus population. Since, however, the rich hold all the power, the proletarians must submit, if they will not good-temperedly perceive it for themselves, to have the law actually declare them superfluous. This has been done by the new poor law. The old poor law, which rested upon the Act of 1601, the 43rd of Elizabeth, naively started from the notion that it is the duty of the parish to provide for the maintenance of the poor. Whoever had no work received relief, and the poor man regarded the parish as pledged to protect him from starvation. He demanded his weekly relief as his right, not as a favor, and this became, at last, too much for the bourgeoisie. In 1833, when the bourgeoisie had just come into power through the Reform Bill, and pauperism in the country districts had just reached its full development, the bourgeoisie began the reform of the poor law according to its own point of view. A commission was appointed, which investigated the administration of the poor laws, and revealed a multitude of abuses. It was discovered that the whole working class in the country was pauperist and more or less dependent upon the rates, from which they received relief when wages were low. It was found that the system by which the unemployed were maintained, the ill-paid and the parents of large families relieved, fathers of illegitimate children required to pay alimony, and poverty, in general, recognized as needing protection, it was found that this system was ruining the nation, was a check to industry, a reward for improvident marriages, a stimulant to population, and a blind to its effects on wages, a national institution for discountenancing the industrious and honest, and for protecting the idle, the improvident, and the vicious, the destroyer of the bonds of family life, a system for preventing the accumulation of capital, for destroying that which exists, and for reducing the ratepayer to pauperism, and a premium for illegitimate children in the provision of aliment. Words of the report of the Poor Law Commissioners. This description of the action of the old poor law is certainly correct. Relief fosters laziness and increase of surplus population. Under present social conditions, it is perfectly clear that the poor man is compelled to be an egotist, and when he can choose, living equally well in either case, he prefers doing nothing to working. But what follows therefrom? That our present social conditions are good for nothing, and not as the Malthusian commissioners conclude, that poverty is a crime, and, as such, to be visited with heinous penalties which may serve as a warning to others. But these wise Malthusians were so thoroughly convinced of the infallibility of their theory that they did not for one moment hesitate to cast the poor into the Procrustean bed of their economic notions and treat them with the most revolting cruelty. Convinced with Malthus and the rest of the adherents of free competition that it is best to let each one take care of himself, they would have preferred to abolish the poor laws altogether. Since, however, they had neither the courage nor the authority to do this, they proposed a poor law constructed as far as possible in harmony with the doctrine of Malthus, which is yet more barbarous than that of laissez-faire, because it interferes actively in cases in which the latter is passive. We have seen how Malthus characterizes poverty, or rather the want of employment, as a crime under the title superfluity, and recommends for it punishment by starvation. The commissioners were not quite so barbarous. Death outright by starvation was something too terrible even for a poor law commissioner. Good, said they, we grant you poor a right to exist, but only to exist. The right to multiply you have not, nor the right to exist as befits human beings. You are a pest, and if we cannot get rid of you as we do of other pests, you shall feel, at least, that you are a pest, and you shall at least be held in check, kept from bringing into the world other surplus, either directly or through inducing in others laziness and want of employment. Live you shall, but live as an awful warning to all those who might have inducements to become superfluous. They accordingly brought in the new Poor Law, which was passed by Parliament in 1834, and continues in force down to the present day. All relief in money and provisions was abolished. The only relief allowed was admission to the workhouses immediately built. The regulations for these workhouses, or, as the people call them, Poor Law Bastilles, is such as to frighten away everyone who has the slightest prospect of life without this form of public charity. To make sure that relief be applied for only in the most extreme cases and after every other effort had failed, the workhouse has been made the most repulsive residence which the refined ingenuity of a Malthusian can invent. The food is worse than that of the most ill-paid working man while employed, and the work harder, or they might prefer the workhouse to their wretched existence outside. Meat, especially fresh meat, is rarely furnished, chiefly potatoes, the worst possible bread and oatmeal porridge, little or no beer. The food of criminal prisoners is better, as a rule, so that the paupers frequently commit some offense for the purpose of getting into jail. For the workhouse is a jail too. He who does not finish his task gets nothing to eat. He who wishes to go out must ask permission, which is granted or not, according to his behavior or the inspector's whim. Tobacco is forbidden, also the receipt of gifts from relatives or friends outside the house. The paupers wear a workhouse uniform, and are handed over, helpless and without redress, to the caprice of the inspectors. To prevent their labor from competing with that of outside concerns, they are set to rather useless tasks. The men break stones, as much as a strong man can accomplish with effort in a day. The women, children, and aged men pick oakum, for I know not what insignificant use. To prevent the superfluous from multiplying, and demoralized parents from influencing their children, families are broken up. The husband is placed in one wing, the wife in another, the children in a third, and they are permitted to see one another only at stated times after long intervals, and then only when they have, in the opinion of the officials, behaved well. And in order to shut off the external world from contamination by pauperism within these bastilles, the inmates are permitted to receive visits only with the consent of the officials, and in the reception rooms, to communicate in general with the world outside only by leave and under supervision. Yet the food is supposed to be wholesome and the treatment humane with all this. But the intent of the law is too loudly outspoken for this requirement to be in any wise fulfilled. The Poor Law Commissioners and the whole English bourgeoisie deceive themselves if they believe the administration of the law possible without these results. The treatment, which the letter of the law prescribes, is in direct contradiction of its spirit. If the law in its essence proclaims the poor criminals, the workhouses prisons, their inmates beyond the pale of the law, beyond the pale of humanity, objects of disgust and repulsion, then all commands to the contrary are unavailing. In practice, the spirit and not the letter of the law is followed in the treatment of the poor, as in the following few examples. In the workhouse at Greenwich, in the summer of 1843, a boy 5 years old was punished by being shut into the dead room, where he had to sleep upon the lids of the coffins. In the workhouse at Herne, the same punishment was inflicted upon a little girl for wetting the bed at night, and this method of punishment seems to be a favorite one. This workhouse, which stands in one of the most beautiful regions of Kent, is peculiar, in so far as its windows open only upon the court, and but two, newly introduced, afford the inmates a glimpse of the outer world. The author who relates this in the Illuminated magazine, closes his description with the words: "If God punished men for crimes as man punishes man for poverty, then woe to the sons of Adam." In November, 1843, a man died at Leicester, who had been dismissed 2 days before from the workhouse at Coventry. The details of the treatment of the poor in this institution are revolting. The man, George Robson, had a wound upon the shoulder, the treatment of which was wholly neglected. He was set to work at the pump, using the sound arm, was given only the usual workhouse fare, which he was utterly unable to digest by reason of the unhealed wound and his general debility. He naturally grew weaker, and the more he complained, the more brutally he was treated. When his wife tried to bring him her drop of beer, she was reprimanded, and forced to drink it herself in the presence of the female warder. He became ill, but received no better treatment. Finally, at his own request, and under the most insulting epithets, he was discharged, accompanied by his wife. 2 days later he died at Leicester, in consequence of the neglected wound and of the food given him, which was utterly indigestible for one in his condition, as the surgeon present at the inquest testified. When he was discharged, there were handed to him letters containing money, which had been kept back 6 weeks, and opened, according to a rule of the establishment, by the inspector. In Birmingham such scandalous occurrences took place, that finally, in 1843, an official was sent to investigate the case. He found that 4 tramps had been shut up naked under a staircase in a black hole, 8 to 10 days, often deprived of food until noon, and that at the severest season of the year. A little boy had been passed through all grades of punishment known to the institution, first locked up in a damp, vaulted, narrow, lumber room, then in the dog hole twice, the second time 3 days and 3 nights, then the same length of time in the old dog hole, which was still worse, then the tramp room, a stinking, disgustingly filthy hole, with wooden sleeping stalls, where the official, in the course of his inspection, found 2 other tattered boys, shriveled with cold, who had been spending 3 days there. In the dog hole there were often 7, and in the tramp room, 20 men huddled together. Women, also, were placed in the dog hole, because they refused to go to church, and one was shut 4 days into the tramp room, with God knows what sort of company, and that while she was ill and receiving medicines. Another woman was placed in the insane department for punishment, though she was perfectly sane. In the workhouse at Bacton, in Suffolk, in January, 1844, a similar investigation revealed the fact that a feeble-minded woman was employed as nurse, and took care of the patients accordingly, while sufferers, who were often restless at night, or tried to get up, were tied fast with cords passed over the covering and under the bedstead, to save the nurses the trouble of sitting up at night. One patient was found dead, bound in this way. In the St. Pancras workhouse in London, where the cheap shirts already mentioned are made, an epileptic died of suffocation during an attack in bed, no one coming to his relief. In the same house, 4 to 6, sometimes 8 children, slept in one bed. In Shoreditch workhouse a man was placed, together with a fever patient violently ill, in a bed teeming with vermin. In Bethnal Green workhouse, London, a woman in the 6th month of pregnancy was shut up in the reception room with her 2-year-old child, from February 28 to March 19, without being admitted into the workhouse itself, and without a trace of a bed or the means of satisfying the most natural wants. Her husband, who was brought into the workhouse, begged to have his wife released from this imprisonment, whereupon he received 24 hours imprisonment with bread and water, as the penalty of his insolence. In the workhouse at Slough, near Windsor, a man lay dying in September, 1844. His wife journeyed to him, arriving at midnight, and hastening to the workhouse, was refused admission. She was not permitted to see her husband until the next morning, and then only in the presence of a female warder, who forced herself upon the wife at every succeeding visit, sending her away at the end of half an hour. In the workhouse at Middleton, in Lancashire, 12, and at times 18, paupers, of both sexes, slept in one room. This institution is not embraced by the new Poor Law, but is administered under an old special act, Gilbert's Act. The inspector had instituted a brewery in the house for his own benefit. In Stockport, July 31, 1844, a man, 72 years old, was brought before the justice of the peace for refusing to break stones, and insisting that, by reason of his age and a stiff knee, he was unfit for this work. In vain did he offer to undertake any work adapted to his physical strength. He was sentenced to 2 weeks upon the treadmill. In the workhouse at Basford, an inspecting official found that the sheets had not been changed in 13 weeks, shirts in 4 weeks, stockings in 2 to 10 months, so that of 45 boys but 3 had stockings, and all their shirts were in tatters. The bed swarmed with vermin, and the tableware was washed in the slop pails. In the West of London workhouse, a porter who had infected 4 girls with syphilis was not discharged, and another who had concealed a deaf and dumb girl 4 days and nights in his bed was also retained. As in life, so in death. The poor are dumped into the earth like infected cattle. The pauper burial ground of St. Bride's, London, is a bare morass, in use as a cemetery since the time of Charles II, and filled with heaps of bones. Every Wednesday the paupers are thrown into a ditch 14 feet deep. A curate rattles through the litany at the top of his speed. The ditch is loosely covered in, to be reopened the next Wednesday, and filled with corpses as long as one more can be forced in. The putrefaction thus engendered contaminates the whole neighborhood. In Manchester, the pauper burial ground lies opposite to the old town, along the Irk. This, too, is a rough, desolate place. About 2 years ago a railroad was carried through it. If it had been a respectable cemetery, how the bourgeoisie and the clergy would have shrieked over the desecration. But it was a pauper burial ground, the resting place of the outcast and superfluous, so no one concerned himself about the matter. It was not even thought worthwhile to convey the partially decayed bodies to the other side of the cemetery. They were heaped up just as it happened, and piles were driven into newly made graves, so that the water oozed out of the swampy ground, pregnant with putrefying matter, and filled the neighborhood with the most revolting and injurious gases. The disgusting brutality which accompanied this work I cannot describe in further detail. Can anyone wonder that the poor decline to accept public relief under these conditions? That they starve rather than enter these bastilles? I have the reports of 5 cases in which persons actually starving, when the guardians refused them outdoor relief, went back to their miserable homes and died of starvation rather than enter these hells. Thus far have the Poor Law Commissioners attained their object. At the same time, however, the workhouses have intensified, more than any other measure of the party in power, the hatred of the working class against the property holders, who very generally admire the new Poor Law. From Newcastle to Dover, there is but one voice among the workers, the voice of hatred against the new law. The bourgeoisie has formulated so clearly in this law its conception of its duties towards the proletariat, that it has been appreciated even by the dullest. So frankly, so boldly has the conception never yet been formulated, that the non-possessing class exists solely for the purpose of being exploited, and of starving when the property holders can no longer make use of it. Hence it is that this new Poor Law has contributed so greatly to accelerate the labor movement, and especially to spread Chartism, and, as it is carried out most extensively in the country, it facilitates the development of the proletarian movement which is arising in the agricultural districts. Let me add that a similar law in force in Ireland since 1838, affords a similar refuge for 80,000 paupers. Here, too, it has made itself disliked, and would have been intensely hated if it had attained anything like the same importance as in England. But what difference does the ill treatment of 80,000 proletarians make in a country in which there are 2.5 millions of them? In Scotland there are, with local exceptions, no poor laws. I hope that after this picture of the new poor law and its results, no word which I have said of the English bourgeoisie will be thought too stern. In this public measure, in which it acts in corpore as the ruling power, it formulates its real intentions, reveals the animus of those smaller transactions with the proletariat, of which the blame apparently attaches to individuals. And that this measure did not originate with any one section of the bourgeoisie, but enjoys the approval of the whole class, is proved by the parliamentary debates of 1844. The Liberal Party had enacted the new Poor Law, the Conservative Party, with its Prime Minister Peel at the head, defends it, and only alters some pettifogging trifles in the Poor Law Amendment Bill of 1844. A Liberal majority carried the bill, a Conservative majority approved it, and the noble lords gave their consent each time. Thus is the expulsion of the proletariat from state and society outspoken, thus is it publicly proclaimed that proletarians are not human beings, and do not deserve to be treated as such. Let us leave it to the proletarians of the British Empire to reconquer their human rights. LXXXV. Such is the state of the British working class as I have come to know it in the course of 21 months, through the medium of my own eyes, and through official and other trustworthy reports. And when I call this condition, as I have frequently enough done in the foregoing pages, an utterly unbearable one, I am not alone in so doing. As early as 1833, Gaskell declared that he despaired of a peaceful issue, and that a revolution can hardly fail to follow. 1838, Carlyle explained Chartism and the revolutionary activity of the working men as arising out of the misery in which they live, and only wondered that they have sat so quietly 8 long years at the Barmecide feast, at which they have been regaled by the liberal bourgeoisie with empty promises. And in 1844 he declared that the work of organizing labor must be begun at once if Europe, at any rate if England, is to continue inhabitable much longer. And the Times, the first journal of Europe, said in June, 1844, "War to the mansion, peace to the cottage, is a watchword of terror which may yet ring through the land. Let the wealthy beware." Meanwhile, let us review once more the chances of the English bourgeoisie. In the worst case, foreign manufacture, especially that of America, may succeed in withstanding English competition, even after the repeal of the Corn Laws, inevitable in the course of a few years. German manufacture is now making great efforts, and that of America has developed with giant strides. America, with its inexhaustible resources, with its unmeasured coal and iron fields, with its unexampled wealth of water power and its navigable rivers, but especially with its energetic, active population, in comparison with which the English are phlegmatic dawdlers. America has in less than 10 years created a manufacture which already competes with England in the coarser cotton goods, has excluded the English from the markets of North and South America, and holds its own in China, side by side with England. If any country is adapted to holding a monopoly of manufacture, it is America. Should English manufacture be thus vanquished, and in the course of the next 20 years, if the present conditions remain unchanged, this is inevitable, the majority of the proletariat must become forever superfluous, and has no other choice than to starve or to rebel. Does the English bourgeoisie reflect upon this contingency? On the contrary, its favorite economist, McCulloch, teaches from his student's desk, that a country so young as America, which is not even properly populated, cannot carry on manufacture successfully or dream of competing with an old manufacturing country like England. It were madness in the Americans to make the attempt, for they could only lose by it. Better far for them to stick to their agriculture, and when they have brought their whole territory under the plough, a time may perhaps come for carrying on manufacture with a profit. So says the wise economist, and the whole bourgeoisie worships him, while the Americans take possession of one market after another, while a daring American speculator recently even sent a shipment of American cotton goods to England, where they were sold for re-exportation. But assuming that England retained the monopoly of manufactures, that its factories perpetually multiply, what must be the result? The commercial crises would continue, and grow more violent, more terrible, with the extension of industry and the multiplication of the proletariat. The proletariat would increase in geometrical proportion, in consequence of the progressive ruin of the lower middle class and the giant strides with which capital is concentrating itself in the hands of the few, and the proletariat would soon embrace the whole nation, with the exception of a few millionaires. But in this development there comes a stage at which the proletariat perceives how easily the existing power may be overthrown, and then follows a revolution. Neither of these supposed conditions may, however, be expected to arise. The commercial crises, the mightiest levers for all independent development of the proletariat, will probably shorten the process, acting in concert with foreign competition and the deepening ruin of the lower middle class. I think the people will not endure more than one more crisis. The next one, in 1846 or 1847, will probably bring with it the repeal of the Corn Laws and the enactment of the Charter. What revolutionary movements the Charter may give rise to remains to be seen. But, by the time of the next following crisis, which, according to the analogy of its predecessors, must break out in 1852 or 1853, unless delayed perhaps by the repeal of the Corn Laws or hastened by other influences, such as foreign competition, by the time this crisis arrives, the English people will have had enough of being plundered by the capitalists and left to starve when the capitalists no longer require their services. If, up to that time, the English bourgeoisie does not pause to reflect, and to all appearance it certainly will not do so, a revolution will follow with which none hitherto known can be compared. The proletarians, driven to despair, will seize the torch which Stevens has preached to them. The vengeance of the people will come down with the wrath of which the rage of 1795 gives no true idea. The war of the poor against the rich will be the bloodiest ever waged. Even the union of a part of the bourgeoisie with the proletariat, even a general reform of the bourgeoisie, would not help matters. Besides, the change of heart of the bourgeoisie could only go as far as a lukewarm just milieu. The more determined, uniting with the workers, would only form a new Gironde, and succumb in the course of the mighty development. The prejudices of a whole class cannot be laid aside like an old coat, least of all, those of the stable, narrow, selfish English bourgeoisie. These are all inferences which may be drawn with the greatest certainty, conclusions, the premises for which are undeniable facts, partly of historical development, partly facts inherent in human nature. Prophecy is nowhere so easy as in England, where all the component elements of society are clearly defined and sharply separated. The revolution must come. It is already too late to bring about a peaceful solution, but it can be made more gently than that prophesied in the foregoing pages. This depends, however, more upon the development of the proletariat than upon that of the bourgeoisie. In proportion, as the proletariat absorbs socialistic and communistic elements, will the revolution diminish in bloodshed, revenge, and savagery. Communism stands, in principle, above the breach between bourgeoisie and proletariat, recognizes only its historic significance for the present, but not its justification for the future, wishes, indeed, to bridge over this chasm, to do away with all class antagonisms. Hence it recognizes as justified, so long as the struggle exists, the exasperation of the proletariat towards its oppressors as a necessity, as the most important lever for a labor movement just beginning, but it goes beyond this exasperation, because communism is a question of humanity and not of the workers alone. Besides, it does not occur to any communist to wish to revenge himself upon individuals, or to believe that, in general, the single bourgeois can act otherwise, under existing circumstances, than he does act. English socialism, i.e., communism, rests directly upon the irresponsibility of the individual. Thus the more the English workers absorb communistic ideas, the more superfluous becomes their present bitterness, which, should it continue so violent as at present, could accomplish nothing, and the more their action against the bourgeoisie will lose its savage cruelty. If, indeed, it were possible to make the whole proletariat communistic before the war breaks out, the end would be very peaceful, but that is no longer possible, the time has gone by. Meanwhile, I think that before the outbreak of open, declared war of the poor against the rich, there will be enough intelligent comprehension of the social question among the proletariat, to enable the Communistic Party, with the help of events, to conquer the brutal element of the revolution and prevent a ninth Thermidor. In any case, the experience of the French will not have been undergone in vain, and most of the Chartist leaders are, moreover, already communists. And as communism stands above the strife between bourgeoisie and proletariat, it will be easier for the better elements of the bourgeoisie, which are, however, deplorably few, and can look for recruits only among the rising generation, to unite with it than with purely proletarian Chartism. If these conclusions have not been sufficiently established in the course of the present work, there may be other opportunities for demonstrating that they are necessary consequences of the historical development of England. But this I maintain, the war of the poor against the rich now carried on in detail and indirectly will become direct and universal. It is too late for a peaceful solution. The classes are divided more and more sharply, the spirit of resistance penetrates the workers, the bitterness intensifies, the guerrilla skirmishes become concentrated in more important battles, and soon a slight impulse will suffice to set the avalanche in motion. Then, indeed, will the war cry resound through the land: war to the mansion, peace to the cottage. But then it will be too late for the rich to beware. LXXXV To prevent misconstructions and consequent objections, I would observe that I have spoken of the bourgeoisie as a class, and that all such facts as refer to individuals serve merely as evidence of the way of thinking and acting of a class. Hence I have not entered upon the distinctions between the diverse sections, subdivisions, and parties of the bourgeoisie, which have a mere historical and theoretical significance. And I can, for the same reason, mention but casually the few members of the bourgeoisie who have shown themselves honorable exceptions. These are, on the one hand, the pronounced radicals, who are almost Chartists, such as a few members of the House of Commons, the manufacturers Hindley of Ashton, and Fielden of Todmorden, Lancashire, and, on the other hand, the philanthropic Tories, who have recently constituted themselves Young England, among whom are the members of Parliament, Disraeli, Borthwick, Farrand, Lord John Manners, etc. Lord Ashley, too, is in sympathy with them. The hope of Young England is a restoration of the old Merry England with its brilliant features and its romantic feudalism. This object is of course unattainable and ridiculous, a satire upon all historic development, but the good intention, the courage to resist the existing state of things and prevalent prejudices, and to recognize the vileness of our present condition, is worth something anyhow. Wholly isolated is the half-German Englishman, Thomas Carlyle, who, originally a Tory, goes beyond all those hitherto mentioned. He has sounded the social disorder more deeply than any other English bourgeois, and demands the organization of labor. An English turnout. In my book on the above subject I was unable to give factual proof of individual points. In order not to make the book too thick and indigestible, I had to consider my statements sufficiently proven when I had confirmed them by quotations from official documents, impartial writers, or the writings of the parties whose interests I was attacking. This sufficed to guard me against contradiction in those cases where I was unable to speak from personal observation when describing particular living conditions. But it was not sufficient to produce in the reader the incontestable certainty which can only be given by striking, irrefutable facts, and which, especially in an age in which we are obliged by the infinite wisdom of the fathers to be sceptical, can never be generated by mere reasoning, no matter how good the authorities. Above all, when it is a question of important consequences, of facts coalescing into principles, when it is not the condition of separate, small sections of the people that has to be described, but the position of whole classes in relation to each other, then facts are absolutely essential. For the reasons just mentioned, I was unable to provide these in all cases in my book. I will now make good this unavoidable deficiency and, from time to time, will present facts as I find them in the sources available to me. In order, at the same time, to demonstrate that my account is still correct today, I will only use facts which have taken place since I left England last year, and have become known to me only since my book was published. Readers of my book will remember that I was chiefly concerned to describe the position of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in relation to each other and the necessity of struggle between these two classes, and that I attached a special importance to proving how completely justified the proletariat was in waging this struggle, and to rebutting the English bourgeoisie's fine phrases by means of their ugly deeds. From the first page to the last, I was writing a bill of indictment against the English bourgeoisie. I will now provide a few more choice pieces of evidence. However, since I have already displayed enough passion over these English bourgeois, it is not my intention to work myself up over them once again, and, so far as I can, I will keep my temper. The first good citizen and worthy paterfamilias we are going to meet is an old friend, or rather there are two of them. By 1843 Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey had already had Lord knows how many conflicts with their workers, who, refusing to be dissuaded even by the best of arguments from their demand that they should receive increased wages for increased work, stopped work. Pauling and Henfrey, who are important building contractors and employ many brickmakers, carpenters, and so on, took on other workers. This led to a conflict and in the end to a bloody battle with guns and cudgels in Pauling and Henfrey's brickyard, which resulted in the transportation of half a dozen workers to Van Diemen's Land, all of which is dealt with at length in my book. But Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey have to try something on with their workers every year, otherwise they are not happy, so they began baiting them again in October 1844. This time it was the carpenters whose well-being the philanthropic building contractors were anxious to promote. From time immemorial the custom had prevailed among the carpenters of Manchester and the surrounding area of not striking a light from Candlemas to November 17, i.e., of working from 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening during the long days, and of starting as soon as it was light and finishing as soon as it began to get dark during the short days. Then from November 17 onwards the lights were lit and work carried on for the full time. Pauling and Henfrey, who had long had enough of this barbaric custom, decided to put an end to this relic of the Dark Ages with the help of gas lighting, and when one evening before 6 o'clock the carpenters could not see any longer and put away their tools and went for their coats, the foreman lit the gas and said that they had to work till 6 o'clock. The carpenters, whom this did not suit, called a general meeting of the workers in their trade. Mr. Pauling, much astonished, asked his workers if they were dissatisfied about something since they had called a meeting. Some of the workers said that it was not they who were directly responsible for calling the meeting, but the committee of the craft union, to which Mr. Pauling replied that he didn't care a fig for the craft union, but he would like to put a proposition to them. If they would agree to the lights being lit he would be prepared in return to give them 3 hours off on Saturdays, and, generous fellow, also to allow them to work an extra quarter of an hour every day for which they would get extra pay. They on their part should work half an hour longer when all other workshops began to put on their lights. The workers considered this proposal and calculated that as a result Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey would gain a whole working hour every day during the short days, that each worker would have to work altogether 92 hours, i.e., 9 1/4 days extra without getting a farthing in return, and that taking into account all the workers employed by the firm, the above-named gentleman would save £400, $2,100, in wages during the winter months. So the workers held their meeting and explained to their fellow workers that if one firm succeeded in putting this through, all the other firms would follow suit and, as a result, there would be a general indirect reduction in wages which would rob the carpenters in the district of about £4,000 a year. It was decided that on the following Monday all the carpenters employed by Pauling and Henfrey should hand in their 3 months' notice, and if their employers did not change their minds, should stop work when this notice expired. The union on its part promised to support them by a general levy in the event of a stoppage of work. On Monday, October 14, the workers went and gave in their notice, whereupon they were told that they could leave right away, which of course they did. The same evening another meeting of all the building workers took place, at which all categories of building workers pledged their support to the strikers. On the Wednesday and Thursday following, all the carpenters in the vicinity employed by Pauling and Henfrey also stopped work, and the strike was thus in full swing. The building employers, left so suddenly high and dry, immediately sent people out in all directions, even as far as Scotland, to recruit workers, since in the whole vicinity there was not a soul willing to work for them. In a few days 13 men did arrive from Staffordshire. But as soon as the strikers found an opportunity of talking to them and explaining the dispute and the reasons why they had stopped work, several of the new arrivals refused to continue working. But the masters had an effective way of dealing with this. They had the recalcitrants, along with those who led them astray, brought before Daniel Maud, Esquire, Justice of the Peace. But before we follow them there, we must first put the virtues of Daniel Maud, Esq, in their proper light. Daniel Maud, Esq, is the stipendiary magistrate or paid justice of the peace in Manchester. The English magistrates are usually rich bourgeois or landowners, occasionally also clergymen, who are appointed by the ministry. But since these dogberries understand nothing about the law, they make the most flagrant blunders, bring the bourgeoisie into ridicule and do it harm, since, even when faced with a worker, they are frequently reduced to a state of confusion if he is defended by a skillful lawyer, and either neglect some legal form when sentencing him, which results in a successful appeal, or let themselves be misled into acquitting him. Besides, the rich manufacturers in the big towns and industrial areas have no time to spare for passing days of boredom in a court of law and prefer to install a replacement. As a result, in these towns, on the initiative of the towns themselves, paid magistrates are usually appointed, men versed in law, who are able to take advantage of all the twists and subtle distinctions of English law, and when necessary to supplement and improve it for the benefit of the bourgeoisie. Their efforts in this respect are illustrated by the following example. Daniel Maud, Esq, is one of those liberal justices of the peace who were appointed in large numbers under the Whig government. Among his heroic exploits, inside and outside the arena of the Manchester Borough Court, we will mention two. When in 1842 the manufacturers succeeded in forcing the workers of South Lancashire into an insurrection, which broke out in Stalybridge and Ashton at the beginning of August, some 10,000 workers, with Richard Pilling, the Chartist, at their head, marched on August 9 from there to Manchester to meet their masters on the Exchange and to see how the Manchester market was. When they reached the outskirts of the town, they were met by Daniel Maud, Esq, with the whole estimable police force, a detachment of cavalry and a company of riflemen. But this was all only for the sake of appearances, since it was in the interest of the manufacturers and liberals that the insurrection should spread and force the repeal of the Corn Laws. In this Daniel Maud, Esq, was in complete agreement with his worthy colleagues, and he began to come to terms with the workers and allowed them to enter the town on their promise to keep the peace and follow a prescribed route. He knew very well that the insurgents would not do this, nor did he in the least wish them to. He could have nipped the whole contrived insurrection in the bud with a little energy, but, had he done so, he would not have been acting in the interest of his anti-Corn Law friends but in the interest of Sir Robert Peel. So he withdrew the soldiers and allowed the workers to enter the town, where they immediately brought all the factories to a standstill. But as soon as the insurrection proved to be definitely directed against the liberal bourgeoisie and completely ignored the hellish Corn Laws, Daniel Maud, Esq, once more assumed his judicial office and had workers arrested by the dozen and marched off to prison without mercy for a breach of the peace, so that he first caused the breaches and then punished them. Another characteristic feature in the career of this Manchester Solomon is revealed by the following. Since the Anti-Corn Law League was several times beaten up in public in Manchester, it holds private meetings, admission to which is by ticket only, but the decisions and petitions of which are presented to the public as those of public meetings, and as manifestations of Manchester public opinion. In order to put a stop to this fraudulent boasting by the liberal manufacturers, 3 or 4 Chartists, among them my good friend James Leach, secured tickets for themselves and went to one of these meetings. When Mr. Cobden rose to speak, James Leach asked the chairman whether this was a public meeting. Instead of answering, the chairman called the police and had Leach arrested without more ado. A second Chartist asked the question again, then a third, and a fourth. All were set upon one after the other by the Bluebottles, police, who stood massed at the door, and packed off to the town hall. They appeared the next morning before Daniel Maud, Esq., who was already fully informed about everything. They were charged with having caused a disturbance at a meeting, were hardly allowed to say a word, and then had to listen to a solemn speech by Daniel Maud, Esq., who told them that he knew them, that they were political vagabonds who did nothing but cause uproar at meetings and disturb decent, law-abiding citizens, and a stop must be put to this kind of thing. Therefore, and Daniel Maud, Esq., knew very well that he could not impose any real punishment on them, therefore, he would sentence them to pay the costs this time. It was before this same Daniel Maud, Esq., whose bourgeois virtues we have just described, that the recalcitrant workers from Pauling and Henfrey's were hauled. But they had brought a lawyer with them as a precaution. First to be heard was the worker newly arrived from Staffordshire who had refused to continue working at a place where others had stopped work in self-defence. Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey had a written contract signed by the workers from Staffordshire, and this was submitted to the magistrate. The defending lawyer interjected that this agreement had been signed on a Sunday and was therefore invalid. With much dignity Daniel Maud, Esq., admitted that business transactions concluded on a Sunday were not valid, but said that he could not believe that Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey regarded this as a business transaction. So without spending very much time asking the worker whether he regarded the document as a business transaction, he told the poor devil that he must either continue working or amuse himself on the treadmill for 3 months. O Solomon of Manchester. After this case had been dealt with, Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey brought forward the second accused. His name was Salmon, and he was one of the firm's old workers who had stopped work. He was accused of having intimidated the new workers into taking part in the strike. The witness, one of these latter, stated that Salmon had taken him by the arm and spoken to him. Daniel Maud, Esq., asked whether the accused had perhaps used threats or beaten him. No, said the witness. Daniel Maud, Esq., delighted at having found an opportunity to demonstrate his impartiality, after having just fulfilled his duty to the bourgeoisie, declared that there was nothing in the case incriminating the accused. He had every right to take a walk on the public highway and to talk to other people as long as he did not indulge in intimidating words or actions, he was therefore acquitting him. But Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey had at least had the satisfaction, by paying the costs of the case, of having the said Salmon sent to the lock-up for a night, and that was something after all. Nor did Salmon's happiness last long. For after having been discharged on Thursday, October 31st, he was up again before Daniel Maud, Esq., on Tuesday, November 5th, charged with having assaulted Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey in the street. On that same Thursday on which Salmon had been acquitted, a number of Scotsmen arrived in Manchester, decoyed by false statements that the disputes were over and that Pauling and Henfrey could not find enough workers in their district to cope with their extensive contracts. On the Friday a number of Scottish joiners who had been working for some time in Manchester, came to explain the cause of the stoppage to their countrymen. A large number of their fellow workers, some 400, gathered around the inn where the Scots were quartered. But these Scotsmen were kept there like prisoners with a foreman on guard at the door. After some time, Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey arrived in order to escort in person their new workers to their place of work. When the group came out, those gathered outside called to the Scots not to take work against the Manchester rules of the trade and not to disgrace their fellow countrymen. Two of the Scots did in fact lag behind a little, and Mr. Pauling himself ran back to drag them forward. The crowd remained quiet, only prevented the group from moving too quickly, and called to the Scots not to interfere in other people's business, to go back home, etc. Mr. Henfrey finally lost his temper. He saw several of his old workers in the crowd, among them Salmon, and in order to put an end to the affair, he gripped the latter by the arm. Mr. Pauling seized him by the other arm, and both shouted for the police with all their might. The police inspector came up and asked what charge was being made against the man, at which both partners were greatly embarrassed. But they said, "We know the man." "Oh," said the inspector, "that's enough then, we can let him go for the time being." Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey, needing to bring some kind of charge against Salmon, considered the matter for several days until finally, on the advice of their lawyer, they lodged the above charge. After all the witnesses against Salmon had been heard, W. P. Roberts, the miners' attorney general, the terror of all magistrates, suddenly rose up on behalf of the accused and asked whether he should still call his witnesses, since nothing had been brought against Salmon. Daniel Maud, Esq., let him question his witnesses, who testified that Salmon had behaved calmly until Mr. Henfrey took hold of him. When the proceedings for and against had been concluded, Daniel Maud, Esq., said that he would pass sentence on Saturday. Clearly, the presence of Attorney General Roberts led him to think twice before he spoke once. On Saturday, Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey brought an additional criminal charge of conspiracy and intimidation against three of their old workers, Salmon, Scott, and Meller. By this they hoped to deliver a mortal blow to the craft union, and, in order to be secure against the dreaded Roberts, they called in a distinguished barrister from London, Mr. Monk. As his first witness, Mr. Monk produced Gibson, one of the newly engaged Scotsmen, who had also acted as witness against Salmon the previous Tuesday. He declared that on Friday, November 1st, as he and his companions came out of the inn, they were surrounded by a crowd of people who pushed and pulled them, and that the three accused were among the crowd. Roberts now began to cross-question this witness, confronted him with another worker, and asked whether he, Gibson, had not told this worker the previous night that he had not known he was under oath when he was giving his evidence the previous Tuesday, and that he had not really understood what he was supposed to do and say in court. Gibson replied that he did not know the man. He had been with two men the previous evening, but could not say whether this man was one of them, as it had been dark. It was possible that he said something of the sort, since the form of oath in Scotland was different from that in England. He couldn't quite remember. Mr. Monk then rose and declared that Mr. Roberts had no right to put questions like that, to which Mr. Roberts replied that objections of that kind were quite in place when one was representing a bad cause, but that he had the right to ask what he wanted, not only where the witness was born but also where he had stayed every day since that time, and what he had had to eat every day. Daniel Maud, Esq., confirmed that Mr. Roberts had this right, but gave him the fatherly advice to keep to the point as much as possible. Then, after Mr. Roberts had obtained from the witness a statement that he only really began working for Pauling and Henfrey on the day after the incident on which the charge was based, that is, on November 2nd, he dismissed him. Then Mr. Henfrey himself appeared as a witness and repeated what Gibson had said about the incident. At this, Mr. Roberts asked him, "Are you not looking for an unfair advantage over your competitors?" Mr. Monk again objected to this question. "Very well," said Mr. Roberts, "I will put it more clearly. Mr. Henfrey, do you know that the working hours of the carpenters in Manchester are fixed by certain rules?" Mr. Henfrey, "I have nothing to do with those rules, I have the right to make my own rules." Mr. Roberts, "Quite so. On oath, Mr. Henfrey, do you not demand longer working hours from your workers than other building contractors and master carpenters?" Mr. Henfrey, "Yes." Mr. Roberts, "How many hours, approximately?" Mr. Henfrey did not know exactly and took out his notebook in order to calculate. Daniel Maud, Esq., "You need not spend a long time working it out, Just tell us roughly how many. Mr. Henfrey, well, about an hour in the mornings and an hour in the evenings for 6 weeks before the time when the lights are usually turned on, and the same for 6 weeks after the day when it is usual to stop putting on the lights. Daniel Maud, ESQ, so every one of your workers has to work an extra 72 hours before the lights are turned on and 72 hours after, that is, 144 hours in 12 weeks? Mr. Henfrey, yes. This statement was received with signs of great indignation by the public. Mr. Monk looked angrily at Mr. Henfrey and Mr. Henfrey looked at his barrister in confusion and Mr. Pauling tugged at Mr. Henfrey's coat-tails, but it was too late. Daniel Maud, ESQ, who obviously saw that he would have to play at being impartial again that day, had heard the admission and made it public. After 2 unimportant witnesses had been heard, Mr. Monk said that his evidence against the accused was now concluded. Daniel Maud, ESQ, then said that the plaintiff had not made out any case for a criminal investigation against the accused, not having shown that the threatened Scots had been taken on by Pauling and Henfrey before November 1, since there was no proof of a hire contract or employment of the men concerned before November 2, while charge had been lodged on November 1. Thus on this date the men were not yet employed by Pauling and Henfrey and the accused had every right to try and deter them by every legal means from going to work for Pauling and Henfrey. In reply to this, Mr. Monk said that the defendants had been engaged from the moment they left Scotland and boarded the steamer. Daniel Maud, ESQ, remarked that it had indeed been stated that such hire contract had been made out but this document had not been produced. Mr. Monk replied that the document was in Scotland and he asked Mr. Maud to adjourn the case until it could be laid before the court. Mr. Roberts intervened here to say, this was something new to him. Evidence for the plaintiff had been declared concluded and now the plaintiff was demanding that the case be adjourned in order to introduce new evidence. He insisted that the case proceed. Daniel Maud, ESQ, decided that both pleas were superfluous since no substantiated charge was before the court, upon which the accused were dismissed. Meanwhile the workers had likewise not been inactive. Week after week they held meetings in the Carpenters' Hall or the Socialist Hall, called for aid from the different craft unions, which was given in plenty, never ceased to make known everywhere the behavior of Pauling and Henfrey and finally sent delegates in all directions in order to inform their fellow craftsmen in all the areas where Pauling and Henfrey were recruiting workers, of the reasons for this recruitment and to prevent them taking work with this firm. Only a few weeks after the strike began there were 7 delegates on their way and posters on the street corners in all the big towns in the country warned unemployed carpenters about Pauling and Henfrey. On November 9 some of the delegates who had returned reported on their mission. One of these, named Johnson, who had been in Scotland, described how Pauling and Henfrey's representative had recruited 30 workers in Edinburgh but as soon as they heard from him the real facts of the case they decided they would sooner starve than go to Manchester in such circumstances. A second delegate had been in Liverpool keeping watch on the arriving steamers, but not a single man had arrived and so he found that he had nothing to do. A third man had been in Cheshire but wherever he went he found he had nothing more to do, for the Northern Star, the workers' paper, had broadcast the real state of affairs far and wide and had put an end to any desire people had of going to Manchester. Indeed in one town, Macclesfield, the carpenters had already taken a collection in support of the strikers and promised to contribute a further shilling per man should the necessity arise. In other places he was able to stimulate the local craftsmen to initiate such contributions. In order to provide Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey with another opportunity of coming to an agreement with the workers, all the craftsmen employed in the building trade gathered at the Carpenters' Hall on Monday, November 18, elected a deputation to present an address to these gentlemen and marched in procession with flags and emblems to the premises of Pauling and Henfrey. First came the deputation followed by the strike committee, then the carpenters, the brick molders and kiln workers, the day laborers, bricklayers, sawyers, glaziers, plasterers, painters, a band, stonemasons, cabinet makers. They passed the hotel where their Attorney General, Roberts, was staying and greeted him with loud hurrahs as they marched by. Arrived at the premises, the deputation fell out while the crowd marched onto Stevenson Square where they were to hold a public meeting. The deputation was received by the police, who demanded their names and addresses before allowing them to proceed any further. When they had entered the office, the partners Sharps and Pauling told them that they would accept no written address from a crowd of workers brought together merely for the purpose of intimidation. The deputation denied that this was their aim, since the procession had not even stopped, but had at once gone on its way. While this procession of 5,000 workers continued its march, the deputation was finally received and taken into a room in which were present the chief constable, an officer, and 3 newspaper reporters. Mr. Sharps, a partner in Pauling and Henfrey, usurped the chairman's seat. Remarking that the deputation should be careful what it said, as everything would be duly recorded and, in certain circumstances, would be used against them in court, they now began to ask the deputation what they were complaining about, etc., and said that they wanted to give the men work according to the rules customary in Manchester. The deputation asked if the men picked up in Staffordshire and Scotland were working according to the regulations for craftsmen prevailing in Manchester. No, was the answer, we have a special arrangement with these men. Then your people are to be given work again, and on the usual conditions. Oh, we are not going to negotiate with any deputation, but just let the men come and they will find out on what conditions we are willing to give them work. Mr. Sharps added that all firms with which he was connected had always treated their workers well and paid them the highest wages. The deputation replied that if, as they had heard, he was associated with the firm of Pauling and Henfrey, this firm had fiercely opposed the best interests of the workers. A brickmaker, a member of the deputation, was asked what the members of his craft had to complain about. Oh, nothing just now, but we've had enough. Oh, you've had enough, have you? Answered Mr. Pauling with a sneer, and then took the opportunity of delivering them a long lecture about craft unions, strikes, etc., and the misery to which they brought the workers, whereupon one of the deputation remarked they were not by any means disposed to allow their rights to be taken away from them bit by bit, and, for example, to work 144 hours a year for nothing, as was now being demanded. Mr. Sharps remarked that they ought also to take into account the loss incurred by those taking part in the procession because they were not working that day, as well as the cost of the strike, the loss of wages suffered by the strikers, etc. One of the deputation said, "That's nobody's business but ours, and we won't ask you to contribute a farthing from your pocket." With that the deputation left and reported to the assembled workers in the Carpenters' Hall, where it was revealed that not only had all those in the area working for Pauling and Henfrey, those who were not carpenters and were therefore not on strike, come to take part in the procession, but that many of the newly imported Scotsmen had also struck that very morning. A painter also declared that Pauling and Henfrey had made the same unjust demands on the painters as they had on the joiners, but that they too intended to resist. In order to simplify the whole business and shorten the struggle, it was decided that all building workers employed by Pauling and Henfrey should stop work. This they did. The painters stopped work on the following Saturday and the glaziers on the Monday, and on the new theatre for which Pauling and Henfrey had received the contract only 2 bricklayers and 4 day labourers were working after a few days instead of 200 men. Some of the new arrivals also stopped work. Pauling and Henfrey foamed with rage. When 3 more of the new arrivals stopped work, they were hauled before Daniel Maud, Esq, on Friday, November 22. The previous reverses had had no effect. A worker called Reed was the first to be dealt with, charged with breach of contract. A contract which the accused had signed in Derby was laid before the court. Roberts, who was again defending, stated at once that there was not the slightest connection between the contract and the charge, they were 2 quite different things. Daniel Maud, Esq, saw the point right away once the formidable Roberts had made it, but it took him a long, harassing time to make it clear to the counsel for the other side. Finally, the latter asked permission to alter the charge, and after a while he came back with one that was much worse than the first. When he saw that this would not do either, he asked for a further adjournment of the case, and Daniel Maud, ESQ, gave him until Friday, November 29, that is, a whole week, to consider the matter. I have not been able to find out whether or not he succeeded, because the one issue of the paper which must have contained a report of the verdict is missing from my files. Meanwhile, Roberts went over to the offensive and had several of the recruited workers and one of Pauling and Henfrey's foremen brought before the court for forcing their way into the house of one of the strikers and assaulting his wife. In 2 other cases some of the workers on strike had been attacked. To his great regret, Daniel Maud, ESQ, had to find all the accused guilty, but he dealt with them as leniently as he possibly could and only bound them over to keep the peace themselves in future. Finally, at the end of December, Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey succeeded in getting sentence against 2 of their opponents, likewise on charges of assault against one of their workers. But this time the court was not so lenient. Without more ado, it sentenced them to a month's imprisonment and bound them over to keep the peace after their release. From here on, news about the strike becomes meager. It was still in full swing on January 18. I have found no later reports. It has probably come to an end like most others. In the course of time Pauling and Henfrey will have secured a sufficient number of workers from distant parts and from a few turncoats from the workers' side, after a longer or shorter strike and its accompanying misery, for which the strikers will have been consoled by the consciousness that they have nothing to reproach themselves with and that they have helped to maintain the level of wages of their fellow workers. The majority of them will have found jobs elsewhere. And as for the points in dispute, Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey will have learnt that they cannot impose their will so rigorously, since for them also the strike involved considerable loss, and the other employers, after such a fierce struggle, will not think of changing the old rules of the craftsmen carpenters so soon. Brussels, written in the summer and autumn 1845, first published in Das Westfälische Dampfboot, Bielefeld, 1846. IN 2 signed, F. Engels. 1886 appendix to the American edition. The book, which is herewith submitted to the English-speaking public in its own language, was written rather more than 40 years ago. The author, at the time, was young, 24 years of age, and his production bears the stamp of his youth with its good and its faulty features, of neither of which he feels ashamed. That it is now translated into English, is not in any way due to his initiative. Still he may be allowed to say a few words, to show cause why this translation should not be prevented from seeing the light of day. The state of things described in this book belongs today in many respects to the past, as far as England is concerned. Though not expressly stated in our recognized treatises, it is still a law of modern political economy that the larger the scale on which capitalistic production is carried on, the less can it support the petty devices of swindling and pilfering which characterize its early stages. The pettifogging business tricks of the Polish Jew, the representative in Europe of commerce in its lowest stage, those tricks that serve him so well in his own country, and are generally practiced there, he finds to be out of date and out of place when he comes to Hamburg or Berlin. And again the commission agent, who hails from Berlin or Hamburg, Jew or Christian, after frequenting the Manchester Exchange for a few months, finds out that in order to buy cotton yarn or cloth cheap, he, too, had better drop those slightly more refined but still miserable wiles and subterfuges which are considered the acme of cleverness in his native country. The fact is, those tricks do not pay any longer in a large market, where time is money, and where a certain standard of commercial morality is unavoidably developed, purely as a means of saving time and trouble. And it is the same with the relation between the manufacturer and his hands. The repeal of the Corn Laws, the discovery of the Californian and Australian gold fields, the almost complete crushing out of domestic hand-weaving in India, the increasing access to the Chinese market, the rapid multiplication of railways and steamships all over the world, and other minor causes have given to English manufacturing industry such a colossal development, that the status of 1844 now appears to us as comparatively primitive and insignificant. And in proportion as this increase took place, in the same proportion did manufacturing industry become apparently moralized. The competition of manufacturer against manufacturer by means of petty thefts upon the workpeople did no longer pay. Trade had outgrown such low means of making money, they were not worthwhile practicing for the manufacturing millionaire, and served merely to keep alive the competition of smaller traders, thankful to pick up a penny wherever they could. Thus the truck system was suppressed, the 10 hours bill was enacted, and a number of other secondary reforms introduced, much against the spirit of free trade and unbridled competition, but quite as much in favor of the giant capitalist in his competition with his less favored brother. Moreover, the larger the concern, and with it the number of hands, the greater the loss and inconvenience caused by every conflict between master and men, and thus a new spirit came over the masters, especially the large ones, which taught them to avoid unnecessary squabbles, to acquiesce in the existence and power of trades unions, and finally even to discover in strikes, at opportune times, a powerful means to serve their own ends. The largest manufacturers, formerly the leaders of the war against the working class, were now the foremost to preach peace and harmony. And for a very good reason. The fact is, that all these concessions to justice and philanthropy were nothing else but means to accelerate the concentration of capital in the hands of the few, for whom the niggardly extra extortions of former years had lost all importance and had become actual nuisances, and to crush all the quicker and all the safer their smaller competitors who could not make both ends meet without such perquisites. Thus the development of production on the basis of the capitalistic system has of itself sufficed, at least in the leading industries, for in the more unimportant branches this is far from being the case, to do away with all those minor grievances which aggravated the workman's fate during its earlier stages. And thus it renders more and more evident the great central fact, that the cause of the miserable condition of the working class is to be sought, not in these minor grievances, but in the capitalistic system itself. The wage worker sells to the capitalist his labor force for a certain daily sum. After a few hours' work he has reproduced the value of that sum, but the substance of his contract is, that he has to work another series of hours to complete his working day, and the value he produces during these additional hours of surplus labor is surplus value which costs the capitalist nothing but yet goes into his pocket. That is the basis of the system which tends more and more to split up civilized society into a few Vanderbilts, the owners of all the means of production and subsistence, on the one hand, and an immense number of wage workers, the owners of nothing but their labor force, on the other. And that this result is caused, not by this or that secondary grievance, but by the system itself, this fact has been brought out in bold relief by the development of capitalism in England since 1847. Again, the repeated visitations of cholera, typhus, smallpox and other epidemics have shown the British bourgeois the urgent necessity of sanitation in his towns and cities, if he wishes to save himself and family from falling victims to such diseases. Accordingly, the most crying abuses described in this book have either disappeared or have been made less conspicuous. Drainage has been introduced or improved, wide avenues have been opened out athwart many of the worst slums I had to describe. Little Ireland has disappeared and the Seven Dials are next on the list for sweeping away. But what of that? Whole districts which in 1844 I could describe as almost idyllic have now, with the growth of the towns, fallen into the same state of dilapidation, discomfort, and misery. Only the pigs and the heaps of refuse are no longer tolerated. The bourgeoisie have made further progress in the art of hiding the distress of the working class. But that, in regard to their dwellings, no substantial improvement has taken place, is amply proved by the report of the Royal Commission on the Housing of the Poor, 1885. And this is the case, too, in other respects. Police regulations have been plentiful as blackberries, but they can only hedge in the distress of the workers, they cannot remove it. But while England has thus outgrown the juvenile state of capitalist exploitation described by me, other countries have only just attained it. France, Germany, and especially America, are the formidable competitors who at this moment, as foreseen by me in 1844, are more and more breaking up England's industrial monopoly. Their manufactures are young as compared with those of England, but increasing at a far more rapid rate than the latter, but curious enough, they have at this moment arrived at about the same phase of development as English manufacture in 1844. With regard to America, the parallel is indeed most striking. True, the external surroundings in which the working class is placed in America are very different, but the same economical laws are at work, and the results, if not identical in every respect, must still be of the same order. Hence we find in America the same struggles for a shorter working day, for a legal limitation of the working time, especially of women and children in factories. We find the truck system in full blossom, and the cottage system, in rural districts, made use of by the bosses as a means of domination over the workers. At this very moment I am receiving the American papers with accounts of the great strike of 12,000 Pennsylvanian coal miners in the Connellsville district, and I seem but to read my own description of the North of England colliers' strike of 1844. The same cheating of the workpeople by false measure, the same truck system, the same attempt to break the miners' resistance by the capitalists' last, but crushing, resource, the eviction of the men out of their dwellings, the cottages owned by the companies. There were two circumstances which for a long time prevented the unavoidable consequences of the capitalist system from showing themselves in the full glare of day in America. These were the easy access to the ownership of cheap land, and the influx of immigration. They allowed, for many years, the great mass of the Native American population to retire in early manhood from wage labor and to become farmers, dealers, or employers of labor, while the hard work for wages, the position of a proletarian for life, mostly fell to the lot of immigrants. But America has outgrown this early stage. The boundless backwoods have disappeared, and the still more boundless prairies are fast and faster passing from the hands of the nation and the states into those of private owners. The great safety valve against the formation of a permanent proletarian class has practically ceased to act. A class of lifelong and even hereditary proletarians exists at this hour in America. A nation of 60 millions striving hard to become, and with every chance of success, too, the leading manufacturing nation of the world. Such a nation cannot permanently import its own wage working class, not even if immigrants pour in at the rate of 500,000 a year. The tendency of the capitalist system towards the ultimate splitting up of society into two classes, a few millionaires on the one hand, and a great mass of mere wage workers on the other, this tendency, though constantly crossed and counteracted by other social agencies, works nowhere with greater force than in America, and the result has been the production of a class of Native American wage workers, who form, indeed, the aristocracy of the wage working class as compared with the immigrants, but who become conscious more and more every day of their solidarity with the latter and who feel all the more acutely their present condemnation to lifelong wage toil, because they still remember the bygone days, when it was comparatively easy to rise to a higher social level. Accordingly, the working class movement, in America, has started with truly American vigor, and as on that side of the Atlantic things march with at least double the European speed, we may yet live to see America take the lead in this respect too. I have not attempted, in this translation, to bring the book up to date, to point out in detail all the changes that have taken place since 1844. And for two reasons. Firstly, to do this properly, the size of the book must be about doubled, and the translation came upon me too suddenly to admit of my undertaking such a work. And secondly, the first volume of Das Kapital, by Karl Marx, an English translation of which is about to appear, contains a very ample description of the state of the British working class, as it was about 1865, that is to say, at the time when British industrial prosperity reached its culminating point. I should, then, have been obliged again to go over the ground already covered by Marx's celebrated work. It will be hardly necessary to point out that the general theoretical standpoint of this book, philosophical, economical, political, does not exactly coincide with my standpoint of today. Modern international socialism, since fully developed as a science, chiefly and almost exclusively through the efforts of Marx, did not as yet exist in 1844. My book represents one of the phases of its embryonic development, and as the human embryo, in its early stages, still reproduces the gill arches of our fish ancestors, so this book exhibits everywhere the traces of the descent of modern socialism from one of its ancestors, German philosophy. Thus great stress is laid on the dictum that communism is not a mere party doctrine of the working class, but a theory compassing the emancipation of society at large, including the capitalist class, from its present narrow conditions. This is true enough in the abstract, but absolutely useless, and worse, in practice. So long as the wealthy classes not only do not feel the want of any emancipation, but strenuously oppose the self-emancipation of the working class, so long the social revolution will have to be prepared and fought out by the working class alone. The French bourgeois of 1789, too, declared the emancipation of the bourgeoisie to be the emancipation of the whole human race, but the nobility and clergy would not see it. The proposition, though for the time being, with respect to feudalism, an abstract historical truth, soon became a mere sentimentalism, and disappeared from view altogether in the fire of the revolutionary struggle. And today, the very people who, from the impartiality of their superior standpoint, preach to the workers a socialism soaring high above their class interests and class struggles, and tending to reconcile in a higher humanity the interests of both the contending classes, these people are either neophytes, who have still to learn a great deal, or they are the worst enemies of the workers, wolves in sheep's clothing. The recurring period of the great industrial crises is stated in the text as 5 years. This was the period apparently indicated by the course of events from 1825 to 1842. But the industrial history from 1842 to 1868 has shown that the real period is one of 10 years, that the intermediate revolutions were secondary and tended more and more to disappear. Since 1868 the state of things has changed again, of which more anon. I have taken care not to strike out of the text the many prophecies, amongst others that of an imminent social revolution in England, which my youthful ardor induced me to venture upon. The wonder is, not that a good many of them proved wrong, but that so many of them have proved right, and that the critical state of English trade, to be brought on by German and especially American competition, which I then foresaw, though in too short a period, has now actually come to pass. In this respect I can, and am bound to, bring the book up to date, by placing here an article which I published in the London Commonweal of March 1, 1885, under the heading England in 1845 and in 1885. It gives at the same time a short outline of the history of the English working class during these 40 years. London, February 25, 1886 FREDERICK ENGELS.